Hello, everyone. So welcome to our DNC Midwest Candidates Forum. Today marks our second of 4 DNC-sponsored forums for our DNC officer elections. I want to extend a big thank you to Politico for co-hosting this forum with us, and I'm honored to be with you all today as we continue our officer elections process and to hear from the voices who will lead the Democratic Party in the future. I would also like to thank all of our candidates for joining us today. Each forum provides our voters an opportunity to learn about your vision for the future of our party. As we consider the next 4 years, Americans will look to the voices of our chair, vice chairs, treasurer, secretary, and national finance chair to hold the Trump administration accountable and to protect our democracy. You will provide the direction, the structure, but most importantly, the hope for our friends, family, and neighbors. It's a tremendous responsibility that I have been honored to shoulder for the last 4 years, during which we nearly quadrupled our partnership with diverse vendors year over year. We made strategic campaign grants in all 57 state parties. For the first time in our history, we got those grants this election season. And we made historic investments to create a data infrastructure that is built to last and can be utilized across a democratic ecosystem for cycles to come. In the history of the DNC, no DNC has ever invested more resources into strengthening our state parties than this DNC. So as a former state party chair, as a former state party vice chair, and now as DNC chair, I take great pride in passing along this mantle to the next generation of Democratic National Committee leadership. So today, my friends, we will once again hear from our candidates for treasurer and secretary before moving on to our candidates for vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation, and then finally the candidates for chair. This process will give everyone an opportunity to issue opening and closing statements and answer the important questions our moderators have prepared, including some questions sent in by DNC members ahead of this forum. It will also allow our members to make an informed decision about who will represent their interests and their vision for the Democratic Party. Today's event also marks our first in-person forum. We spent a lot of time in the Midwest during the election cycle, from our counter convention in Milwaukee to our own convention in Chicago. And I'm proud to be back here today, this time in the great city of Detroit. The Midwest is the backbone of the Democratic Party, and it exemplifies the hardworking, kind individuals we strive to be in our daily lives. I don't know if you all know this, but the DNC is 176 years old, and the Democratic Party is the oldest active political party in the world. From the civil rights movement and beyond, it has been a stalwart in fighting for the freedom and the rights of all Americans. So while we may be in the minority right now, we are still in that fight. We will continue to advocate for the American people. We will continue to spread our democratic values, and we will continue to invest in our future. Before we begin today's forum, though, I would be honored to take this time to thank the DNC staff. You can join me as well. These folks have poured their hearts and their souls into working for this party and fighting for American democracy over these last 4 years. And today, they work tirelessly to pull together today's forum and the forums that we have yet to come. So I want to once again thank all of the amazing staff that I've gotten the opportunity to work with over these last 4 years. So I say to the candidates today, good luck to all of you. And now I'd like to welcome my friend, the DNC Midwestern caucus chair, Ron Harris, to offer the Pledge of Allegiance and welcome remarks. Ron, floor is yours, my friend.
All right. If you are able and willing, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ron Harris, and as chair of the Midwestern caucus for the DNC, I would love to welcome you to Michigan and welcome you to our Midwestern Forum here in person. To our chairman, Jamie Harrison, thank you, brother. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for everything you've given to this party and everything you've given to this country. I am deeply proud of you. I'm gonna cut right to the chase. As a party, we find ourselves at a crossroads. In just a few short days, we will inaugurate a new president, someone who I believe represents some of the worst that this country has to offer. Somebody who cares only about himself and his billionaire buddies. Somebody who has somehow convinced folks that he has their best interests in mind. Now, I'm sure most of you have read all the think pieces, and I know many of you have offered your own hot takes. I've seen them on Twitter. I've seen them all over the place. And no doubt you're going to hear a lot more perspectives and a lot more analysis, certainly today and in the days to come. Now, I had the great fortune of successfully leading the Harris-Walz campaign in Minnesota this cycle and had the opportunity to talk to thousands of people over the course of this cycle. And I heard quite a bit when I was on the campaign trail. One thing for certain, our voters, our people, our communities did not feel seen by us as a party. They did not know or they did not believe that we were fighting for them and standing with them. We collectively failed to empathize with what people were actually experiencing in their day-to-day lives. We failed to empathize with the fact that they're having a hard time making ends meet or affording their own lives. People didn't feel that we were doing every single thing humanly possible to improve their material conditions. People told me on the trail how sick and how tired they were of being taken advantage of by big corporations or flawed institutions. And ultimately, what I heard from people is that they're looking for a purpose. They're looking for a sense of meaning. They're looking for a sense of connection. They want to know that their existence on this planet and in their society means something to somebody, and that their hard work today is definitely going to lead to a better future for them and their families tomorrow. They are craving authentic leadership, and they want to feel like they have agency over their own lives and agency over their own futures. And make no mistake, as we saw in this recent election, people are going to go where they feel seen, where they feel heard, and where they feel valued. Now, I want to commend each and every person that you're going to see on stage today. I want to thank them for stepping up to campaign to lead our party during this challenging time, both now and into the future. And we must be the party that is unequivocal about our support for the poor and for the working class. We must resist the urge to tell people what to care about and instead spend our time listening to what people care about and then demonstrating that we both understand what they care about and have the ability to provide relief to the concerns that are on their minds and their hearts. We can't expect people to come to us as a party. We got to go to them. We can't shame people for not supporting what we have to offer. If they reject what we have to offer, we do the hard work, we get back into the lab, and we offer something better next time. If they don't like the product, we work hard to improve what we're putting out there. Now, y'all, there is so much on the line, but there's also so much worth fighting for. So to all the candidates, good luck. To those tuning in on TV or live streaming, thank you for doing your part. Our job as leaders, our job as members in the DNC is to actually represent you, the public, to ensure that we create a party that you can be proud to call your political home, the Democratic Party. So thank you. And with that, I'd love to hand this off to our first moderator, Mr. Braxton Booker.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, I'm Braxton Booker. I'm a correspondent with Politico and the author of the Race and Politics newsletter, The Recast. And we're here to open today's panel with a discussion between the two candidates for the DNC treasurer. First, a couple of the ground rules. To participate, candidates had to submit 40 verified DNC signatures on January 9th. And candidates or those who have not yet entered the race and who have not met the deadline may still qualify for forums or the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority of the DNC members when voting takes place at the party's winter meeting on January 30th and February 1st. The DNC Treasurer Forum will last approximately 20 minutes with opening and closing statements of 30 seconds for each candidate. And as moderator, I'll guide the flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any of the candidates have previewed these questions. Additionally, the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum prioritizes questions from the DNC members of the Midwestern region, but may include questions from other DNC members and myself. Candidates may not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of time to speak. And candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless directed so. And I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do, I will provide a response time limit. With that, let's jump in. Virginia McGregor, let's kick us off with opening statements of 30 seconds. All right, well, whoever wants to kick us off with some opening statements, go ahead.
Very flexible, but thank you so much. My name is Matt Hughes. I'm a DNC member from North Carolina. I'm also a commissioner in my hometown of Hillsborough, North Carolina, and I'm a CFO of a statewide nonprofit organization that focuses on civic engagement and voter outreach. I'm running because 2024 was not our best year, and it's a year we do not need to repeat because we did not do our best. And so I'm excited to be here to lay out my vision and look forward to the questions.
Virginia, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thank you, and thanks, everybody. I'm so happy to be back in Detroit. You know, my great-grandfather, Hugh Jennings, was a Hall of Fame Detroit Tiger. He cared about making his team a success, which is just how I feel about the DNC. And I'm here today because of my why, my 6 children and my 4 grandchildren, and the issues that we talk about at our kitchen table, like the relevance of unions and reproductive rights, are the issues that only Democrats are fighting for. And I am so happy to be in this fight with all of you, and I look forward to continuing this fight.
We got ended there, but I'm going to stick with you, Virginia.
Okay.
You're seeking another term
Yes.
before a party that burned through some $1.5 billion in the closing stretch of the campaign, only to lose control of the White House and the Senate and come up short trying to take back the House. Why should you be reelected as DNC treasurer? You got 2 minutes.
And you don't need to remind me of the losses. But, you know, Braxton, that's a great question because I'm not sure that everyone understands that the DNC treasurer role is a very specific role. My responsibility is a fiduciary. Only the chair and myself provide our signatures. We're the ethical and we are the legal representatives of the party. My number one responsibility is our FEC reports and making sure that they're on time and that we have no violations. We haven't had any, and I'm proud of that. Also, to look at our banking relationships and to make sure that our banking relationships were sound. I made a lot of changes to that, and I also put a lot of systems in place. First thing I looked at was where were our deposits. We were using one bank, and they were not insuring our deposits over $250,000, according to the FCID regulations. I encouraged them, and the CFO agreed. We insisted the bank get a sweeps account, which would keep our money guaranteed. We expanded our banking relationships from 1 to 3, and we also, for the first time, we earned interest on our deposits to the tune of $500,000 for the DNC and another $500,000 for our joint fundraising agreements. That was $1 million in interest because of the systems and processes that I put in place. So I'm watching the money, I'm making sure the money is safe and there for the chair to decide how it should be spent. The other thing that I did, and I was so proud of to work with Sam and Monica and Roger, was bring our legal counsel in-house. We spend millions of dollars on legal processes and legal judgments. We bringing our legal counsel in-house allowed us to save a significant amount of money and bring that legal counsel at the table for all major decisions that we're making. We have no material lawsuits. That's probably a first in DNC history, to have no FEC violations and no legal judgments. I'm also out in the fundraising area and being a surrogate. So that's why I want to be reelected.
That's time. Okay, Matt, to you. You see Virginia sidestepped the question about any perhaps responsibility about the losses, but let me turn to you about this on-the-job experience. She just laid out a vision of what she did and why she should be reelected. Clearly, you're running because you feel like you could do a better job. What would you bring to this job that perhaps Virginia is not currently doing?
Well, I think that we have to look at things a little bit differently. I think that the treasurer's role is a nuts and bolts role, but it also needs to be one that we're not leading from behind on. There are a lot of Democrats all across this country who are trying to figure out how it is that we lost over $1 billion to get 5 million less votes in this country because of how we're investing. I believe that the treasurer should be working with the chair, working with the other officers and the executive committee and the full DNC to outline what is our budgetary priorities, how are we going to do year-round organizing in the states, how are we going to do voter registration. I mean, we have to remember that we have a 1 million voter deficit in the state of Florida because someone has dropped the ball on how to register voters in this country, and we often offload that to nonprofit organizations. That is the type of experience I think I bring to this role, is someone who has been a fiduciary, who's been responsible for managing, unfortunately not $1.5 billion, but millions of dollars, and being strategic in how we move those dollars forward. The other thing is we need to continue to transform our business practices and our financial practices. The fact is that there are members of our executive committee here at the DNC that has never seen the budget. There are members of the DNC who are not on the executive committee who want to know, where do we spend our money? There are grassroots Democrats that I see every day because they're my constituents in my community who want to know, how is it that we could lose to a candidate like Donald Trump? And I think that a lot of the things that we need to be looking at are structural. They are how we spend our money, where we spend our money, and whether or not that money is being used in the best possible ways. Is it being effective and efficient? To have 5 million less votes, I think, is unacceptable.
Okay, let's. Obviously, we're here in Michigan, and one of several battleground states that the party did not successfully defend. Now, Trump obviously flipped it, and one of the reasons why is because of the headway he made with unions, and sort of cut at the Democrats' union advantage. Obviously, I know you want to talk about your fiduciary responsibilities here, but what are some strategies here that you could better engage unions to kind of win them back and make sure that that relationship stays strong in the next cycle? Virginia, let's get 2 minutes from you.
Yeah, right, Braxton. So as I explained my role, I also meet with the chair weekly. And Jamie Harrison and I had a standing call on Tuesdays, and I had a standing call with the CFO. We also own a union steel manufacturing plant. Our relationship with our union has lasted about 82 years, so I'm very familiar with the union workers in Pennsylvania. And I think we're missing what they were most worried about, which was inflation. And I think in the future, which we will be working closely with our new chair, whoever that is, it's going to be about our messaging and making sure that we're reaching those voters, whether they're in Michigan or Pennsylvania or any of our states, that we are listening to them and what their concerns are. And we have a media system set up that we can get into their homes so they understand what we're trying to accomplish after going on a listening tour and hearing from them as well.
Okay, Matt, I'm going to turn to you. Even what Ron Harris said at the beginning here, what it seems like happened in 2024 is Democrats had a message, they had something they were selling, and voters kind of roundly rejected it, right? Like, how do you see your role in bringing back some of these folks who kind of slipped away, particularly union households that saw, their support for Republicans, especially Donald Trump, saw them, certainly the Republicans endear themselves to that kind of union and sort of cut into Democrats' advantage?
Well, I think that one of the things that we have to really tackle is an image problem. And I think that the image problem is that there are a lot of people who come from a background like mine that don't see themselves in the Democratic Party. I am African American. My dad is black, my mom is white. But a lot of the people that I grew up with in our neighborhoods, in my family even, have decided to move away from the Democratic Party, either by voting for Donald Trump or just not voting at all. And so I think it's partially the things that I hear from people all over the country, as I call DNC members, but also all over in my state in North Carolina, which is feeling as though we have become detached from our base. And historically, our base has been working people and it's been labor members. And what we need to do is show that we respect people who get their hands dirty for a living, that we respect people who don't go to college because they made a decision to do so. And how are we going to best represent them versus the Republican Party. And I think what we have not done is trumpet our own economic successes as a party. But beyond that, not being honest with voters in the way that while our economic statistics were better than many G7 nations, better than Western Europe and a lot of other places, people weren't feeling it. People weren't feeling it when they're working multiple jobs to put a roof over their head and food on the table. They're not feeling it when their kids are not going to a school with teachers that are well paid. They're not feeling it when they can't afford to go to the doctor. And we have to have that empathy and that sympathy to reconnect with those voters, and not expecting that they come to us and not doing a listening tour, going out and meeting people face to face, look them in the eye, shake the hand, no cameras, and really find out what's on their mind, because that's more important.
Okay, you brought up the idea that there needs to be more budget transparency, right? I heard that from a number of DNC members I spoke to, and that's also something that we got in the questions that the DNC provided. Some members claiming they had never seen a budget. I want to answer from both of you. I'll give you 30 seconds to answer. Are you willing to commit to giving kind of broader membership access to the budget before the body is asked to approve this budget, as well as any post-election cycle audits and kind of post-mortems? Virginia, 30 seconds to you.
Absolutely, and I've talked about this repeatedly, and that is really at the chair level. The new chair will make those decisions on the process of the budget. We also need a new CFO, which I'll be part of hiring, but I'm absolutely for a more transparent budget process. I'd like to be part of it as well. So I totally agree, and I look forward to having those conversations with whoever the new chair is about making sure we have a more robust process, both at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting and set-aside meetings for people who want to be in the room to hear about the chair and what his values are.
Okay, Matt, are you committing to making a more transparent budgetary access for rank and file members?
Yes, and this is how we accomplish that. Number one, listening sessions with rank and file DNC members so that they can understand what we're thinking about when it comes to the budget and what the inputs and outputs are. Bringing folks into the room to be able to participate on that committee and asking the chair and imploring the chair and leading with the chair that the Finance and Budget Committee have more rank and file members, quarterly P&L reports, and we can talk through the security of that. But that needs to be done, and we need to do our mandated annual report, written report to the members of the DNC.
Okay. All right. Well, look, switching gears, let's talk about some more national news here. President Biden, in his farewell address last night, warned American politics is being influenced by uber wealthy, quote, tech industry, by the tech industry complex. If you were elected in this role as DNC treasurer, advising DNC leadership about party finances is part of the job, which you've laid out, Virginia. But how would you advise the party to fight back against what Biden is calling this political oligarchy?
Is that for me?
That's for you.
Okay. Well, thanks for that question. So I also do a lot of fundraising across the country, and the DNC has more grassroots donors than major donors. And I think we fight against that by continuing to be out there engaging our grassroots donors so that they know that they have a place in our party. What the president said is exactly right, and I'm so glad that he did it to remind us of the direction this country is taking. We cannot forget about the working class, and we cannot forget about our grassroots donors. In August, when Kamala Harris became our nominee, we raised something like $383 million. 97% was $200 or less. We have a big grassroots network of donors, and that is the secret to our success going forward.
Well, Matt, I'm going to turn to you too. We talked about the kind of eye-popping numbers that the Democrats were able to raise this past cycle, but it wasn't enough. And then now you have these tech billionaires that are kind of ingratiating themselves with the incoming president. How does the party go about fighting this political oligarchy that not only can raise a ton of money themselves, but also helps control some of the messages that are being disseminated on social media? what kind of money and what kind of financing could the DNC be putting behind that to make that a fight that the party can actually win?
Right, and I think that your question goes to a really good point, I think, which is the media ecosystem in which we find ourselves in. Of course, we have the corporate media. Of course, we have things like NPR, but then also the fact that the tech billionaires are controlling and throttling if our message can even get out there. And what we have to do as a party is go where the voters are to counteract what those messages are. We see that the Republicans do that regularly, and it takes money. It's going to take some redirection of our budget in order to go into spaces that's not always Instagram and X, but it's Twitch and so many other platforms that my generation and younger folks are also engaging in. But we also need to fight back in general. I don't think that it's just about the tech billionaires, the tech bros, who are building this oligarchy. It's really talking about the fact that we have out-of-control corporations that will do anything to make a buck, no matter what it costs the American people. And in this case, it's our democracy. In other cases, it's the ability of people to have a good-paying job. For other folks, the list can go on and on and on. And so what I really think we have to do as a party is push back on these tech titans and the control that they have on our party. Most folks do not come from the type of background that these folks did. I don't know a lot of people who went to Harvard like Mark Zuckerberg did, but there is a disconnect even with them. But we have to counteract the disinformation, the misinformation, meeting people where they are, going head on. And I think that the best defense is a really good offense. And that's what we have to do with our messaging. That's what we have to do to get the word out on what Democrats stand for, why we're a better choice for them than the Republicans, because quite frankly, we are just widgets on a tech dashboard to make someone else money, and it's at our detriment.
Okay. Look, a lot of shade was thrown at the consulting class in the last forum here, but there's also been a lot of criticism on the part of the party about the diversity of the consultants that the party uses, right? How will you ensure that the party is working with more firms that are led by racial minorities at not just the national level, but at the state level? I'll give you 1 minute since we're running out of time, but try to answer that question for me, Virginia.
I'm so happy you asked it, because one thing that I worked very closely with Monica and Roger on was a DEI approved vendor list. So you should know that in 2020, I think we had something like 56 DEI vendors that did business with the DNC and our state parties. This year alone, we had 585 vendors that did business with the DNC. Back in 2020, I think it was 1.5 million of business, and this year it was something like 500 million. So we're doing 50 million. We're doing a terrific job expanding that. And when people say that they don't know a DEI vendor, Monica has a handbook that she can send them in print, that we have a list of DEI approved vendors at the ready who are willing to do business with the DEI and the state parties. There is no longer any excuse to do that. And I made sure that when we expanded from 1 to 3 banks, one of them was a minority bank as well. So I'm very proud of that work.
Okay, Matt Hughes, to you, and a question about whether or not DEI is going to be something that survives under the next administration. But how does the party go about working with minority vendors, and how, especially at the state level too? That seems to be where there's some kind of drop off. How do you make that happen?
I think, and going to follow your 1 minute rule, I think what we have to do is also be intentional about how we do business with the DEI approved vendor list. I see it in government as a town commissioner, and part of it is that even when you have those lists, the businesses those DEI businesses are getting less dollars overall than other businesses are. And so what we have to do also is be intentional about shifting those big contracts to those folks who are running the DEI businesses. So often processes are set up believing that minority-owned and women-owned businesses cannot do big jobs, but they can, and often at a more affordable rate and at a higher quality. And so when we're talking about talking to the base of our party, we need to ensure that as many of those vendors, including the really big contracts, are also going to those DEI vendors and back into local communities where the currency flows.
Okay, we're right about close. We got 30 seconds for closing statements. Matt, you in first. We'll have you go now.
Awesome. Thank you all for being here and for taking time out of your day to be here in Detroit. I am running for DNC Treasurer because I have the experience. I'm running for DNC Treasurer because I am a reformer. I'm running because I am a change agent. Our DNC members are not being heard. Our finances are not transparent. And we do not need to wait on folks to allow us that power and that ability to be in control of our party. And I believe that a vote for me will be a vote for change.
Virginia, 30 seconds of closing remarks.
These are uncertain times, but my reelection provides certainty. With only 656 days until the midterms, there is no time to waste. And I bring forward my experience and institutional knowledge for the new chair that he or she can depend on. And as we rebuild the DNC, I would be so proud to be your treasurer and to know that I have the experience and the judgment to do the job, and also know that I am not an elected official and all of you are my constituents. Thank you.
Okay, that's time. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we will have a forum with the candidates for DNC Secretary. Stay tuned.
Thanks so much.
Hello, we're back. I'm Braxton Booker. I'm a correspondent with Politico and author of the Recast newsletter, which covers race and politics. And we open our second panel today with a discussion with the candidates for DNC secretary. First, another review of the ground rules. To participate in today's forum, candidates had to submit 40 verified DNC member signatures on January 9th. Any candidates who missed the deadline or decide they want to enter the race may still qualify for future forums and for the ballot itself. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of the DNC members when voting takes place at the party's winter meeting on January 30th and February 1st. And the candidates for the forum for DNC secretary will last about 20 minutes with opening and closing remarks of about 30 seconds each. As moderator, I will guide the flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions. Additionally, the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum prioritizes questions from DNC members of the Midwestern region, but may include questions from other DNC members and myself. Candidates may not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded to respond to other candidates unless directed to, and I might ask follow-up questions, and if I do, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will also have up to 2 minutes to respond to each question. So with that, let's jump in and have Jason Ray kick us off with his 30-second opening remarks.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Jason Ray, and serving you as DNC Secretary has been the privilege of a lifetime. Since 2017, I focused on strengthening communications, building stronger relationships, and being a trusted resource for all DNC members. I'm running for re-election because my experience and proven results equip me to continue advancing transparency, responsiveness, and engagement within the DNC. We've made incredible progress together, but there's so much more to do, and I'm ready to continue doing this important work with you.
Okay, Marilyn Davis, 30 seconds opening remarks.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Davis, and I'm running for Secretary of the DNC. I am running because yesterday's DNC cannot be today's DNC. We cannot continue to do the same things and expect a different outcome. When I'm elected, I will bring greater transparency, accountability, and member engagement to the DNC, and much needed representation at the leadership table. Thank you so much.
Okay, and let's jump in here. Jason, we'll kick off the questioning with you. Obviously, you're the incumbent looking for a second term, but the party is coming off stinging losses in this past election, and Republicans, with Trump's leadership, now control all of federal Washington with their trifecta. Why do you deserve another term?
Yeah, it's a great question, Braxton. And, the reason I'm running is to really continue to serve our DNC members and really make sure that we are empowering our members. It's something that I've been really proud of. We did have losses in 2024, but we also had some bright spots. I look at my home state of Wisconsin, where we reelected Tammy Baldwin to the U.S. Senate and with fair maps won seats in the state legislature. But for me, I look at the role of secretary and its responsibilities and what it does. And it really is around engaging and supporting our DNC members. It's around the party business. We're going to have a new chair. We're going to have new strategic leadership. And I really believe that we need stable leadership and stable people in certain roles, such as the secretary and other positions, to keep our party moving forward in the right direction. For me, I look back at 2024 as an example, and I'm really proud of what our team was able to do. One example is very quickly, within just a few days, turning around with convention. So my responsibilities are helping to, one of the responsibilities is certifying convention delegates and convention participants. And in 2 days after the president dropped out of the race, my office, working with the convention team and others, were able to quickly turn around a whole system to do a new nominating process and to do electronic voting for that. I'm really proud of those advances that we've made, but there's so much more work yet that we can do as a party. And I'm really committed to continuing to be an advocate for our DNC member, a resource for them, so that we continue advancing the important work of the party.
Okay, Marilyn, to you, you also have up to 2 minutes, but you're kind of casting yourself as the progressive activist, the change agent, if you will, for the DNC. But one DNC member suggested to me when I was doing some research on the question is the party seems to be reluctant to have that kind of change within the party leadership. And prefers kind of establishment candidates instead of like some folks who are kind of newer to leadership. How are you going to convince people inside the party to vote for you for this stable position that Jason Ray just laid out?
Good question. I have worked for the DNC. I worked for the DNC between 2015 and 2016, where I oversaw all of the constituency groups of the DNC. I worked very closely with the then Secretary's office at that time. So some people do know me from 8 years ago. I left when Donald Trump won, and now I'm back because Donald Trump is back. And what has been happening over the last 8 years clearly has not worked because Donald Trump is back. And what I have done with members and the conversations I've had with members, especially the caucus and council chairs, they have shared with me their frustrations. And I have shared with them my vision for the next 4 years. And what I propose to do as Secretary of the DNC is, one, create a portal, a membership portal that is private and protected, so that members can access DNC information, so that we can further equip and provide tools for DNC members to engage with their base in the states, so that state party chairs, vice chairs, and DNC members have what they need to go back home and organize their communities. That's what I propose to do. That's just one thing. In addition to that, is be more engagement focused with our members. Our members want information. They want the tools so they can go back home and turn out and educate and organize and mobilize their communities. And I think the Secretary's office should be part of that process. And that's why I'm proposing to run for, this is why I am running for DNC Secretary.
Okay, can I get you to respond, Jason? Because essentially what Marilyn is laying out is she's saying some of the tactics that you have put forth are not working. There are still some members of the DNC who feel like, as the main person who's kind of the person that interfaces with members, it's not working effectively. Can you give me 1 minute to explain why you think that it is working so successfully?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, one that I think there's always room for improvement when it comes to communications. I think there's always things that my team can continue to do. We are a small but mighty team. This is a volunteer position, and I treat it like a 40-hour-a-week job, plus then. But for me, it's really been about that constant communication. I wake up every single morning to a couple texts and emails from DNC members with questions, and I work quickly to respond to them as fast as I can, whether it's trying to book their hotel for the upcoming meeting, whether there's a question about a rule, whether they want a list of caucus and councils. So we've been really hyper-focused. My guiding star in everything that I've done since my election as secretary has really been focused on that member engagement. It's really been focused on how do we support and advance the opportunities for DNC members. That's why I'm proud in this race to already have the endorsement of more than 250 DNC members from across the country who believe in what we've been able to do and want to help us continue to do that work. There's still more to do, and that's why I'm ready to continue doing that work.
Okay. Okay, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Look, we got some good news yesterday with the Israel-Hamas agreement to a ceasefire, and each side agreeing to release hostages. Now, the uncommitted movement, which started by progressive Democrats here in Michigan and kind of spread to other places in the Midwest, they were critical of the Biden administration's handling of the situation there. And some of the administration's progressive critics are even giving Donald Trump some of the credit for negotiating the ceasefire agreement. Now, how does the DNC, as you guys are going to be the people who are going to be interfacing with people who may have drifted away from the party, how as secretary are you going to interface with some of the people who may have abandoned the party or maybe stayed home and convince them to come back into the fold? Marilyn, I'm going to give you 2 minutes on that.
So as a leader at the DNC, previously, and I'm also speaking in future tense, I have worked with leaders across the country to engage voters. In 2016, when I was the director of community engagement at the DNC, I had a team of 9 people, and what I charged them with, we are building a house for the nominee. So what I want you to do is go out into the states, and from the state level down to the local level, create tables so that we understand who are the key influencers, whether they're elected officials, activists. But let's bring those individuals together. Let's understand what is needed at the local level, because they're the expert. We're not the expert in the Beltway. The action is not in the Beltway. The action is out in the states on Main Street from what's happening. And so specifically to this particular group that you're referring to, whether they're Arab Americans or Black Americans or Latino Americans who are concerned about what has happened in the community. We need to go talk to them. We need to go talk to the people, not talk at, but talk with the people. And so convene roundtable discussions to allow them to speak and air out their grievances. I live in New Jersey. Paterson has the second largest Arab American community in the state, where I have gone door to door in Paterson. And if I'm a leader here at DNC, will do that again. But I will bring others with me. Whether it's former Senator George Helmy, who was the only Arab American, was at the time the only Arab American in the Senate. Bring a George or Senator Cory Booker or other leaders who are well regarded in the community, and let's have a conversation about what has transpired. I have been to Israel. I understand the threat of security, if you will, for Israelis. So I understand both sides of the issue. When I was in Israel, I saw the Hamas, the Hezbollah come up and approach us. So I understand that the complexities of the issues over there.
That's time, Jason. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to respond to that too. How do you bring folks who kind of drifted and maybe did not vocally support the party from the uncommitted movement? How do you bring them back into the fold here?
Well, I think it starts with empowering our DNC members. They're the trusted boots on the ground in their communities, in their states that people look to. So I think it's making sure our DNC members are informed about what's going on at the party that can help build that trust and transparency, because folks want to trust people locally. They want to trust those that they know, that they might see around. So I think it starts with making sure that our DNC members are truly plugged in and can be those advocates for us, can be those resources, and can then have a two-way communication where they can also report back what they're hearing. But then I think in my particular role as secretary, outside of supporting our DNC members, it's any time that I'm traveling, I love to go and meet with folks and just listen. I like to do roundtables and hear what the thoughts are in their communities, in their networks. It's as we've done bus tours in every every election cycle, which is one of my favorite things. I know it's staffers' worst nightmare with our bus tours, but I love when we get to go and travel the country and just listen to voters, to have frank and honest conversations. And that's something that I look forward to continuing doing. But I think it really does start with our DNC members and making sure that they have the tools and resources so they can be advocates in their community and be that bridge.
Okay. Now, there's also been this discussion. I know you guys are the people who are doing a lot of interfacing, but feeling like the party did not do enough to engage with consultants of color, making sure that they're much more represented on the state level, but also on the national level. Marilyn, I'm going to start with you. Can you give me your 2-minute answer about how you're going to not only help state parties engage with minority-run consultant firms, but your ideas about how to bring them back into the fold to have more influence on the national level as well?
Another good question. During the campaign, I was one of probably 30 African-American in particular consultants who approached the campaign about doing some work on the campaign to help turn the vote, because this election was so important to us, and especially to African-American women who saw the vice president as ourselves, right? Like, most of us have the opportunity to serve in the number 2 spots, and we saw her as we would see ourselves in our professional capacity. And the campaign gave us 30 minutes to have a conversation. We did interviews and introductions, and by the time we were done, we had 8 minutes left. So I understand the frustrations, especially of seasoned professionals, seasoned political operatives. And when I become secretary of the DNC and I'm sitting at that leadership table, I will have a conversation with the chairs about the importance of making sure that we have a diverse group of consultants. But not only with the chairs, I will also engage with our nominee in 2028 to say we got to make space for people of color, consultants who are people of color. We cannot have a repeat of 2024. Again, we cannot do the same things and expect a different outcome. And so I would be an advocate, and I would not be afraid to speak truth to power.
Jason, 2 minutes for you. Can you give me just your answer about how to make this more diverse for the consultant class here?
Yeah, so, I start, in my day job, I run the Wisconsin LGBT Chamber of Commerce, which is really focused on diverse suppliers. We partner with all the other diverse and ethnic chambers in Wisconsin to provide opportunities. And I would take that similar approach to, as Secretary, to continue pushing leadership to be using not only diverse consultants, but I would say diverse vendors up and down to make sure that we are really using our dollars that we are spending with diverse-owned firms. And I think that starts with working with our operations team at the DNC. But then as you talked about state parties, it's about providing opportunities, whether it's through a vendor directory or other resource and tools to allow state parties and campaigns across the country. I know we did it with convention, for example, to find those diverse vendors and suppliers. So I would continue to make sure that we are diversifying where we're spending, making sure that we're providing a database to folks to search so they can find diverse consultants, diverse vendors. And I actually just had a DNC member this week reach out to me. They have an RFP going out for their state caucus, and they said, hey, can you spread this around to others in the DNC? Can you share it with the vendors that you have? We'd like to get as many applicants as possible so that we can really find the right person for this and do diverse. So that's what I'm going to continue to do, is make sure that we're spending our dollars wisely, but make sure that we're working with leadership like the treasurer and other positions to ensure that we are spending them with diverse suppliers. Okay.
We're going to switch gears a little bit too. There are a lot of process questions, obviously, that we got from members. They want to know, can you commit to providing many more minutes and more transparency about how the budget process is taking place and what voters are going to actually vote on? They're saying that there's apparently a pretty opaque process when it comes to what happens at the leadership level. Can you give me 1 minute to explain how you're going to make this much more transparent for the members?
Let me go first?
Jason, yes,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I think I would start with doing what I've already been doing here in this role, and that is continuing to make sure that we are prioritizing transparency for our members, that we are providing the tools and resources that they need. After every single DNC meeting, for example, my office, we've prepared a summary of the meetings to send out to members to say, here's what was discussed at every caucus and council meeting, here's what's happened at the committee meetings, sending out those committee reports, whether they're the reports from the treasurer during those meetings, the national finance chair, reports from the budget and finance committee during the meeting, which is open to DNC members to attend and participate in. So I would continue to help, one, provide that information after a meeting, but continue to answer questions from DNC members as they have them, to continue to prioritize and making sure that we are having the information readily available for members. But I think it starts with working with the treasurer and the chair on that process. And I can commit to making sure that it is transparent, that we answer members' questions and really be a resource for them.
Marilyn, what kind of commitments can you make as far as making the process more transparent for DNC members?
Braxton, I belong to an organization with 17,000 members, with chapters all over the country, including in London. And every member knows what's coming in and what's going out. That should also happen at the DNC. So I would absolutely commit to it. It is unfathomable that the executive committee members do not know how much money came in, do not know who received the money, and do not know where the money went. That's unfathomable. And in 2025, if I'm elected, we're going to fix that, because I'm going to work with the chair, and I know that some people are holding the chairs accountable to committing to doing the same thing. It is long overdue.
Okay. Quickly, Jason, we're going to give you 1 minute to answer this. The party needs a youth infusion. And part of your job, obviously, is making sure you're meeting with DNC members. But how does the DNC get younger? How does it go to compete and get younger people into the party early and not make them kind of wait before they can get some leadership and influence in the party?
Well, as someone who was elected to the DNC when I was 17 years old as one of Wisconsin's 4 committee members, I completely understand. When I came into the DNC in 2004, there were, I think, 5 people under the age of 36, which is how the DNC defines youth. We're now over 30. So we've been doing that work, but there's so much more to do. And I think there's a couple ways that it starts, and specific ways that the secretary can play a role in that. I think it starts with opening up the process around how to run for DNC, what the DNC is, making it more transparent to folks. I think that's a real key in being able to say, how do you run in a state party? How do you get involved? I think the other part of that the secretary has a major responsibility in is around the national convention. My office is responsible for working with state parties to certify all 5,000 convention participants. I sit on the Rules and Bylaws Committee, which reviews each state's delegate selection plans, where in their affirmative action and inclusion goals, I look very closely to see what are the youth goals that they're setting. And we can work very closely with state parties to talk about how to run for delegate, to make that process transparent. Because when people get that bug and they show up at their first convention and they experience that, we've got them. And our convention shows that, but we can do more of that.
Okay. Marilyn, 1 minute. I mean, Jason laid out, using the convention as sort of the carrot to bring people in. But, I mean, that would require waiting till 2028. Is there anything that you can do more immediately to get young people involved in the party and excited?
Let me say this. When I got into the public space, I came in as an intern. When I did my first convention, I did it as a volunteer because I stumbled upon it. But that should not be how this process works for most people. And for those of us who were in college, I worked more than one job, so I didn't have the time to be active in college gyms or YDA. And most kids, especially most kids of color who are paying their way to college, have the same challenges. So it is our responsibility to go to where the students are to bring them into the fold. Go to the schools that are Hispanic serving or Asian serving or African American serving and bring them into the fold and expose them to the process. That is our responsibility. So they don't have to find us. We should find them.
Okay, we're running very low on time, so we're actually going to move to closing statements to make sure we have enough time to get everybody in here. So I believe Jason started, so Marilyn, you're going to get the first crack at closing statements. 30 seconds, please.
As I said, yesterday's DNC cannot be today's DNC. We need to rebuild trust with the 15 million voters who did not vote for us this election cycle. And that starts with changing the leaders at the DNC. When I worked for AFSCME, I learned that the hard work of organizing begins in the streets and not in the suites. And I urge, if you're ready for a change at the DNC, please vote for me. Thank you.
Jason, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you all for the conversation today. And, as we've heard, the Secretary plays a vital role in our party. And I'm really proud of what I've been able to do in this position. But the job isn't done and there's more work to do, and I'm ready to keep working for you, our DNC members. I'm committed to expanding transparency, further modernizing our operations, and making our meetings even more interactive and impactful. I'm so honored to have the support of so many DNC members, and it would be an honor to have your vote to continue serving you as our DNC Secretary. Thank you.
Okay, that is all the time we have with this panel. There are clearly some areas of agreement and some divergence here, but we're going to take another short break, and then my colleagues, Elena Schneider and Holly Otterbein, will be back with they'll be your next moderators for the next panel on DNC chairs, vice chairs, excuse me. Take care.
Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the Democratic National Committee Vice Chair Forum. My name is Elena Schneider. I'm a national political reporter with Politico, and I'm joined by my colleague Holly Otterbein, who's also a national political reporter at Politico. And we are just so thrilled to be here to moderate three, you heard that right, three back-to-back conversations for our vice chair position. So we're going to have three different sessions. First with 7 candidates of vice chairs that you see on stage right now. We're going to have another session with vice chairs after that, and then a third session with our vice chairs for civic engagement and voter protection. So we're going to be up here for a while. It's going to get a little, it could get a little punchy, so it might get a little silly. We're going to try and have a little bit of fun. So we so appreciate the candidates who are up here and joining us today. Before I get started, though, I want to make sure that we remind the candidates of the rules that will be governing this forum. We'll start with 30-second opening statements from each of the candidates, and we'll conclude again with 30-second closing remarks from each of you. We, the moderators, have been given exclusive control over the questions that will be asked this afternoon. Neither DNC staff nor any of the candidates were at all involved in these questions. DNC members from across the region and the country, though, did submit questions, and we've included some of their thoughts into what we will be talking about today. For some of the questions, we're going to ask all of those who are on stage to respond, and for some, we're going to address individual candidates. Candidates will each get 2 minutes to answer questions. We will decide if we follow up and give you all an additional 30 seconds to respond. Crosstalk is not permitted. We have a mute button. Hopefully we won't need to use it. And with that, we're going to get started with 30-second introductions. And we have a list here provided of sort of the order that was set out by a randomizer. And we're going to start with Ms. Free.
Halito, I'm Kaylin Free, Vice Chair candidate for the DNC. Mine is a Democratic story, an American story. I'm a Choctaw woman who grew up on a reservation in Oklahoma. I've dedicated my entire life to fighting for what is right. At the DNC, that means expanding the map, restoring our grassroots, and investing in our infrastructure. I'm running for vice chair of the DNC because I know the only way to earn back the trust of the American people is to listen to them and fight for them, all of them, again. Yakoki.
Thank you, Ms. Free. Ms. Conrad?
We are 4 days away from Trump back in the White House. President Biden made it as clear as possible what the stakes are. The DNC has to be ready to fight back against the oligarchs and the powerful. I'm Shasti Conrad, chair of Washington State. We won every statewide race and grew a legislative majority for the 5th time in a row. Washington, like the Midwest, knows that ideological diversity is a driving force, not a dividing line. I'm asking for your vote for DNC vice chair to lead us back to victory. Thank you.
Ms. Blanco?
Hi, my name is Artie Blanco, born and raised Houston, Texas, and I'm running for vice chair because we got to get back to basics. We know what it means to organize. We know what we need to do to win elections. We just can't be afraid to do it. We need to find voters where they are. We need to develop the message that we're reaching to the bread and butter issues for the families that really do care and want to make policy happen to help people. We believe in people over profits, and we need to continue to get back to our organizing roots. That's why I'm running for vice chair.
Mr. Paolino?
Hi, I'm Joe Paolino. I'm from Providence, Rhode Island. You know, right now, none of us are happy right now. We don't belong in Detroit. We should be preparing for an inauguration in Washington right now. But it gets down to the basics, and we missed it. It's all about the kitchen table, about issues that we talk about every single day. The party got away from us, and we got to get back to the middle. We can't push people out. We have to invite people in from all parts of the party. We have all different thoughts. So I'm here running because I think it's time we get back to the middle so that we can start winning again.
Mr. Frisch?
Hi, Adam Frisch, two-time House candidate. Outperformed the top of the ticket by 8 points and 5 points over my last 2 races. For someone who hates the money in politics, I seem to be pretty good at raising it. I was the second biggest fundraiser in the entire country after Speaker-to-be Hakeem Jeffries raised $17 million. We used to win 50% of rural America. We're down to 10% now. And I have a project 225, which is I want 225 members of the House to be a floor, not a ceiling. Speaker Jeffries in 26.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Hi, I'm Chris Jones. In the last forum, I shared that I was a seventh-generation Arkansan, an ordained minister, a rocket scientist, and an urban planner. What I did not share was that I cut my teeth in politics on Deval Patrick's gubernatorial campaign. I also did not share that I spent the last 5 years helping to rebuild the Arkansas Democratic State Party with fundraising, launching dormant county parties, launching student Young Dem parties on college campuses, and I believe that we have done the hard work, and I'm asking for your vote for DNC Vice Chair because the work doesn't start in Arkansas.
Mr. Hogg.
My name is David Hogg, and I'm here because I know what it's like to be from a state where it's told that where change is impossible and to create it. After Parkland, my classmates and I organized, and it wasn't by being afraid to talk about the hard to talk about issues. It was by leading on them, talking about the NRA, taking on the NRA, and I want to get our party back to winning. And I think the way that we do that is we lead boldly and we show people who we are. We don't do it through talking points or focus groups, but we're just authentic, and we need to deliver for them. In the past cycle, I've raised over $11 million for young Democrats running for state legislature and Congress, and I've done that here in the Midwest as well, from Ohio all the way to Stevens Point, Wisconsin, and everywhere in between.
Thank you.
Thank you. This first question is for everyone on stage, so let's go down the line one more time. There is no specific portfolio for a vice chair that is outlined by the DNC. So how will you define the role as vice chair? In your answer, please name one specific policy or change you would want to make as vice chair. We don't want platitudes. We don't want to hear you'll meet voters where they are. Please give one specific idea. And if we don't hear one, we might ask again. And let's start again with Ms. Free.
I was born and raised on a farm in rural Oklahoma. I fed cows, I hauled hay, I went to college, and I worked nights at a convenience store making donuts, going to school the next day smelling like the donuts I'd made the night before. I understand the struggles of American people. We lost this election because we didn't reach out to rural Americans. We talk about losing Pennsylvania. Well, guess what? There's rural parts in every state in this country. We have to start listening, and we have to start recognizing that it is the working class men and women across America that this party has been ignoring. As vice chair of the DNC, I will insist that we focus our resources on talking and listening to the American people. That is the only way we are going to win. I graduated from law school owing over $100,000 in student debt. I went to Washington, D.C. and worked at the Department of Justice for $27,000 a year. I was there for 10 and a half years. I prosecuted corporate polluters all over America for polluting our air, our land, and our water. I went back to Oklahoma, and I was the first Native American woman and the first woman elected district attorney in southeastern Oklahoma. I have been winning races in rural America all for the last 20 years. I started an organization called Indians List, where I recruited and trained Native Americans to run for office. I helped elect the first Native American to the Washington State Senate, the first Native American to the Pennsylvania State House, the first Native American woman to win statewide in Montana, the first openly gay man to serve in the Oklahoma State House, who later became an openly gay man in the state Senate. We must talk to people, but more importantly, we must listen to people, and that's what we need to do in the DNC.
Thank you, Ms. Free. Ms. Conrad?
Yes. So I've talked a bit about, I've already had this conversation with several of the chair candidates, because it really is the chair who gets to set sort of what our portfolios are. But I do think that diversity is incredibly important, and I bring a couple of points to this table for different diverse backgrounds. Number one, I come from the West. I live in the West. I am in Washington State. I'm as far away from the other Washington as one can be. And we have not always had representation from the West at the DNC. And so I think it's incredibly important that we have someone who is in the region who will be able to be there for our other fellow Western states to make sure that they're getting surrogates, that they're getting the support that they need, that their voice is being heard. I'm also a blue state, and I do think that's important that blue states do. I know it sounds silly, but I do think that sometimes blue states get overlooked. We're we're seen as an ATM, and I do think that we have a lot more to offer, and I want to make sure that that perspective is being brought forward. Also, as a state party leader, I think it's incredibly important to be able to stand up for and advocate for the state parties, for all red states, blue states, and everything in between. We need to make sure that they are being invested in, and I will be sure to fight for that. I'm also the first South Asian woman to lead a state party in the entire country. The AAPI community is the fastest growing demographic in this country. It's also where we lost. That community needs to have better engagement from us so that we are not losing more and more voters to Trump and to Republicans. And so we've got to make sure that there is an Asian representative that's a part of the leadership team. In terms of specific policies, I do think that accountability and transparency is incredibly important. I do believe that the chairs, we're all going through this process. I want to make sure that the promises that are made are promises kept, and that DNC members feel like they can come to us as vice chairs and make sure that the chairs are listening to them, that they're being heard from their states. And I sort of see that as both an up and a down. I will be a listening ear, but also a guiding voice for the chairs, and I will also do the same for DNC members.
Thank you. Ms. Blanco.
Holly, love the question. I worked at the DNC from 2005 to 2008. I was the Southwest Political Director under Howard Dean's watch when we created the State Partnership Project. And part of that program, not only did we create the SPP program, but we also developed the Vote Builder. It was the first time we were creating a national voter file for all states to participate in and provide that to state parties to help run better elections or tighter elections or data-driven elections. One of the things that I believe is investment has continued into our state parties. That never really stopped. There may be a pause, but we brought it back and continued investment has happened. But what has been missing is the partnership part of the SPP program. And I believe that the strategy and the work that is happening on the ground is not coming back into the building, thereby letting our national candidates know and our national campaigns what is actually on the minds of voters in these states. When I was in that role, I remember I worked with the executive directors of my region. I had regular calls with those organizers. We talked through actual programmatic items that they could do to win elections in their states. That's what I want to bring back. And I will say to the DNC, so my experience of 25 years of running campaigns in all regions of the country, I know I can take this on. Now, I will also say, being in D.C. doesn't mean you see the Democratic Party operating without a state party lens. I have always had a state party lens. After the 2008 election, I joined the Colorado team and was part of Obama's team there. But after 2008, I decided, let me pause, let me take a break. And that's when I answered Senator Reid's call to go to Nevada and run a year-round, door-to-door program, getting Latino voters to register to vote and to turn on and educate them on the issues. That's my platform.
Thank you. Mr. Paolino.
Hi, three things I want to try to do as vice chair. Number one, history repeats itself. And back in the 1980s, when Mondale and Dukakis lost, a lot of Democrats felt that they had to get back to the center, and they created the Democratic Leadership Council. And that became the backbone for Bill Clinton getting elected back in 1992. Now, Clinton was a big tent guy, but he understood the problems that the party had, and they had to move to the center, and they did that. So that's number one. The second thing I want to do is legislatures. We have to help the states, because Trump was looking back in 2020 that if the election went back to the states, they controlled the legislatures. And if we're not doing that now, if we're not putting cartilage on the political bone that we have, we could get caught again, and I don't want to see that take place. The third thing is that the Democratic Party has a wonderful partnership with labor, and that will always continue. That's the backbone of our party. But we need to reach out to business also, and we need to bring back the relationships that business has with the Democratic Party and also with labor, and see how we can try to find common ground with each other. I don't know why we need to tie our hands behind our backs when it comes to fundraising and let the Republicans be able to raise money legally, however they want to do it, but we say, oh no. Oh, no. And we end up sometimes talking as if we're talking to college professors all the time. We got to start talking back to the common person when it comes to fundraising, when it comes to partnership, and when it comes to putting together practical politics again.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch.
Holly and Lena, thanks for the question and being here. Three things. One, we need to reinvigorate the rural initiative of the Democratic Party. We need to get literally back on the road. For someone who spent the last 3 years, 25 days a month on the road, in a district bigger than the entire state of Pennsylvania, 75,000 miles, I can tell you that I can bring something to that table of showing up and how important that is, and that's something that the party needs to get back at doing. Two, there are a dozen overperformers over the past couple of cycles that have outrun the top of the ticket by 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 points. And some of these people ended up winning and some of them ended up losing. And it's unfathomable that no one from the DCCC, the DSC, the DNC has called them up and said, how did you do that? And so I want to put together a board, if you will, of 12 people that have overperformed in rural, urban, suburban areas and try to figure out what can be replicated and what can be scaled up for other people to do that. Third, we need to figure out how to empower our county commissioners and our county chairs and our county parties as well as our state parties, because 99.5% of the people that vote are all going to come in contact with their friends and their neighbors and their churchgoers. They're not going to be trying to figure out, no matter what wonderful people are at the DNC level in the DC area. And so we need to figure out how to get back to that local conversation. And I can just tell you from being on the road all the time that the great thing is 80% of us agree on 80% of the same stuff. Economic opportunity for ourselves and for our kids, good safe schools, good safe neighborhoods. The problem is we need to fight back, and it's not a political, but there is that angertainment industry out there that really tries to figure out where the division is. And I can tell you, the more time you spend in these communities talking to people, there's a possibility with sincerity and authenticity to bring people together. Not on everything, but to a point enough to build a winning coalition. And we need to win, win, win.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thank you for the question. I see 4 key areas to focus in on, and I'll go over them and then dig a little deeper, because they are grounded in stories. I'll tell you, I spent during the campaign, I traveled to all 75 counties in Arkansas multiple times, worked with with the county parties and engaging with folks. And these are some things that came up that are critically important. 1, building bridges. 2, recruiting at the local level. 3, local level modernization. And 4, addressing misinformation. And I'll take those, but I want to frame this in a context of the mantra that budgets are moral documents. If you show me your budget, I'll tell you what you value. And I think we start by understanding that in order to do these things, we have to invest at the state level, and early investment and continuous investment. We have to invest explicitly and intentionally in our young Dems and in our caucuses. And once we do that, then we can do things like recruiting. So during the course of my campaign, and especially after, I worked with the party, and through our efforts, we initiated something called Nominate Your Neighbor, where neighbors were saying, I want Adam to run for office because I believe he would represent me. That allowed us to have the largest class of state legislative candidates in over a decade in Arkansas. So that is important, number 1. Number 2, I think building bridges. Not everyone is going to show up at 7 p.m. for a county party meeting or a state party meeting or show up on the weekend. And that's okay. Support the ones who do, but those that don't, provide a bridge. Go to their communities, go to local events. And last thing I'll say is I went to a local event, and there they said the last time we saw a Democrat was Bill Clinton. And there was one man named Mr. Fault. And Mr. Fault was a retired military man who was almost homeless at the end of every month. And he looked at me and he said, if you all are doing this, please, if you get power, do not forget about me. That's what Americans are asking us, to not forget about them.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg.
Sorry. I've had many conversations, as many people on this stage have had, with a lot of people. I'm sure some of you are tired of getting calls at this point. But one of the most remarkable things that I've seen from this is that there's a lot of discussion about diversity in the DNC. There's a lot of discussion about inclusion, and that's all very important. But what we're not talking about is why can't we include the people that are already part of the DNC a lot of the time? And that goes down to talking about the travel expenses of being a member and the major financial hurdle it is not only for our indigenous people, but also our young people, our people on fixed incomes, and people with disabilities. Our organization is raising tens of millions of dollars a year, claiming to be an equitable organization, when I'm talking to young people who literally have to start GoFundMes to be able to be a participant in this organization because they're in high school. That's not acceptable, and we need to change that. And I think if you're making under $100K a year as a member of this organization, we should cover your travel if we truly want to claim to be an equitable organization. Financial obstacles should not exist for our members. On top of that, we need to build more sustainability for our young Dems and our college Dems and our high school Dems to fund them so that there isn't just a boom and bust cycle of new youth groups coming up every cycle. We need new approaches, but we need sustainability. We need a passing down of institutional knowledge. We need budget transparency, and we need more sustainable funding for our red states. This organization was one of the most uniquely well-positioned to start funding those states and winning them back. And I also think that we need somebody who understands Gen Z. When I was at the executive committee meeting in the audience, Molly, our pollster, you know the first thing she brought up of why we lost? 18 to 29-year-old voters. You know who I didn't see a single person of in that room? Somebody under 30. We can spend all the money that we want, but if we don't have people in the room because the financial barriers are there and we don't have them included in our organization, we need them there. We need people who understand disinformation because they've lived it. I've been the target of disinformation campaigns, and I have overcome it. We can talk about it all we want. It is personal for me. My house has been swatted because of it. My family has been threatened because of it. I have continued to go through that baptism by fire because I believe in the future of this party and the future of this country, and I know if we end gun violence, we will win a generation for a lifetime and their parents as well. We just need the courage to do it. That's why I'm running to be your vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. This question is also for everyone. In 2024, you all lost the popular vote. You lost all 7 swing states. Something clearly went wrong. Please name one specific thing you think Democrats should have done differently in 2024. And let's go down the line again, this time starting with Mr. Hogg.
Well, for one, when I'm talking to voters around the country, I knocked doors across states around the country this cycle. And there was one young man that I talked to who was about 20 years old when I knocked on his door. And I explained to him who our candidate was, that she supported abortion rights and gun safety and everything else she was fighting for. But you guys know what the first question he asked me was? What corporations are funding her campaign? That was the first question he asked me. People, we care about the American people, we do, but the American people do not think we care about them. They don't think that we listen to them, they don't think we care for them, and they don't think we deliver for them. Because even when we do, we don't do a good enough job of explaining what the hell we're doing for them. That's why we're seeing Republicans show up at ribbon-cutting ceremonies for the very bridges they voted against funding in the infrastructure bill. We need to become better storytellers because, unfortunately, it is not enough just to do the work, because if we just do the work but we don't tell a good story about it, the disinformation from the Republicans and others will fill that gap for us. On top of that, we need to listen to people. When I talk to people, when I was in college and I joined the shooting club, where you can imagine I was very popular, right? What I realized more than anything is that there aren't so much people that disagree with us as much as there are that people that feel like we don't care about them, that we don't hear them, that we don't respect them. If we actually listen to them, though, there's a lot that we can do, because there's a long history in this country of rural populism, for example. We need to be talking about things like right to repair. We need to be talking about that, whether or not that's a 20-year-old who can't afford to update their iPhone, but it's getting slowed down, or the farmer who can't get his tractor fixed because John Deere and Big Ag is making it impossible for him to do that, and connect those two issues. And we need to realize, too, that we're in a crisis right now as a country, a care crisis that is going to squeeze Gen Z in particular, and we need to be there to deliver for them. Right after the DNC, I had to go and take care of my dying father, who was in hospice. And the only reason why my family didn't go bankrupt because of his care that was $19,000 a month is because he didn't live long enough for us to go bankrupt. No family should have to make a spreadsheet of how long they can afford to keep their family members alive. And we need a party that simply meets people where they're at and listens to them. It doesn't pay consultants to shove their fingers in our ears even further so they can get bigger cuts of their TV contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Mr. Jones.
You know, I think we can all agree that you can't narrow it down to one particular thing, but it's an important question to ask. And when I think about the context of what happened in 24, I'll start with stating that it started before 2024. And it goes back decades. And with our lack of showing up in places where we used to have a stronghold, assuming that folks were on our side, and or just putting our investments in certain areas and not in places like Arkansas, not in the South, not in the Midwest. So if we had shown up over the years, then we would have been able to address the second issue, which is misinformation. The scale at which misinformation flies, the pace at which it flies is massive, and the scale is massive. I've talked with folks who said, you're a great guy, you're wonderful, you're amazing, but you're a Democrat, and you all eat babies and worship Baal. And they said it with a straight face. Part of that is because we don't fight and combat misinformation, which leads to the other point, is that one of the reasons we don't is because we missed the mark on understanding the context. The ground shifted, the context shifted, and we were asking people to go out on a limb and defend democracy when they were saying to themselves, what has democracy done for me? And part of what we have to do is understand where people are, and you do that by showing up and meeting them where they are, and you do that by investing in state parties, by investing in local parties, by investing in candidates across the board. Yes, there are candidates who will win in a particular election, but there are also candidates who will level the playing field and soften the ground to win in a future election. And that's why we have to invest everywhere all the time.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. 1996, Bill Clinton won a majority of the rural counties in the country, 2,000 rural counties. He won 50% of them. Barack Obama wins 25%. President Biden wins 10%, and I think Vice President Harris is going to win 8% of the rural counties. 20 big cities, Aspen and Martha's Vineyard. That's what's left of the Democratic Party these days. We need to figure out how to have real conversations because people are liking our issues. 25 states just implemented minimum wage increases, and including a lot of red ones. Reproductive rights, which is super important to me as a father, as a son of an OBGYN, hats off to Jenna and people in Kansas and Ohio that are voting for things. When it comes to the people, and who can't like Chris, but they like our policies, they stumble with the people and the brand. And we need to figure out, and I've said this a lot over many years, pride and dignity trump pocketbook issues all day long. Pride and dignity trump pocketbook issues all day long, as important as pocketbook issues are. And I can't tell you, we cannot get into the conversation about we show up with cookbooks, the Republicans show up with brownies. We need sincere brownies. We need to be able to show up and have these conversations. And the ears go off to a lot of these voters because they just don't think that their way of life is something that we honor or respect. And you can't get into a 1,500-page farm bill that can be economically advantageous to farmers and ranchers, diverse farmers and ranchers all over the country, when we are not treating the people with respect and openly and honestly. And so these are the conversations that you learn and confirm after driving 75,000 miles. And this party needs to figure out how to get back to the pride and dignity conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Powell.
I think there's three things that did it. Number one, we ignored the economy. We ignored high interest rates, ignored the cost of housing, ignored the price of milk and bread and gasoline. And we forgot the basics of what takes place every single day in a person's kitchen at their kitchen table. The basics. It's common sense. And we ignored it. Bill Clinton said once, he said, if there's a pink elephant sitting on a fence and you're in somebody's office and you're just having a conversation, pretty soon somebody's going to say, why is that pink elephant over there? And if you don't do it, then there's something wrong. Well, we forgot that. We forgot the basics of what politics and campaigns are all about. The second thing is I'm a baseball fan, and there's a reason why you have spring training. That's to condition you to get ready for the season. And then you get into the season to get ready for the postseason and hopefully the World Series. Kamala Harris didn't have that opportunity. And you can't win an election in 120 days. It doesn't work. This other guy's been out there for 12 years campaigning. And he's been out there every single day. And he gave the illusion that he cared about the person's problems. And we were talking about wedge issues through this campaign. And the third thing is you can't win an election just by saying he's a bad guy, he's no good, he thinks you're eating cats and dogs, and you go on and on and on. You don't win an election just by saying he's a bad guy. You got to be standing for something, and that was the economy. And when we ignored the economy, of ignoring that, people not feeling that we felt their pain, they went with the other guy. And I think that's why he won. Those are the three areas that I look at why we lost this race.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Blanco.
Yes. Listening, authenticity, and time. Listening. When I went canvassing in Allentown, Pennsylvania, I spoke to a wife of a union member. And she let me know that she was hesitant, right? I'm knocking on a door. This is our union labor program. We are talking to our members and their families door to door. And in the conversation, she tells me about her husband's plant. It may be closing. They're trying to figure it out. But I knew the union, and I said, but Biden has saved your pensions. In fact, Vice President Kamala Harris voted to ensure that those pensions were going to be saved, including your husband's. And part of the conversation, she was like, I didn't realize that. So we're having the conversation, being authentic about the conversation that I'm having and listening to her. The other thing that she mentioned was, I almost didn't open the door for you because there were two other volunteers from the party, and they literally started yelling at me because I didn't agree with them that it was just about abortion rights. And she's like, I agree, I should be able to make the choice for myself. But that wasn't the number one priority for her in making her decision. It was her family's priority, right? Kitchen table issues and time. When we go back and look, and I cannot wait till we get the data, because I'm that data organizer that's always looking, people had already made up their mind who they were voting for over 40 days before the election. So when someone says a 100-day campaign, we're already behind. The great thing is that a lot of states are allowing people to vote early and early. So guess what? That means we have to go out early and early, which is why year-round organizing is important. Talking about issues and getting to know our communities before we run elections and having Democrats reach out to them to think of the policies, we've got to be able to be out there year-round having those conversations.
A follow-up question for you and Joe, because you both mentioned the shortened campaign frame. Should President Joe Biden have dropped out earlier to enable Vice President Harris more time to campaign? 30 seconds for each of you.
I'll just say, I'm not going to do a hindsight 2020 kind of situation because I've always supported my president, Joe Biden. We share in the same faith and the same values about pulling a soul of who we really are and what the soul of the Democratic Party is. So I'm not going to play that hindsight 2020. We can all say different things. Would it have helped? Probably. If we would have had a conversation, maybe. But I don't really have an opinion on that, I guess.
I have an opinion, yeah. He should have gotten out earlier, should have gotten out a year ago, because he campaigned as a transitional candidate, and he did his job. He did a great job there. Number one, he got rid of Trump, and two, he put together some great legislation, and he got some things done. But if he got out a year earlier, then there could have been a primary, and we could have gone through that vetting process, and everybody could have had spring training.
Just a show of hands, does anyone else who hasn't answered agree with him?
Well, I was the first candidate in the country to ask for President Biden with respect to pass the torch 4 days after that election, which certainly caused a lot of phone calls to come in, and not very happily. But to me, it was an obvious thing, and we needed to make sure that we had spring training. It's a good example, Joe, about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hogg.
So I met with the president in the Oval Office about 1.5 years before the election. And at that point, we weren't really having this conversation yet about his cognitive state and others in the media. And I think that this, broadly speaking, is more emblematic of a problem we have within the party, where anybody who did say, like Adam mentioned, anybody who did say that he needed to step aside or thought that he did, even with respect, was immediately ostracized. And it was a huge problem for the party. We are not a cult. We should not be a cult. We need to embrace the fact that there's a diversity of opinions here and not hate other people for having those diverse opinions, because increasingly we are becoming a party of subtraction and not addition. And we need to not tell voters not to believe their eyes or their pocketbooks. That's why we lost this election. We told them, no, prices are not too high. Look at the GDP. Look at all these other countries. And we said, don't look at President Biden. He's not too old. Don't believe your eyes.
Thank you. And Ms. Conrad, I think I saw your hand up as well.
I was just going to say, look, as a state party chair, my job is to make sure that we are supporting the candidates that we have from the top of the ticket all the way down. And so that's what we were doing. But certainly it would have been helpful to have more time to be able to tell our story, to have diversity of opinion and background, to be able to talk about what Democrats stand for so that people could feel like they had chosen who was going to lead in this campaign. And so, yes, it would have been helpful. But at the same time, our job as a party is to support the president. And until he made that decision, we needed to do that. And then as soon as that switch happened, we were the first state party to come out alongside California to endorse Kamala Harris, and we were ready to go.
Thank you. And you can go ahead and answer the original question. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. So look, I think on paper, the investment in the battleground states sounded smart. It sounded strategic. That's where we needed to put the most resources to make sure that we were winning in those states that we believed were the closest that we could flip. Clearly, that didn't work. And no matter whether you are a red state or a blue state, you felt like you were not being treated with respect. It felt like you were either being used or you were being forgotten and left behind, and that people didn't believe in you. And so we needed to make sure that we were making those investments in a true 57 state and territory strategy. That really, truly would have made the difference. I also think with messaging, look, you said, everybody lost. In Washington State, I know I'm a broken record here, but we won. We won all of our statewides. We won all of our congressional incumbents back. We grew our majorities. And I don't have to talk about what I did. I can talk about what I'm doing. And what I'm doing right now is running a year-round organizing program. There are no such thing as off years. We have to build the bench every single year so that we are ready. We are ready when it's time. And when the Republicans fumble, which they will, we know the chaos that is coming. We know the mistakes. We know they will marginalize all of our people. We have to be ready to capitalize on that. We have to be ready to answer with organizing, with messaging and investment to be able to fight back and actually deliver. We have to be ready for the midterms, and we have to be ready for 2028, but the years in between matter. We have 2 big governor races this year in Virginia and New Jersey. Those are opportunities to innovate. Those are opportunities to test messaging. Those are opportunities to see what is resonating in community. And we have to be ready to do that work right now.
Thank you. Ms. Free.
We lost our party when we allowed the Republicans to start winning in down ballot races years ago, and we did not challenge them. We are losing people of color, which has been the backbone of our party for decades. We're losing working men and women, which has been the backbone of our party for decades. This last cycle, I helped elect the first African-American mayor in the city of Tulsa, a 41-year-old state legislator. I'm the DNC National Committee woman for Oklahoma. I went against the establishment. I went against the establishment who was endorsing a 71-year-old white woman who had been a county commissioner. We were told it's not your time. It's not time to elect an African American. There's no way Democrats and Republicans in Oklahoma and in Tulsa will elect an African American. Very few people believed that Monroe Nichols could win. I knew he could win. After we got to the November race and we cleared out a field and we were in a runoff, I've raised over $25 million for candidates in my party. I'm a prolific fundraiser. I know how to raise money. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to do an independent expenditure for Monroe Nichols. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. You know why? Because he was African American, it was Oklahoma, and no one cared. I started calling the DNC. I was knocking on doors. I was calling people begging for money, and those doors were slammed in my face because no one cared. I ended up raising $607,000 for my friends in Union friends and others, but not with the help of the DNC. And 2 months ago, I saw Monroe Nichols take his oath of office 103 years after the Greenwood Massacre. That's how we rebuild our party.
All right, thank you, Ms. Free. So we're going to do a couple questions just with a few candidates, so we'll mention you before we start the questions. So this one goes to Mr. Hogg, Ms. Conrad, and to Ms. Blanco. One of the biggest roles that the DNC is going to have in the next few years is deciding the early window, the calendar for the early window, which will define the Democratic presidential primary. You all will have a role, presumably, in advising the chair and how they move forward with that process. And so we would be curious to hear from the three of you. Should South Carolina remain the first early voting state? And what should Democrats do about New Hampshire, given its state law mandating that it be the first primary state? Mr. Hogg.
Well, I think this really is a conversation that we have to have with the chair, depending on who they are. I do believe that South Carolina should remain that first state. Black women are the core of the Democratic Party, and we cannot forget that. And we need to make sure that we're not leaving the South out of this conversation either. It's where our party really started from. We have a long history of, helping to advance civil rights throughout the party, and we need to make sure that we're not leaving any segment of the country out of this conversation, and that includes during the primary process. Obviously, that's one of the main roles of this committee, but I think one of the difficulties with this question is it really depends on who the chair is, how much of a voice we even get in that conversation at all with them. But I'll tell you this much, I have talked with a lot of the chairs, obviously, about the role of the vice chair and making sure that we're an active participant in that. What I'll say as well is I think that we need to make sure that we're not letting, self-interested parties have too much of a say in that conversation, specifically the consultants of the party. And I think one of the best ways that we can help address that is growing our small dollar fundraising so that we aren't as reliant on major donors or corporations, frankly. And I have the experience to do that. I've raised over $11 million in the past cycle to help young people run for state legislature around the country, including in states like Arkansas, including states like Wisconsin, Ohio, and elsewhere. And I know that the importance of this primary process is, one, it's important that we have one in the first place, which I think goes to some of the conversations earlier. But yeah, I think it's really a point of conversation that has to be had with whoever the chair is.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Ms. Conrad?
So I became a state party chair just about 2 years ago to the day, and my very first meeting was the vote on the primary calendar. And so I literally was elected on Saturday and turned around and it was pretty well already sort of defined and decided. And I looked to my DNC members and they said, do what they tell you to do. And I think that is a part of the problem with the DNC a little bit, is that we do need a little bit of room to make sure that we are making data-driven decisions, that we are making sure that we are engaging with those states, with those communities, to make sure that folks are ready and that this is what we should do. I certainly was thrilled that there was the change that we moved South Carolina up, because I think having Southern representation and a majority, black majority state was incredibly important to be at the front. I do hope that we sort of see continue of some shifting so that those resources that are spent on early states does move around to different states. We need to make sure that they are ready for that, and that we are also regionally supporting those states and getting some of that attention out into those states that are around those to protect them and also to support them as we make the case to win over more and more folks.
Okay, Ms. Blanco?
Yes. So I have been on the DNC representing the state of Nevada, specifically because of the early window. And Nevada and South Carolina were added in 2006 to the early window calendar, and that was in 2008. The first time we had an expanded calendar. Historically, we've always selected small states, and there's a reason why we've selected small states. It leaves room for retail politics. When you think about the 1992 primaries, and I'll just talk about it because it was the first primary I voted in, and Bill Clinton was seen, the Governor Clinton was seen as an obscure sort of Southern governor, not sure where he was going to land. But because of the retail politics and the participation and the work that he did, he was able to propel himself. However, the issue was in 2006 that we were looking at is that diversity. We know that in order to win, we have to have a coalition of voters that represent what America looks like. That's what we need to focus on, which is why Nevada is a great state and continues to be in that early window. And reasoning is that we want to make sure that talk about spring training, which by the way, I love baseball. Talk about spring training. That's what this opportunity gets us. If those early states are battleground states, then our candidates for president can actually test out those coalitions and building those coalitions and those messaging and really hear from voters from battleground states that they're going to have to come back to win for the general election. So that's where all of this really kind of matches out. So I'm going to talk about the calendar process in a sense of how does this give us a candidate that allows candidates that may not have a lot of money or resources to spend on television, but have the ganas and the gusto to do the retail politics and the retail campaigning to build that coalition to win in a general election. And having battleground states in that early window does make a difference.
Thank you.
This question is for Mr. Paolino and Mr. Frisch. This question also came from a DNC member. And before I actually ask it, we are running low on time, so if you could keep your remarks short, you'll officially have 2 minutes, but if you could make it 1 minute, I would really love that. With the erosion of support from working class voters of all stripes, what will you do to ensure that the Democratic Party becomes the party of working people?
Well, isn't that going to be, excuse me?
Yeah.
Isn't that going to be our candidates? Remember, we're a political party trying to help win elections. It's the candidates that come out with their policies and their programs of what they're campaigning on. We have always been the party of the working person, but quite frankly, this year, we got hijacked. Trump hijacked our message and our issue. He hijacked our patriotism. He hijacked representing the working family. He even hijacked our faith, saying that we didn't believe in God and that only he did. Last time I checked, the only time he goes to church is at someone's funeral. But to be representative of the working person, working with labor, getting good labor jobs is important, but I do believe it's important that you bring business to the table. You can't ignore business. They work hand in hand together.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you for highlighting what I've and others have been talking about for a really long time. Some of these counties that are majority working class paycheck to paycheck, they've had a 40-point swing in the past 15 years. It's unbelievable. And again, I'm not sure. I do not think that's up to the candidates, but I do not think the issues that we want to focus on are our problems. We need to figure out, again, I cannot say this enough after doing a 75,000-mile focus group, how important pride and dignity and listening and understanding and respecting where people are coming from is really, really, really important. And once you can build trust and authenticity with voters, and whether it's one-on-one or in some type of union hall or something like that, you can understand them. But we just have not been treating a lot of people with the respect and dignity that I think we used to look for. And let's remember, it's a very, very diverse racial as well as educational as well as for jobs. And we just need to continue to figure out how to listen before we start preaching.
Thank you. So again, we're going to try and keep it tight on time, so try to keep your answers here at the very end short. But the last question is going to go to Mr. Jones and Ms. Free. We're in Michigan, home to 200,000 Arab American voters. This was the center of the uncommitted movement this year that was pushing President Joe Biden to do more on the war on Gaza. A Guardian post-election analysis found that Kamala Harris earned 22,000 fewer votes in these heavily Arab American communities, while Donald Trump picked up about 9,000 votes. What did Democrats get wrong about how they approached the Arab American community, and what would you do to rebuild that relationship now? So, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Before I answer, I want to quickly say to the question about President Biden and whether he should have left, yes. And if he was going to leave, he should have stepped out earlier because it allows us to do two things. One, it would have allowed us to set the terms of the engagement. And two, it would have allowed us to build for the race, to activate unions and to engage in rural areas that hadn't seen us for a while. Now to your question about the Muslim community, we missed the mark. Part of the reason we missed the mark was because we didn't show up and engage, because we avoided certain issues. We're talking about President Clinton, and I've had multiple conversations with him, and one of the things he told me early on was that there will be 5 issues that are hot topics, and the consultants will tell you to only engage on 3. Don't do it. Engage on all of them. Tell people what you believe, tell people where you stand, and establish that trust. And even if they disagree with you, that will be better in the long term. We didn't do that with the student protest. We didn't do that with the Muslim community. And as a result, they didn't trust us. And as a result, they stayed home. So,
Thank you. Ms. Free?
I agree with what my neighbor from Arkansas said. We're neighbors, Oklahoma and Arkansas. This is about winning elections. The DNC's job is to put resources in place so that our candidates can win. And we know that we had a very abbreviated campaign cycle here. Vice President Kamala Harris started out way behind the 8 ball in this race with 100 days to campaign. She didn't have the time, unfortunately, to build those relationships. And it's about talking to people and earning their trust. And so our job at the DNC is to position our candidates with the best opportunities they have to win, and to also listen to people. And when folks feel like, whether it's from the Muslim community, the Israeli community, working men and women, people of color, youth, when they feel like they're not being listened to, when they feel like their vote doesn't matter, it's much easier for them to stay home and much easier for them to not engage. And our job at the DNC is to make sure that we are listening to them, that they understand that their vote is important to us and that their concerns are important to us.
Thank you, Ms. Free. So we so appreciate you guys helping us out on the time there. Candidates, we are now nearing the conclusion of this forum. You have 30 seconds to make your closing remarks, and so we're going to return to the randomized order here for how that will run. So we're going to start and go in sort of reverse order here. Mr. Hogg.
We need to get back to listening to people. I don't know how else to say it. We need to stop paying the consultants to shove their fingers even further in our ears and act like we can't hear people, because it comes off as condescending and wrong. We need to meet people where they're at. Even if it means that our consultants can't make as much money by getting somebody on a podcast, for example, we need to have them on there. And we need to make sure that as a party, we don't treat the working class as a monolith or Gen Z as a monolith. We saw a 20-point shift to the right of young people this cycle, guys. We cannot win if we don't win back young people. That's why I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
We're living under Trump 2.0, and in Arkansas, we know something about that. It's a mix of incompetence, meanness, grift, and arrogance. And a friend recently shared that with me, that the country is at a massive turning point, and it's unclear which direction we're going to go in. We either eat the rich and democracy collapses, or the masses accept it and break under the boot of plutocracy. I believe we can create another way, a better way. But we don't create a better way without a National Democratic Party that shows up everywhere all the time, that fights misinformation on every front, and that utilizes at every level technology. I'm asking for your vote for DNC chair because I believe we can create a better way, and I want to help make it so.
Mr. Frisch.
Thank you both for good questions here, and thanks for the DNC staff. I have a pretty unique experience spending so many miles, so much time on the road, talking to the exact type of communities that we need to try to earn our trust back. And actually being right off the campaign trail is very helpful to make sure that we find those candidates, because there are some bad consultants and there's some good ones, but we need candidate-led campaigns and not consultant-led campaigns. And that's something that I think is really, really important to win our party. And again, Project 225, we need Speaker Jeffries in 26, and then we build from there.
Thank you. Mr. Paolino.
The definition of insanity is doing something over and over again, thinking you're going to get a different result. We've got to make some changes. And the party this year with our messaging did not work. And we got to get back to the center, get back to our basics, get back to the kitchen table, and talk about matters that are affecting the American citizen every single day, no matter what part of this country you're from. So our job is to try to give the tools to the states from the ground up, work it out, let the candidates set policy, and let's try to see if we can be in Washington 4 years from now at a nice celebration.
Thank you. Ms. Blanco.
I'm a first-generation Mexican-American, second-generation union member activist, and second-generation Democrat. My values are all of our values, and I believe that we need to continue to do year-round organizing, engaging voters in hard-to-reach places, and delivering a message of authenticity after listening to what the voters need. Being a DNC vice chair is a volunteer job, but I'm going to be committed full-time and ready to roll up my sleeves to get to work.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad?
My name is Shasti Conrad, and I'm asking for your vote because I have shown that Democrats can win even in challenging circumstances. We have done it by investing in party infrastructure, organizing year-round, and showing that progressive policies truly benefit people's lives. This work is deeply personal. My mom died 1 month away from retirement, working a union job for health insurance, waiting for a kidney transplant that never came. We have to fight for people like my mom, and I hope you will choose me to be a part of that fight. Thank you.
Ms. Free.
I have a record of raising money and winning in places the DNC and consulting class have ignored. I know the challenges working Americans face. I've been a working American. We must show up and listen to every community, no matter how small. To rebuild our party, we must connect with working class Americans and people of color, the people who've been the backbone of our party for generations. There are candidates like Mayor Monroe Nichols all over this country. Our job at the DNC is to find them, lift them up, and show them the way. Please vote for me for vice chair and help me do just that. Chapisa Lachike.
Thank you so much, candidates. Thank you so much for a really interesting and robust conversation. We so appreciate the seriousness with which you took all of our questions and gave us specifics. We really appreciate you. Future panels, take note, they did a good job of this. So we're going to take a brief break right now. We're going to gather again for the second round of the Vice Chair Forum at about 4:45. So don't go too far, and we'll be right back.
Thank you. Welcome back to the Democratic National Committee's Vice Chair Forum. My name is Holly Otterbein, and I'm joined by my colleague, Elena Schneider. We're both national political reporters for Politico, and we just wrapped up our first DNC Vice Chair Forum, and now we're going to kick off our second. Before we get started, I do want to briefly remind candidates of the rules again. We'll start with 30-second opening statements from each candidate, and we'll conclude with 30-second closing remarks from them as well. We, the moderators, have been given exclusive control over the questions that will be asked this afternoon. Neither DNC staff nor the candidates have seen these questions. DNC members from across the region and the country submitted questions as well, so we have included some of their thoughts. For some questions, we'll ask everyone to respond, and for others, we'll address them to specific candidates. Candidates will get 2 minutes to answer questions. We will decide if we follow up, and if we do, we'll give you an additional 30 seconds for those answers. Crosstalk is not permitted, and we will use the mute button if necessary. And with that, we're going to start with 30-second introductions from all of the candidates. This list is randomized, and so we are going to begin with Ms. Dew.
Good afternoon. I am Aisha Dew, based in Charlotte, North Carolina. I have 20 years of experience doing this work. I was chair of the Mecklenburg County Democratic Party. I was first vice chair of the North Carolina Democratic Party, and also the political director at Higher Heights for America, as well as candidate support for Vote Pro-Choice. And I was the vice chair of the Southern region when I served as vice chair for ACDC, when I served as vice chair for North Carolina. I'm excited to get to work again.
Thank you. Ms. Clanton.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited.
I think you're muted.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. Look, I may be a daughter of the South, but I have family all throughout the Midwest. Some who are hardcore Democrats like me, and others who are disillusioned. But what I've learned from them is when you're in a time of crisis, leadership matters. It matters that I have more than 2 decades of organizing experience across America. It matters that I'm not afraid to say what others won't say, go where others won't go, and do the hard work that others have just failed to do. I'm with Kenya Clanton, and I'm running for your DNC vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell.
Great afternoon, everyone. My name is Troy Blackwell. I'm originally from the Bronx, New York. I grew up in the poorest congressional district in the country, lived in public housing, survived off of public assistance and food stamps. But because the Democrats gave a damn about me and had policies that benefited me, I was the first in my family to go to college. I've served in 2 presidential administrations, worked on 3 national campaigns, and have worked with organized labor. Now, the reason I'm running for vice chair is because there's so many out there who believe that we don't give a damn about them, and we need to get back to work. I'm Troy Blackman. I'm running for vice chair.
Thank you. Mr. Zogby.
I'm Jim Zogby, and I'm running for vice chair of the party because our party needs some fundamental reform to be more responsive to both Democrats around the country, but also to members of the DNC. You're going to meet today some of the finest minds in our party. We never get to talk to each other at meetings. We're props. We get there to ratify decisions already made, and we get to stand up, sit down, clap, and go home. We need to empower the members of the DNC to become the governing body of the party. Transparency, accountability, and democracy. That's why I'm running.
Thank you. Mr. Kenyatta.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Malcolm Kenyatta. I was raised by a dad who's a social worker, a mom who's a home health care aide in the heart of North Philadelphia. I got my first job at 12 years old, washing dishes at a little restaurant because we couldn't always afford the rent. I lived 5 or 6 different places by the time I graduated high school and buried both of those parents I mentioned by the time I was 27. I'm running for vice chair of the Democratic Party because families like mine need a strong Democratic Party. One that fields candidates everywhere, a party that wins, and a party that delivers. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. Remember that name, and I'd love to earn your support.
Thank you. Ms. Repass.
Well, hello from Kansas. Before I say anything else, let me say if there are any active duty or veterans in the room, thank you for your service. And to all of our union and labor brothers and sisters, thank you for being the shoulders that we stand on. Thank you. As a Red State Party chair, I know that in order for us to win big, we've got to know how to win small and do the small things. I know there's a difference between investment and allowance. And I know what it takes to build a party and not just run campaigns. And that's why I'm running to be a DNC vice chair. It's time to get back to investment. It's time to get back to winning. It's time to get back to labor and to make sure we never give up the mantra of patriotism to anybody ever again.
Thank you. Ms. Dietrich.
A warm Michigan welcome. I'm Michelle Dietrich, chair of the DNC Climate Council, a union member running for DNC vice chair. I served as an elected official in a rural seat which I flipped from red to blue. I've experienced winning votes from the exact voters we need our multiracial, multi-generational, working class base, rural and young voters. I am a battleground state organizer and an elected DNC leader, and I'm the one in the race who brings all this to the table. Hard work is in my blood. My father is in the audience, an Army veteran who knocked doors for JFK. I'm Michelle Dietrich, and this is why I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you. So we're going to ask a couple of questions for everyone on stage, and then we're going to address a few questions just to individual candidates. But this one's going to be for everyone on stage. Let's go down the line one more time, starting with Ms. Dew. There's no specific portfolio for the DNC vice chair that is outlined by the DNC. So how will you define this role or your role as the vice chair? And in your answer, please name one specific policy or change that you would want to make as vice chair at the DNC. We had a lot of success with some specificity in the last forum. I expect the same high standards from all of you. Let's get some real answers here. So Ms. Dew, please start.
First, we need to get back to the people. I'm just kidding. What we need to really do is to work on training and infrastructure and investment in our state parties. And we need to start early. I said before, 2017, 2018, that's when we invested in North Carolina in particular in early organizing in 17, and we flipped 22 municipalities from red to blue. That then helped us to break the supermajority for the first time since 2010. So we really need to invest in organizing. I observed this last election cycle that a lot of the organizers I saw on the ground weren't really trained. I didn't see them making consistent volunteer calls. I didn't see them consistently doing outreach. And so we need to make sure that we don't just hire a bunch of people and say that we have the numbers. We need to make sure that they actually have infrastructure, a really solid reporting structure, and that we're talking to voters. Specifically, we need to talk more to black voters. That did not happen. I can tell you that in my area, in my neighborhood, Congressional 12, U.S. Congressional 12 was one of the poorest performing in the state. There was so much last minute investment into a lot of programming to actually do outreach to black voters. We could tell on the doors, and we could tell in conversation, we could tell at the polls that a lot of black men were not voting with us this time. And so I tried to ring the alarm up and down from every single level of the Democratic Party that we needed to do deeper outreach with our black voters. So specifically, we need to talk to all voters. We need to talk to all voters early, and we need to make sure that we definitely talk to our black voters and make sure that these relationships are not last minute and transactional as they have been throughout several cycles. That's the only way that we're going to win again. And I would also just say that I think one of the specific tools we should use is deep canvassing. Let's start with asking people what they want and then come back to tell them that we are answering their questions and their needs.
Thank you. Ms. Clinton.
Thank you so much for the question. You know, I believe that the portfolio of the DNC vice chair has to be defined by the people. One of the things that I learned as a staffer with the DNC is that you can't do this work in a vacuum. You have to do it in concert with people who know what it means to do this work, working very closely with our DNC members to really be informed about what they're seeing and what they're hearing on the ground and bringing that in and incorporating that into the strategy that we do in the building. One of the main things that I think we really have to return to is back to partisan voter registration. What we've done as a party is kind of concede that that to our third-party friends and allies, but that also increases the space for independent or people to have people to register and us not know who they are. So that means that our voters don't know us and we don't know our voters. So we don't know who to go and talk to. We don't know who we need to touch and reach because we're not doing that work ourselves. We cannot concede the hard work as a party. We have to be hands in the game. This is an all-in sport that we're playing here to reclaim the soul of America, and it takes all of us to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Blackwell.
So to answer your question specifically about the vice chair, we know that the vice chairs do not have a specific defined portfolio. For me, my background is in communications and media. I've been doing it for 15 years. One of the things that I proposed was that the DNC would have a war room to combat misinformation and disinformation. As we saw earlier this week, a former group of Harris aides coupled with the DNC have now launched the Rapid Response Team. I'm interested in being involved in that work because we know the rates of misinformation and disinformation, and we know the violence that follows after that. To go a little bit further, speaking to the state party chairs and those who are involved at that level, I really am passionate about making sure that we have an in-house legal team specifically at the DNC that can support the state parties around redistricting and the races that are going to be contested from Republicans. I have not heard enough about that specifically this race. We know that Trump and the MAGA Republicans have the trifecta. They have the Supreme Court. They also have state legislatures right now. If you are a union member and you're worried about the right to work and you're worried about labor issues, that's going to affect you. That's where we need legal counsel. Another thing that I'm interested in, now granted the vice chairs, this is in tandem with the collective and also determines, depending on who the next chair is, I do support at least 20% of our budget needs to go to our youth organizations. They're severely underfunded. So much of our youth have not been able to even attend in-person events like this because they can't afford it. As someone who grew up in poverty myself and wanted to be involved, I know how painstaking that is. And then last but not least, constituency engagement, specifically Latino engagement. My family is originally from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico right now is going through a determination around our colonial status. Puerto Rico has not had an official line item in the Democratic platform in years. And so I think that's a good start in terms of us re-engaging also with our Latino constituencies.
Thank you. Mr. Zagorbi?
I turned it off. Listen, I'm going to be quite blunt. My number one job will be to be a pain in the ass, as I've been for many years now in the Democratic Party. When I ask for accountability and transparency, when I say that we ought to know what the budget is, how effective and it was in terms of expenditures, that's what the bylaws asks us to do. I will continue pushing for that, and I believe that we can elect a reform team that will support it. I also believe that instead of the stranglehold that consultants have over the party right now, they get the money, they make the decisions, and the states have to beg. There ought to be a reverse of the equation, and I will fight that money goes to the state parties first. They ought to be hiring the canvassers, not consultants. They ought to be making decisions about what media we use, not the consultants. We need to change the way we function with state parties so that they can become stronger when elections and not consultants who go to their summer home when it's all over and they end up getting to relax. We have a stake in this, and we need to show that we care. That's the number one thing. The second thing I want to do is I want to be the outreach guy for constituencies we've ignored. Yes, youth, and yes, other groups. But you know the groups that we ignore the most are immigrant communities. 20% of the black community today is immigrant. Who's talking to the Nigerians? Who's talking to the Kenyans? Who's talking to the Ethiopians? Who's talking to the Peruvians? Who's talking to the Brazilians? We have ethnic groups here that are shaping the future of our country. You talk to them, you win them, you ignore them, and you lose them. I also want to go to the old ethnic communities. We've had a war in Ukraine. We're in its third year. Who's met with the Ukrainian Americans? Who's met with the Polish Americans? Who's met with the Greek Americans? Who's met with the Arab Americans? I know you do here in Michigan, but around the country, no. The fact is that we need to empower ethnic communities to make them central to our party where we always were. I grew up in an ethnic neighborhood that was all Democrat. It's not anymore. We lost them because we stopped talking to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kenyatta.
Thank you. You know, I've been really lucky now for 4 terms that my neighbors have given me
an incredible opportunity to go to Harrisburg, my state capital, and fight like hell for them. You know, as we think about just what happened in this last cycle and what this party can do to make sure we're reinventing ourselves to take on and win the fights in the future, we have to look local first. Part of the reason I decided to do this is that we need somebody on the DNC as a part of our leadership team who understands what it means to be at the local level and who's going to be doing the work every single day to assist in the recruitment, to support our candidates down ballot. A part of what makes this so complicated for the 400 and so folks who have to make this decision is that a lot of us have similar ideas about the same things, but all of us have diverse and important experience. My experience has been being one of those local elected officials. It does not matter if you were at church or you were at the grocery store. My neighbor's going to talk to me about what is on their mind, what are those concerns. That perspective is really key at the national level, because if you look at the results in the last election, Democrats, the further down the ballot you look, the better we did, frankly. And so we need a local voice that is at the leadership table every single day. We should also be very clear. We're going to talk about our big ideas that we have for this party, but a lot of what the vice chair is going to do is go to a bunch of chicken dinners in places that the chair hasn't been able to get to, might not want to go to. And I will tell you something, my friends, I love chicken and I love dinner. I will be right there. You ain't got to worry about it. And a part of how people can know is that they can look at my record. I have been focused on building this party, trying to elect people up and down the ballot for years, going everywhere. Even when I was running statewide just in this last cycle, I was all across this country doing everything I could to invest in and build this party. And so everybody's, talking about our experiences and background. I think if you look, I have a tried and true record of doing the work of trying to build this party and recruit the talent that it's going to take for us to win. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Repass?
Thank you. Well, let me start by acknowledging someone in the room. It's Ms. Virgie Rollins, the chair of the Black Caucus. This is someone who has been a fighter for us from the beginning. I will never not acknowledge you. And let me say this. I am so thrilled that everybody has now gotten on the train of state parties. I want to acknowledge Shasti Conrad, state party chair of Washington. State parties are a microcosm of this country. You have a chair and a vice chair and an executive council. You have to budget. You have to find candidates, train those candidates, support the candidates, go into places where there is no party infrastructure. So to answer your question, one word answer in this, I will tell you part of the problem is that it's nebulous, that we don't have a portfolio, that the DNC has been this wonderful nebulous machine where we all just hang out. The definition, what I would do, infrastructure. And I'm uniquely qualified to do that because I am a state party chair. Because I do it every day. I got a call last night. I was getting ready for an event, my own event, and I got a text. I was in my fat pants trying to, rest from the day, get my mind right for my event. And here comes an emergency text from Sedgwick County. Urgent, Chair. I know it's late, but because that's what state party chairs deal with. Up and down the ballot, there's a difference between running a campaign and building party. And that comes with the knowledge on how to do infrastructure, budgeting, candidate recruitment, training, and going places where no one else goes and being the person who answers the phone. So my one-word answer for you is infrastructure building. Nothing else that anyone is talking about can happen. You cannot organize. You can't have organizers if you don't have the infrastructure to put them there. We put organizers on the ground right here in Michigan. Where was the infrastructure? Where was the help? And I will tell you, Michigan's a great state party. But in places like mine, where, by the way, we got no help, none. We had to build our own. But if you want to get in there and you want to make a difference, you better invest in the infrastructure. And the place to do that is through your state party chairs, because we are already doing it. We support the candidates. We raise the money. We answer the phone call, even when we have something else to do. There is a difference between organizing, campaigning, and building back our party. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dietrich.
I think the most important thing that we can do in order to achieve our values, put them into practice, is win. And so how do we win? And that is why I'm advocating for a sober, comprehensive, data and listening-driven analysis of this year's election, but also so many of the things that we are seeing, so many of the trends go back further, go back 10 years. In some cases, when we're talking about our working class base and rural voters, they go back 40, even 50 years. We need to understand what happened, why it happened, and then we need to build a strategic plan going forward and act on it in order to win. And when I call for a listening tour, I mean a listening tour that's the kind of listening tour that we've done twice now through my work as the founder and the chair of the DNC Environment and Climate Crisis Council. We went out, we did a listening tour across the country. Just this last year, I was in 12 different states, 50 different events. We've done 2, we're launching another one this spring, and we didn't just listen. I mean, that's important. That's the first step, absolutely. But we took what we learned and we used it as input into our messaging and our graphics. So when we were provided the bedrock of the presidential campaign's work in climate and to some extent helping with their youth outreach as well, we had all of that data and all of those volunteer base and that email base to draw in as we help them do that work. So and then I will say that one thing I have learned, and through visiting all these states and through being at every ASDC state Democratic Party parties meetings for the last 4 years, is that state parties are indeed absolutely the core. And I applaud the state party chairs and leaders who are here. Thank you so much for all you do. I will do this work full time. I will be there for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the full lineup here one more time, starting with Ms. Dew with this second question. Probably don't need to remind a room full of Democrats of this, but you all lost in 2024. You lost the popular vote. Something clearly went wrong. Please name, again, and we're asking for specificity here, please name one specific thing, maybe not the reason, the ultimate reason why, but at least one specific thing that you would highlight as to what Democrats did wrong, could have improved on, could have done differently in 2024, starting with Ms. Dew.
So, I mean, I'll start with, again, we just really didn't talk to voters early enough. From what I could see, the operation really didn't start until, a deeper operation really didn't start until July. And that's too late. I can tell you that the Republican Party in our state started talking to their low propensity voters and knocked on doors. They actually took a page from our playbook and used it against us. And we simply didn't do that. So we need to start knocking on doors, talking to voters, making telephone calls. Of course, there's always the tool of texting, and that's great. I will say that by the end of the cycle, I was so tired of seeing text messages, I probably missed text messages from family and friends, right? So we need to start early when people are really paying attention. And my running joke, not joke, is that if we start talking to people in January, or even, I don't know, a year and a half out, and we ask people if they care about painting a rock blue or yellow, then we'll know that they're really concerned about the price of eggs. We will know that they are really concerned about what's going on. I know that we keep saying the working class, but let's just be clear. I will say I feel like 92% of black women are probably working class. Right? So the reality of it is that we just didn't deliberately turn out more black voters by actually doing turnout to our low propensity voters to let them know that we really care about them. You know, our party is a party that helps people. When you look at our track record, it's actually kind of amazing. When you look at the work that President Biden did, it was really phenomenal. But also, some people were still hurting. And so they didn't know that, unfortunately, we were still making up for a Trump administration that did 8 years of damage after the Obama administration created an economy for Donald Trump that he got to take credit for. So we need to let people know we're sorry that you're still struggling. And also, we are working and fighting on your behalf. So even when we don't accomplish it, you need to know that we are working on your behalf.
Thank you. Ms. Clinton?
So in all actuality, we lost this last election because we forgot about marginalized people. As Democrats, we always paint ourselves as this big tent party. But the problem with a tent is that eventually you're going to leave someone out. Eventually you're going to push someone into the margins, and you're going to focus on a few when we're not monolithic. The issues that are impacting people every single day is occurring at their kitchen tables. I know we've heard a lot about that. We do a great job, like to Aisha's point, of advocating for people and pushing for policy. But is that policy meeting them at the table? Can they feel it when they get ready to go to the doctor and they have to pay overextended copays, or when they're going to the grocery store and they can't afford a carton of milk or a carton of eggs or a gallon of milk? Like, are we connecting to the real issues? We are disconnected. That's really what the issue is. And that's because we've chosen to prioritize a few states over the 50 states and the 7 territories. And that is a growing problem for us. It has forced folks to what my good friend calls the growing couch coalition, folks who just can't see themselves in alignment with our values. And that's a problem. When you talk to people one-on-one and you hear about what they care about, it's aligned with the Democratic Party. We are just not communicating that to people in a real way because we've chosen to focus on the small things when we really need to get to the things that matter for people. You know, the economy is a big deal, right? The work that people are doing in these states is a big deal. And we, for whatever reason, have chosen to only identify a few states to focus on when the rest of America is hurting. People don't need more conversation. They need help. They need helping hands to help them move themselves forward and move their families up.
Thank you. Mr. Blackwell.
In terms of why we lost, I think it comes down to one thing, and that one thing is messaging. And I feel like you're going to hear a lot of people consistently say, hey, it's a messaging issue, our brand is an issue, but I'll tell you what I mean. The first thing is this cycle, we focused too much on the individual versus the issue. We focused a lot on who Trump was as the candidate, who J.D. Vance was as the candidate. We didn't talk enough about the issue specifically. Issues are visceral. That is what people feel. So, for example, a Republican Congress that wants to cut Medicaid and Social Security, state legislatures where right to work is up for debate that affects if you're in a labor union. Those are issue-based issues that we lost voters to. Second is we didn't meet people where they are. I've mentioned this on a lot of the phone calls that I've made out to the states, but there's a whole ecosystem that's happening right before our eyes and we're falling behind. Republicans have AM radio, they have podcasts, the Joe Rogans, the Rush Limbaughs, they have digital infrastructure, they have subreddits, you have Elon Musk who owns X who's in Trump's pocket, and when it comes to us, we're only relying on earned media. If you don't get those 1 or 2 TV hits, that's it. That's what we rely on. And we lost this entire media ecosystem that's a breeding ground for misinformation and disinformation, and we were not able to catch it in real time. We were not meeting people where they were. For example, where were all the Democrats at the Navy-Army game? What about at the sporting events? NASCAR is the biggest sport in this country. Those stadiums can fill 250,000 people. Just showing up is half the battle, and we weren't there. Also, in terms of our authentic communication, because I know I'm short on time here, I have family in Puerto Rico. I'm from New York. I've worked in Pennsylvania, worked in Florida. A lot of the 6-figure money that went to these Latino ads, I've spoken to people, and they said they've never seen it. 13 Latino organizations sent a letter to the DNC in October saying that less than 30% from their surveys were saying that they received engagement for the national party.
Thank you. Mr. Zogby.
I want to tell you 3 quick stories. I was at a DNC meeting, executive committee meeting in 2014 after we got whomped all across the country. We lost state legislatures in states where we have people that need labor protection, that need health care, that need all the services, education that would be provided. Legislation gutted some of those. I went to the meeting. Party pollster came forward and he said, why is everybody so unhappy? We kept the Obama coalition together. We won this vote. We won and he went down the line. So I waited a little bit, raised my hand. I said, but we lost ethnic voters. I chaired the ethnic council. We lost them in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. His response was, we're not wasting money throwing it on people who aren't going to ever vote for us. I said, with that attitude, you are going to lose the ability to become a majoritarian party. We're handing a group of people to Republicans on a silver platter. 2 years later, I saw an ad on a television in Pennsylvania. A guy running for Congress came forward with a plaid shirt and he said, my mom and dad were union members and Democrats. I grew up a Democrat, but you know what? Let's face it, they don't care about us anymore. That's why I'm a Republican. I didn't know what to say in response to that. Fact is, we lost voters we didn't need to lose. And the reason why? The consultant class. The consultant class who never lose an election. They make their money and they go home and they're happy. But we lose. We shouldn't have lost Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and we shouldn't lose any state, because every state's a battleground state. There's no red state or blue state. They're our states. But we do not compete in them because we don't talk to people. Because the consultants have a model that they work with and they impose it on reality instead of knowing what reality is. And so, frankly, I think the DNC, the members who reflect are the elected body coming from those states, they need to be in the driver's seat where we spend our money, how we do our work. We wouldn't lose in that case, but we lose when consultants make the model and decide for us where the money goes.
So let me answer your question by saying something that needs to be a part of these forums. I am not going to spend these next 3 forums, and I'm certainly not going to spend the next 4 years somehow apologizing for being a Democrat and for being proud of this party. I refuse to do it. And so when we talk about what just happened in the last election, the idea that this election was some wave for the other side is not accurate. In Pennsylvania, we held on to our House majority for the first time in almost 40 years by 1 seat. In Michigan, held on to the trifecta at the state level, expanded in the state Senate. In Arizona, they gained seats in the state House. In Georgia, they picked up 2 important seats in the suburbs there in the state House. In Wisconsin, they broke the super majority there in that state. And also in the Senate, they broke the super majority and narrowed it in the House. In North Carolina, got rid of the veto-proof majority. In Alaska, won the ballot initiative to keep ranked choice voting. In Nevada, they kept both state chambers, codified abortion rights. I believe we are in a state where there's a senator named Slotkin who won. And all across this country, we have big victories. That is not to say that we don't want to win the presidency. But a part of the problem that we have is that we have spent too long engaged in the cottage industry of crapping on Democrats. If you want to get on TV, have a hot take about how the Democrats suck. And we've heard it over and over again that we get into the same stinking thinking. I refuse to embrace that and reject it. We have to be fiercely focused on the future. Kamala Harris got 76 million votes. Those voters want to know not how are we going to figure out how to win the last election. That election's over. We have to win the next election, and we win it by doing what I just said, looking local. Clearly, Democrats at the local level know something about winning and convincing their neighbors that they are in it for them. And if this party listens to people on the local level who are winning on the ground, then we can also win at the top of the ticket. But if we treat this party like the only thing that matters is winning the presidency, we will not do what we need to do moving forward.
Thank you. Well, just a quick follow-up to you, Mr. Kenyatta. You ultimately the Democrats lost the popular vote. Democrats have won the popular vote, I think, 6 out of the last 7 presidential elections. This is, of course, now going to be the second time that's happened. I'd be curious to hear, though, do you have a diagnosis as to what, if you are forward-looking, what can be done that's better beyond just winning local? Because you also have to win a national election, and that's a huge part of what the DNC does.
We do, but we need to understand we don't have one big national election. We have a bunch of small local and state elections. That's how the elections take place. A part of what, there's some focus groups who looked at, what do people say about Democrats? And one of the first words that came to people's minds is that we are weak. And that we don't have a confidence in ourselves. If we don't believe in this party, why the hell else should we expect somebody else to believe in us? The guy who's going to be sworn in did not win a majority of the popular vote in this last election. We have a lot of our voters who stayed home, and a part of it is this, and I'll end here. My sister said something to me once that I'll never forget. She said, Donald Trump lies with more confidence than we tell the truth. We have to be willing to tell the truth. We lost a close election, but this idea that we should write an obituary for the Democratic Party is wrong, and I reject it.
Thank you. Ms. Repass?
Would you mind asking the question again?
Of course. Democrats lost the presidential election. You lost the popular vote. Be curious to hear if there is one thing that you feel like Democrats could have and should have done differently in 2024.
I will give you a one-word answer. As a chair, I always try to give people a straight answer, and the answer is complacency. And I'm going to make that live for you. My mom was a civil rights activist. And what she used to say to my brothers and I all the time is, you guys are getting too comfortable. She'd say, you're getting too comfortable, getting too comfortable. And she didn't say it conversationally. There was heat on it. And one day I got brave enough to say, okay, but Mom, isn't that what you guys marched for and fought for in the 60s so your children and grandchildren could be comfortable? And my mother looked me in my eye and she said, absolutely not. We marched and we fought. We went to jail. Some of us died, not so you could get comfortable, but so you could have equal access, so that you could have equal rights. Don't you dare get comfortable. That is what the Democratic Party did, complacency and comfortability. And let me make this live for you. Getting comfortable. I'm going to give you a visual. Where's Andre? Make sure you give me credit for this, Andre. Here's the visual. Getting comfortable is like coasting. We all understand the physics of coasting. You cannot coast up. You want to go from where you are to where you need to be. You've got to put energy into it. You cannot be comfortable. You cannot be complacent. I wish I could say to Democrats, hey, if you do what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always gotten. I can't even say that. By the way, not a good thing. Because if we do what we've always done, we are now getting diminishing returns. That's the problem. We lost because of complacency, because we keep doing the same old thing. And now it's no longer working. We're no longer listening to people. Everything these wonderful people up here have said, it's all true, but it's wrapped up in complacency. We got comfortable. We thought we arrived. We thought we had the guy who had beaten the guy. And then when the guy couldn't beat the guy, we did what we always do, which is turn to black women and say, go save America. And furthermore, go save the world, because the whole world is watching. That's what the Democratic Party did wrong. If we want to get from where we are to where we want to go, we better put some energy. And this is why I say to Kansans, get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Thank you. Ms. Dietrich?
Look, we need to rebuild, organize, communicate, and we need to win. So we do need an analysis, a data and listening driven analysis. And we need to look at the things that went wrong, and we also need to look at the things that went right? And, you know, my mom used to say, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, all right? So we need to keep doing those things that are right and investing in those things. But there are also some things that are immediately apparent that we can get to work on day one, and that I will be advocating for. And one of those has to do with media. The media market is increasingly diversified, increasingly fragmented. That is a trend that is only going to continue. So we need to look at our content of our messaging. We need to look at the delivery of our messaging. We need to be sure that, you know, as a county commissioner, I represented a rural area. You know, people there are not necessarily watching mainstream CBS and NBC. I love them all, but they're not watching that, right? We need to get on radio. We need to get on TikTok. We need to be everywhere delivering our messaging and localizing and targeting that messaging. So we also, another huge clarion call to us this election was youth turnout, and we have to pay attention to that. So our Youth Democratic Party organizations are so awesome. They are, and you talk to people who are at this table and in this room and watching, a lot of them started in these organizations, in young Dems and high school Dems and college Dems. We need to be investing in those organizations, respecting those organizations, making sure they have a seat at the table, which is exactly what I have done. As chair of my county's environmental council, we have a dedicated youth seat. As chair of the DNC Climate Council, we have a dedicated youth engagement director youth seat, and we work closely with college Dems, high school Dems, and young Dems on many, many events throughout the year. So again, I come back to, I'm going to do this full time, and I really mean it. I will be there for you.
Thank you.
We're now going to ask a series of questions to a couple specific candidates. This one is for Mr. Zogby and Mrs. Dew. A big role for the DNC will be deciding who appears on the presidential primary debate stage in 2028 and who doesn't. And you will have a voice in this as an advisor to the DNC chair. In 2019, candidates had to hit donor and polling thresholds. What kind of requirements, if any, do you think the DNC should impose? Mr. Zogby, you have 2 minutes.
I have no gripe with the conditions that were set. I think you have to show distribution of contributions from across the country. I think you also have to show that you're a relevant candidate in the national polls. This is not a joyride. We've had candidates who go on joyrides and want to take people with them. It's destructive of the democracy when people aren't serious candidates. If you can raise money from donors across the country, from the states that you need to raise them from, and you can increase your poll numbers to the point where you become a relevant candidate, then you get on the debate stage. Otherwise, don't come knocking right now. I mean, it was the same thing here. We had to get a certain number of signatures to get on the ballot. If you can't do it, you got no right being here. And frankly, about this election here, I mean, I do have to say, this is an institution that has integrity. And I have been in it for 30-something years. I've got gripes with some of the things that have been done, but I believe in it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here doing this. It does trouble me that people want to run for chair who've never been involved in our party before, have never been involved in the organizing of our institution before. If you don't know where the bodies are buried, don't talk to me about reform or digging the bodies up, because you don't know where to look. Right? So I believe seriously that you respect the integrity of the process you're in. And in the case of presidential elections, you got to go out and raise money from several states, and you got to show the poll numbers that you're relevant and matter. Otherwise, don't waste my time getting on the debate stage so that you get a free mic and get to talk to people.
Are you willing to name names? On the chairs.
No, I think it's pretty obvious. You can guess just like I guess. Okay.
Ms. Dew.
I agree. I mean, I think that there has to be a criteria. I mean, for us to get our signatures, I know that all of us had to make telephone calls, get on the phone. It's not an easy task. You have to talk to people, let them know what you're doing, what your agenda is, what you're trying to accomplish. And even for us to get on the ballot, of course, it doesn't mean that means you have that person's vote. So we have to go back and do more work. We're all doing a little bit of fundraising just to show up here and to be a part of this process. So when you're running for President of the United States, we need to maintain criteria for you to be on the stage. And what I will say is that I did appreciate in 2019 that we had 2019-2020, that we had one of the most diverse stages that we've had as a Democratic Party. I thought that we had a stage that was representative of the new American majority, and I'm just hopeful that there are a lot of candidates out there who are ready to put in the work, because of course getting on the debate stage is just one part of it. Then they have to run a rigorous race on the other side of the primary nomination in order for us to all win again. I think I can't remember if it's Mr. Meeks or Hakeem Jeffries that says you can't change policy without electing policymakers. And so we have to have people who are going to be willing to run hard and do the job along with us. We can't do it without them doing the hard work as well.
Thank you.
So this question is for Ms. Clanton, Mr. Kenyatta, and Ms. Repass. This was also submitted by a DNC member. Democrats are so far not mounting a widespread resistance to Trump in 2025 the way that they did in 2017. How should Democrats approach Trump in his second term, and is there anything Democrats can work on with him? I'll start with Ms.
Thanks, Elena. I think the best way that we fight on all fronts, thinking about a Trump presidency, is by doing so in the states. Majority of my career has been spent in building power from the ground up. We've seen what happens when people are engaged at the local level. We have to connect the dots between what's happening in DC and what's happening to people at home. So we have to go deep into the work around organizing, building power, really working hand in glove with people to help them understand how some of these decisions that are being made in D.C. are hitting them right at home, and making sure that they know how to fight back against that when it comes time to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. That's the job of this body. Our job is to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. The only way that we beat Donald Trump in D.C. is if we beat him first on Main Street America. We have to do that, because when we think about where our country is headed, the fact that we have this oligarchy that's on the rise in our country, we can only fight that power with people. People are the power. And so we have to make sure that we're doing the job of training, recruiting, and educating our base, making sure that we are not forsaking folk, and make sure that they know that they have the power to win this election. We also have to make sure that we're shoring up our courts. Like, we have to fight on all fronts. We are facing an incoming administration that has proven that this president will have too much power. And so the only way that we can push back on that is by making sure that we are investing in the type of infrastructure and the type of people power that's going to be needed to stop him at the local and state level.
Thank you. Mr. Kenyatta?
Thank you for that question. But let me answer it this way. I didn't get involved in politics because I hated Donald Trump or I hated Republicans. I got involved because there was somebody in my life, in my neighborhood, who I loved enough to do everything I could to try to change outcomes. I live in a community where every single day, even with the reduction that we've seen in the city of Philadelphia, where we hear gunshots, where folks are working 2 and 3 jobs and are still trying to put the pieces together, where folks don't have a level of certainty and security that they can look their kids in the eye with any level of honesty and know that it's going to be better for them. If we as a Democratic Party spend the next 4 years trying to be a foil to that guy, I think we're making a big mistake. I think what we need to do is talk about who we are. Talk about what we believe. Talk about the things that we could be doing instead of the nonsense that we are going to see for the next 4 years. I'm not the same person I was in 2017 when he, first ran, or first won. And I don't think we're the same party. In this last administration, there are a lot of different things that we have accomplished that folks are going to try to take credit for over the next 4 years. I think we need to be spending every single day reminding folks that a Democrat did that. I remember folks had these little stickers saying, Joe Biden did that. Well, you know what? There are going to be a lot of things in the next 4 years that Joe Biden did that this guy's going to try to take credit for. We have to continue to tell the story of who we are and of why people should give us their trust and their faith. And so I'm going to do as much as possible, frankly, to not think about him. I'm thinking about the people in my community who just want to get a fair shot no matter who they are, what they look like, how they love. And if we center people, I think we'll win big and tough elections. We cannot center him. That's a mistake.
Thank you. Ms. Repass.
Thank you so much. I will say I think I'm uniquely qualified to answer this question because I'm the state chair of a red state. Our wonderful governor, and by the way, Kansas elects women governors, Democrats. Yes, red state Kansas, we do that. And there are states all over this country who've never elected women, but we do that. But the reason I'm elevating that is because I have a supermajority in the legislature who lies all the time. I heard them do their response to my governor's state of the state, and they wrap things up in this language. It says, we really want to empower parents. That's code words for vouchers to destroy our public schools. Oh, we want to have some fair tax breaks. That's code word for getting a flat tax that bankrupted our state. So as the state party chair, I'm uniquely positioned to do this, and here's your answer. Nothing beats a lie like the truth. And Democrats need to be truth tellers all day, all the time, on every platform, everywhere we can. And don't rely on someone else to tell your truth. It is up to us to tell our truth. We know what he's doing. I agree with Malcolm. But it's our job to tell the truth. And by the way, here's how you tell the truth against somebody who's a dead-on liar. We're in a street fight, folks. They're out here street fighting with brass knuckles and shanks, and we're playing by Marquess of Kingsbury rules because that's what Democrats do. Get in the street. Get out and tell people the truth. And every time he lies, and those lies will hurt people, it's not about the fact that we can't trust him. He's going to hurt people who are counting on us. We are the firewall over the next 2 years before we go in there and take back control of the Congress. And the next 4 years when we have a chance to take back the direction of our country, we've got to be truth tellers. And I will tell you, in Kansas, I've already made the Republicans mad. We've been in session a week. They're already mad at me, and I don't care. I will tell the people of Kansas the truth. Democrats, get out. Get your brass knuckles on, get your mouths open. Nothing beats a lie like the truth, and that's what we have to do over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a follow-up for the 3 candidates that just answered the question. The second part of that question was, is there anything that Democrats can work with Trump on? Do any of you want to address that directly? Is there anything you can name? Mr. Kenyatta.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is really simple. I don't care how you're registered to vote. If you want to make life better for the people that I love and that I know you all love best in the world, then let's get to work doing that. If folks want to be serious about lowering costs for folks, let's get to work doing that. But if folks want to spend the next 4 years invading Greenland and Panama and Canada, then I don't know if we're going to have a lot to work on together.
Ms. Repass?
Yes, thank you. Here's the problem. Nobody knows what he's going to do. Because like the Greenland thing, that's all distraction. He's doing this over here, so we don't know what he's doing over there. But I will tell you, I know every Democrat is willing to work hard to do something good on behalf of the country. And if I had to just pick one thing right now, it's the thing we already did, which was a bipartisan border bill. We believe in immigration. We want it to done right and fair within humanity. Well, now, right, I'll be honest, if he's starting to build cages for children, we're going to fight him on everything. So right now, what we need to do is get past the Gulf of America, figure out what he's actually going to do, and then we can decide if we can work with him.
Ms. Clanton.
Well, I'm a Southern girl, and I am no stranger to having to work with people on the other side of the aisle. But I'll tell you the truth about this. It's hard to answer that question in all honesty, because the truth is we simply don't know what he's going to present that we could work with him on. We do know some of the things that he's talked about that we can't and we shouldn't work with him on, like dismantling the Department of Education, right? Taking away Title I funding for families, right? Making sure that Head Start is still here for the working class folk of America. We've got to do more to protect everyday people. And I don't know that this president has everyday people in mind when he's setting his agenda. And so I'm reluctant in answering that question. But what I will say is that as Democrats, I think we have an obligation to work for solutions for the American people and discovering however that's going to look. Right now, we can't even get consensus around who his cabinet's going to be. So we don't know. And I think that's the honest to God truth about it. I think we're willing to do the work, but we're not. We just don't know what it's going to look like.
Thank you. Thank you. This next question is for Mr. Blackwell and Ms. Dietrich. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has signaled that the path to victory in 2026 is painting Trump and Republicans as running a government of and for billionaires. If that is the tagline, should Democrats' fundraising strategy change in any way to reflect that? Mr. Blackwell.
So when you ask, should our fundraising strategy change, I'm confused. What do you mean exactly? Just to match the tagline? What's the basis, the nucleus?
Should you fundraise less from wealthy donors? I mean, let's start there.
Okay, so if that's the framing of the question, should we fundraise less from wealthy donors? Then I think the answer is no. I think anyone who wants to give money to the party and wants to be involved in the party and supports the causes and policies that we're trying to uplift, then yes, they should be able to donate. What I think we need to talk about is if we're talking about dark money, if you're talking about money that is interrupting our primary system, that's a very different conversation from this one. But just a blanket statement, say because you're wealthy you can't donate to the Democratic Party, I think that's insanity. But again, if we're talking about dark money that's funneling our primary system, if we're talking about corporate money that comes with certain strings attached to it, that we have to do certain things, then yes, we need to look at that.
Ms. Dietrich.
Please repeat the question.
Sure. The tagline that we've heard from Democrats so far is that Trump and Republicans are basically going to run a government for billionaires. If that is the tagline for Democrats, should the party's fundraising strategy change in any way to reflect that, whether it be dark money, whether it be restricting corporate PAC money, however you would like to do that?
Look, based on what happened in Trump's first term, it seems pretty clear that he is going to be and has in the past, in fact, governed, by and for the corporate billionaires and their cronies, enriching them, increasing inequality in this country along just about every single possible line, racial, gender, income, wage. So do we message about that? And do we call attention to the fact that it's happening? Absolutely, yes. People hurt under Republicans. People hurt under Trump. He is not for the working class. And when he says that he is, it is simply not true. And the Democratic Party needs to re-embrace its working class base, its multiracial, multi-generational working class base. That means also embracing our small dollar donors and making sure that their voices are heard. And part of that comes going back to what so many, I just want to say, this is an amazing conversation. Listen to Democrats. I love Democrats. We're like smart and thoughtful and we care. We love. So getting a little off track there, but I've actually really enjoyed this conversation, so thank you to all of you. But, you know, we are the party of the working class. We are the party of the marginalized. We are the party of the people, and we do need to embrace that in every way possible. So, and I just want to give a quick shout out to our friends in labor and organized labor here. I'm a UAW member. I have been on the picket lines. I have stood up for my fellow workers at rallies and at the negotiating table, and we need to embrace our labor roots, our workers, and make that be the center of our party. Thank you.
Ms. Dietrich. Candidates, we are now nearing the conclusion of this forum. You have 30 seconds to make remarks, and we're going to start with Ms. Dietrich this time around and go down the line.
Didn't even have to turn off my mic. At this critical time for our party and nation, we need people in elected leadership at the DNC who have walked the walk, done the hard work, and are clear-eyed about the path back to victory. And as a farmer and former elected official who flipped a rural red seat to blue, I know the path forward. I have the experience of turning out the very voters that we need. Not everything our party has done was wrong, but we can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. With so much at stake, I will do this full time. I'm Michelle Dietrich, and I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you, Ms. Repass.
Well, hello and goodbye from Kansas. I want to say, I'm going to end this way, because when I'm out talking to the people of Kansas, I end with a couple of different things every time, but this is what I'm going to end with today. I'm going to say I've got bad news and I got good news for you. I'm going to start with the bad news. The bad news is nobody's coming to save us. No one is coming to save us. Now here's your good news. We get to save ourselves. We get to be the hero in this story, and now is the time. I'm not going to give him the respect to call him a supervillain. He just is what he is, but we get to play hero if we do something different. I'm Gina Repass from the great state of Kansas, and I look forward to your vote to be DNC Vice Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kenyatta.
In this race for vice chair, if you are looking to draft the best Monday morning quarterback, you're not looking for me. But if you're looking for somebody who believes in this party, if you're looking for a vice chair that's going to be fiercely focused on the future, if you're looking for somebody who understands and has been committed to building this party that has a record of doing it, then I'd ask you to consider for voting for me, Representative Malcolm Kenyatta. I believe in this party. I believe in our future. If we get back to basics, look local first, and remember who the hell we are. We are Democrats. We don't apologize for it. We get up. We're not bowing down. We're not rolling over. We are going to win if we remember who we are and do it together. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Zogby.
Thank you. My late wife used to tease me. She'd say, you spent most of your life fighting for justice for Palestinians, fighting to reform the Democratic Party, and fighting to reform the Catholic Church. Couldn't you pick something easy? I do it because I believe in all of them. And despite the hard knocks you take, we keep fighting because it's worth it. The Democratic Party to me is worth it. I'm a diaper Dem. My mom was a precinct captain. I went walking with her when I was 7. I believe in it, but I know there are problems we've got to fix to get stronger, to get better, and to be able to win all across the country.
Thank you. Mr. Blackwell.
Look, people can't dream at night. They can't sleep. People are rationing insulin. People are facing severe poverty in this country. There are children that are going to bed hungry. There are parents who are thinking about where their next paycheck is going to come from. As someone who grew up in severe poverty, from the South Bronx to working in the last 2 presidential administrations, the last 3 presidential campaign cycles, I've put sweat equity into this party. This is a party that looked out for me. This is a party that gave a damn about me, and I give a damn about it. My name is Troy Blackwell, and I hope you'll join me on this journey.
Thank you. Ms. Clanton.
Listen, I believe that we can rebuild this Democratic Party together. I'm running because I truly believe that it's time that we transform the way that in which we do business here at the DNC. It's time to create more equitable opportunities and more transparency in our processes. It's time to bring some tenacity back to the work and the hard work of doing this. We do a lot of talking. It's time to do some work. Put our hands back in the dirt and get it done. And it's time to get it done together. So I believe that if we come together, one body with one mission, and that is to elect Democrats up and down the ballot, we can get this done on day one. So elect me DNC Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Du.
Thank you for having me. I was sworn in to my seat on January 8th, wearing my grandmother's dress and swearing in on her Bible. My grandmother was a school teacher, and so she took me with her early on to go help and tutor children. So it was built into my DNA to help people. The only reason I ran for office is because I want to help people. The only reason I am here is because I want to help my party do what we do best, and that is help people. That's the reason I can never leave my party, because we're the party that helps, and we just need to let people know. I'm Aisha Du, and I hope I can count on your vote.
Candidates, thank you so much for this robust conversation. We're going to take another brief break, and thank you. And they're going to gather again at 6 p.m. to kick off a conversation with the candidates for DNC Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation. See you then.
Hello. Hello again. Welcome to our third and final forum before the main event tonight. Holly and I are thrilled to be back here moderating for the last time. If you've hung around for all three forums, tell us afterwards. We'll get you some kind of souvenir. But we really do appreciate all of you participating in this. And we, of course, saved the best forum for last. These are the candidates on stage who are running for Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation. We are missing one of those candidates, however. Unfortunately, Congresswoman Nikema Williams would have been here, but she is sick, and so she couldn't join us today. But we are sending her good healing vibes. So even though I've done this a few times already, or we've done this a few times already, we need to briefly remind our candidates a bit about the rules of this forum. We'll start with a 30-second opening statement from each of the candidates, and we'll also do 30-second closing statements. We, the moderators, have been given exclusive control of the questions that will be asked this afternoon or this evening at this point. Neither DNC staff nor the candidates have seen these questions ahead of time. DNC members, however, were asked to include some feedback and some questions, and we folded that into some of our questions that we will be asking. We'll address some of the questions to all three of you. Other questions will indicate to specific candidates, and we'll note that at the beginning of these questions. Candidates will get 2 minutes to answer. We will decide if we follow up, and if so, that will give you an additional 30 seconds to respond for those answers. Crosstalk is not permitted, and we do have a mute button if necessary. And with that, we're going to start with our 30-second introductions from the candidates. And I believe that we are going to be starting with Mr. Blake. Oh, excuse me, Miss Walters Morgan. Sorry, candidate changes here.
I'm Raina Walters Morgan. And when I got to the DNC, I walked into an empty department, and the National Voter Assistance Hotline literally rang to my cell phone. Within 2 years, we built the most robust program in our history and changed voter protection from election day operations to year-round education, advocacy, and organizing. We helped millions of voters by revamping iwillvote.com and launching the voter registration and purge tracker. Because of my experience, I have a clear vision for the future and look forward to sharing that with you today.
Thank you. Congressman Beatty.
Thank you. We're in the Midwest, where I live and grew up in a union household and public schools. I'm Joyce Beatty. I won tough fights and state races, flipped the Ohio House as the leader, a top funder to my state party, led the Congressional Black Caucus. I'll help 50 states and 70 territories adopt a year-round voter engagement plan, give young people a vote, and stand with unions. It's a GOP crisis. I know the assignment. I'm a fighter, focused, financially responsible, and ready to be your chair of civic engagement and voter participation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake.
As a Midwest alum with currently support from at least 8 states in the Midwest, my name is Michael Blake. You gave me the honor to be a vice chair at large before, and I'm running to be vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation because we have to change the game in how we organize, how we communicate, and how we mobilize. From having a schoolhouse rocks, we have civic engagement 365 days a year, to having dedicated efforts on how and what and where we are messaging to our voters. I am running because we have to do this differently. We have to be creative, and I am ready to lead in this once again. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll do a mix of questions addressed to everyone and to specific candidates. This question is for everyone, and we will start with Mr. Blake. How will you define the role as Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation? And please name one specific idea or policy or change that you would make as Vice Chair. You have 2 minutes.
When we think about the role, it is twofold in specific reason. Civic engagement, we have too many people who do not believe that voting matters and it has concrete benefit to them. And voter participation, we have to recognize that we are losing votes that we should have, and we have an opportunity to gain others. Very concretely, there are several things that I would do if given the chance. First and foremost, we have to have a continual 365-day training and mobilization where we empower DNC members with media market strategies so that you can communicate to voters why Democratic policies are good for them. Too often, people are not believing at all that our policies are having any benefit for them. If we actually partnered members to have media market strategies and be creative in that manner, we can have transformative change. Second, for voter participation, when we think about what we are losing in the working class, we're losing out on young people, and we're losing out on people of color. So we have to have dedicated strategies. First and foremost, when 93 of the 100 highest viewed shows last year were NFL football games, it would not make any sense for us not to have a sports and gaming strategy in how we mobilize, especially you think about here in Detroit right now where the Lions are doing their thing. It would not make any sense to not do that. Moreover, gaming. Too often we have ceded the conversation to gaming to the Republicans. Donald Trump and others literally had Republican chats motivated and mobilizing their message. It is not just the young person that is doing gaming, it is happening across the country. I would dedicate a strategy to that. Lastly, when we think about how do we transform this specific role, we have to ask ourselves, who is ready immediately on February 1st to lead in this capacity? And in that regard, we have to deploy surrogates consistently. We have to listen to what the states actually need, listen to the DNC chairs, vice chairs, and members so we have a dedicated program for them. We are not doing that. We have not been doing that. And instead of us asking a voter to mobilize with us 4 weeks before an election, we should be doing it every single day.
Thank you. Congresswoman Beatty.
I think when you think of how do you define this role, it's within the name. When you look at civic engagement and voter participation, it's just that. We have to go from inside to outside. We have great technologies, we have great strategies, but nobody knew about it. I call it inside baseball. Great staffing, great work, but if we didn't take it to the community, if we didn't bring in our civic leaders, if we didn't get creative and bring in our organizations, our Divine Nine, when you think about all of those organizations have voter participation plans, they have I Will Vote, they do all of this, but we need to marry it. I think I am the best candidate because I speak both languages. As a voting member of the DNC and someone who has been elected, someone who has traveled the states, been there when no other candidate has been there, I'll bring creative things like hackathons. I'll do trainings and fellowships. We need to engage the younger folks. We need to bring them in and do train the trainers. We need to make sure that everybody is engaged. We have to use media and different technology. I call it old school, new school. You have to look at this. Some people are doing Instagram and TikTok if they do, in Reddit and Threads and Blue Skies, and some of us are still on Facebook. So we have to marry it. Right now we're too isolated. The people talk to each other on the inside, and then we have people over here talking on the outside. How about bringing everybody together? How about old school, new school? How about making sure that we understand if you have a message and you don't have tactics, if you have a message and you don't have an infrastructure, then you can't win. And civic engagement and voter participation is about making sure you have access to the ballot box. When people are threatened for a senior standing in line, and if you give them a cup of water, that they're going to charge you as a felony. So we have to make sure voter protection, voter access, and engagement.
Thank you. Ms. Walters Morgan.
I see the civic engagement and voter participation vice chair as a voting rights leader who ensures that every eligible American can cast a ballot that counts. That's what this is about, making sure that people know what to do and have the tools that they need to vote. I did that as a DNC's voter protection director. We revamped iwillvote.com, as I mentioned, to give you a sense of what that looked like. The voter education pages are the pages that my team worked on to make sure that people had the information needed to vote. In 2020, iwillvote.com had over 20 million unique hits. It is a tool that people needed to get the information needed to vote. I also did that at the DNC with the National Voter Assistance Hotline. These are people who are calling to get information on how to vote and who didn't have another place to go to get that information. Our volunteers helped hundreds of thousands of voters get the information that they needed to cast a ballot. So I think we need a vice chair who understands what the programs have looked like, but also has a vision to the future, and I have that. In terms of the policy, We need to win. Bottom line, we are Democrats, and we need to make sure that we are supporting Democrats up and down the ballot. Again, we have done that. When I was at the DNC, we competed and supported candidates in races up and down the ballot, from a sheriff's race to President of the United States. And we do that by reaching our communities and by talking to our communities and bridging the gap. I've talked to so many people who said that they have concerns, and that they've raised those concerns, but for some reason, it never gets to the national party. For some reason, it's not implemented. We need to listen to people on the ground. We need to listen to the concerns that they're raising, because they are valid concerns, like not reaching Latino voters, like not reaching Black men. We need to take those messages and make sure that that is being translated into the policies that we're implementing as a national party.
Thank you.
Based on a post-election analysis by the New York Times, Donald Trump made larger gains among Black, Hispanic, Asian American, and young voters in his campaign since 2016 than he has among white voters without a college degree. As candidates vying for a position in which voter participation is in the name, can you diagnose why you think Democrats have lost ground with these multiracial groups, which are considered a core part of the Democratic Party? And we'll have everyone engage on this. Congresswoman Beatty, how about we start with you?
Thank you. I think when you look at what happened in those elections, we didn't listen enough. We didn't listen to what people really wanted. We had great messaging, but the messaging didn't go back to say it in simple terms. Donald Trump went out there, albeit a lie, but he told them, I'm going to make your life better. I'm going to make sure that you don't get evicted from your homes. I'm going to make sure that gas prices go down. I'm going to make sure that you could eat. So when people heard that, that then made them feel that this candidate is better for me. We had a lot of great things that we did, but the messaging and how we said it and how we got it out wasn't the same as what we did before. When you think about the race with Barack Obama, when he ran in the Midwest, Ohio reelected him twice. When you look at our battleground states and those that were in the Midwest, people in the Midwest were hurting. We're here in the Midwest now. We didn't get enough attention. It used to be, I'm from the great state of Ohio. It was however Ohio went, the nation went. So when you look at how we're developing all those great plans that we had in the offices in the DNC, we have to make sure that we take all those great things that Raina said. And great as they were, we weren't able to get them out into the streets. And that's the most important thing. Messaging, having the tactics to tell brothers and sisters, old school, new school. So many of us went into the barbershops. So many of us went out into the community. But one thing about the data, I am not going to accept that Black men did not vote. We had win with Black women, win with Black men. Organizations and fraternities got out there and we delivered. We just did not deliver enough because we didn't have the infrastructure. We didn't have the messaging that resonated with them. And Donald Trump had lies that made a difference while we were messaging about what we had done and how we would do it, but it wasn't at the grassroots level. We didn't engage enough influencers. We didn't engage enough young folks.
That was my follow-up for you, Congresswoman. In 30 seconds, can you just be a little bit more specific about what you would have done differently in terms of marrying old school and new school, as you've talked about, getting the message out? What do you mean specifically by that? What would you have done differently?
Well, one of the things is I would have brought all the caucuses together. We had separate meetings. Look, I was one of the most powerful Black women in the country when we started this with the Congressional Black Caucus. I did not have any of those folks coming and saying to us, let's meet together, let's join. So I would go out. We have Democrats for high schools, Democrats that are college. We have labor unions and labor workers of all ages. I would have put a forum together. I would have done a virtual hearing with them, almost like a teletown hall, where we could have heard what they wanted, what they needed it, and then I would have married that with our message. I would have used social media better for everything in the different forms of social media. We talked about it, but we did not marry those things.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Blake?
We lost because too many people see our party as elitist as opposed to talking to everybody. We lost because As JFK said in 1958, so long as there's one child without milk, so long as there's a family without a decent home, so long as there's overcrowded schools and inadequate hospitals, that's why we lost. We lost because equally there's sexism and racism that still exists, that you could have a place where in Michigan you have Alyssa Slotkin win the United States Senate and 2 women win the Supreme Court, but we didn't win in the vice president becoming president. In North Carolina, where every Democrat won statewide, but we didn't. So if we want to keep ignoring the reality, we lost because of those dynamics that are there. We lost because people don't think we care about them right now. That's why we are losing as Democrats. So I am running for civic engagement and voter participation because I give a damn about the people. I'm that kid whose my mama was homeless and slept on church pews. I'm that kid who had to sell dinners on Saturdays to pay my rent. I know what it's like to be bullied. I know what it's like to endure those things. That's what people are looking for. To your question, what would I do differently? First and foremost, we have to meet people where they're at. We have to stop overthinking the strategies. Now, I will say we have the infrastructure. What Chairman Harris and others built was exceptional. The reality is we got to connect people on the ground and be more direct around that. How do you do that? First and foremost, I go back to sports and gaming. We cannot ignore where people are watching and paying attention to. We were having conversations where people will say, well, we shouldn't go to Joe Rogan and other places like podcasts. That made no sense. If someone is listening there, you should go there because you can actually get votes there. And so when we think about what we can do differently, you have to engage people creatively, consistently, and concurrently. That is what you do. Now, when you bring this all together, as someone who is an alpha, a 100 black man, a preacher, and a Mason, I'm also Jamaican, so I'm used to having multiple jobs in that regard. You have to understand that civic engagement means bringing in the multiple organizations on the front end to mobilize them on the back end. Lastly, we have to make it exciting to be a Democrat again.
Well, in a 30-second follow-up, how do you make it exciting to be a Democrat again?
You be a candidate who can walk on stage with black and gold Air Force Ones, who can be someone who can actually talk about hip hop and business at the same time. You can be in that space where you can say that a Latino is not a monolithic block and saying that what's going on with Puerto Rican and Dominican and Mexicano is not the same. That means that you can go into communities and demonstrate that you're going to be real. It means that you can engage all parties and all systems at the same time. People need to know that you are excited about who we are. They did not feel that. They felt we were talking down to them rather than trying to empower them.
Thank you. Same question to you, Ms. Walters-Morin.
We lost ground because we lost everyone's trust. People will not trust you if they don't see you. People will not trust you if you do not show up in their communities and you're not having meaningful conversations with them at a time when you don't need them for something. And I think that's one of the things that we lost sight of. We can do so much better. And one of the things that we have to do is make sure that we are showing up in communities, not 3 months before an election, not 3 weeks before an election, but when it matters. That means year-round engaging, year-round organizing, year-round advocacy. You may remember that the Republicans opened a community center in some tribal counties. I don't know how long those centers were open, but what I can tell you is that it meant something that they showed up. And I think we've got to do more of that. We have amazing DNC meetings. We talk about a lot of things with each other, but we need to use every opportunity where we are meeting as an organizing opportunity. We need to make sure that we are taking the message from the Democratic circles to our communities. We need to listen to people. We did that at the DNC. We did a bus tour one year, and during that bus tour, we had conversations with college students in the Atlanta area. It was an eye-opening experience because they had benefited from the Biden administration, but didn't know that the Biden administration was the reason they had benefited. We've got to do more of that. We've got to have more conversations with people in communities and really listen to what they're saying. So honestly, I think that's what we've got to do. We've got to show up. We've got to show up early, and we've got to be thoughtful and listen to the conversations that they're trying to have with us.
Showing up early is something that you hear often from people in these moments. I wonder, just at a quick 30-second follow-up for you on that, what's standing in the way of Democrats showing up early?
That is a really good question. I think we have tried, but I think that unfortunately, there are times when we are in the election cycle mindset. Like, people don't start thinking about or planning things until they're thinking about their next election. And that's the mindset we have to change. We have to remember that these are our neighbors, these are our family members, and we have to have communications with those people just like you would with anyone else. You don't just talk to your family the day before you want to see them. You want to have a meaningful relationship with them. And so I think that's really what it is having those conversations earlier.
This question is also for everyone, and we'll start with Mr. Blake. Right now in North Carolina, the Republican state Supreme Court candidate is challenging 60,000 ballots across the state in a razor-thin election, which found that the Democratic candidate won by 734 votes. If you were vice chair of the DNC right now, what would you be doing in North Carolina? Please be specific.
We have to litigate and legislate at the same time. When we think about what is happening, obviously, Raina's from North Carolina, so she has the most experience in this space here. We have to be very clear. First and foremost, if we focused more on getting state legislators elected in these states so that we didn't have Republicans gerrymandering the rules against us, we wouldn't be in these situations in the first place. Second, we have to make sure that we actually increase the turnout in these places so, again, we're not in these dynamics. Now, let's talk about the absolute inhumane activity that's happening in North Carolina. Fundamentally, you have people that are trying to take away a win that happened. And so we then have to think about how are we partnering with our legal community on the front end, whether it be the Lawyers Committee, whether it be the Leadership Committee on Civil Rights, whether it be Transformative Justice Coalition, to your question, specific entities, because the Republicans are demonstrating consistently they are going to try to take away victories from us. And when we think about this role, it is being proactive, not just figuring out how you get someone to show up to vote, but how do you make sure their vote is counted on the back end. And so those are specific things you can do throughout in North Carolina. Now, taking it a step further, what we're watching in North Carolina is just the latest example of what we saw in Georgia when they tried to say you couldn't vote because you have water in the line. It's the activities we're seeing all across our country. And we have to be and will be proactive in preparing for this. So what does that mean? That means doing on the civic engagement side, the 501c3 and C4 partners to understand how we're being attacked in these places so you can be responsive on the front end. And on the back end, making sure we are arming our surrogates to be able to articulate this. We are losing the message battle regularly because people don't understand what's happening in these places. So another specific item is that we should train and mobilize our DNC members and our surrogates to deploy a war room so that people are able to respond to what is happening in North Carolina and other places, because we are ceding the conversation to Republicans. Republicans are feeding a dialogue, well, that the Democrats are just doing all these terrible things, and it's allowing people to believe nonsense rather than the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Walters Morgan.
I am from North Carolina, and unfortunately, we have seen efforts time and time again from Republicans trying to change the rules. We have a robust early voting system in North Carolina. They have been trying to take that away for many years. But what we do know is that voters like these policies. These are policies that are helpful for voters. Justice Riggs is an amazing jurist. She is very qualified, and she won that election. What we are seeing now is someone trying to undermine confidence in our elections processes, someone who is trying to be on the state Supreme Court. This is a type of policy that we need to make sure voters know and understand. I can tell you they are doing an amazing job organizing in North Carolina right now. I knew that Justice Riggs needed to raise about $3 million for her lawsuit because people are organizing and they're talking about it. Apparently, the loser in this race deactivated his social media accounts when they started tagging him in testimonies of people who he had tried to disenfranchise. These are the types of organizing efforts that we can do, and these are types of organizing efforts that we can support as a national party. We can provide resources, and not all of them are financial. Sometimes people need help with texting programs. We've done that. Sometimes people need help making phone calls. We've done that. Again, from municipal races to the White House. We have an opportunity to support Justice Riggs, and I hope everyone here will do that. That's my plug for the day.
Thank you. Congresswoman Beatty.
Thank you. I think you're going to hear the same thing across the board with us, and certainly Raina has been out front in her state with this. But I think when you look at it, we have to prepare people that we still are living in a time where voter suppression is real and that Republicans will do whatever they can to make sure that they suppress the vote. Whether it's in North Carolina, when you look at what they did in North Carolina, we lost 3 congressional seats, not because the people couldn't win or shouldn't have won. It was because of redistricting. So this goes back to making sure that everybody votes and you get people at the state level. We had the President of the Senate led the redistricting, redrew the lines in North Carolina, and drew his own Senate seat, his seat in Congress, and we lost 3 members of Congress in North Carolina. And so when you look at it, it's education and training, and we did hear that from Michael. It's also making sure that we get more people engaged in the process, more people who understand that we need lawyers, volunteering, coming and training the training. We need people to also understand what the rules are, because in Ohio, like in North Carolina, if you missed a vote in 2 years, then they purged it and took you out of the system. So these are the kinds of things that Republicans are doing, because why? We know when we vote, we win. And their whole thing is to make sure that we don't win. North Carolina, Ohio, Alabama, Louisiana, all in court cases because Republicans want to take away our vote. And that's where everybody in this audience comes in. This is not just a thing for lawyers. This is not just North Carolina. It's across all 50 states that we have to be prepared.
Thank you. We're going to start asking questions of specific candidates now. This is for Ms. Walters-Morgan. We asked this question earlier of our vice chair candidates, but we want to ask it again. We're in Michigan, home to about 200,000 Arab American voters. This was also the center of the uncommitted movement, which pushed for Joe Biden to change his stance on the war in Gaza. A Guardian post-election analysis found that Kamala Harris earned 22,000 fewer voters in these heavily Arab American communities, while Donald Trump picked up 9,000 more voters. What did Democrats get wrong about how they approached Arab American voters, and what would you do to rebuild that relationship?
We have to start by listening. We have to start by having conversations with people. We are the big tent party. And because of that, we believe that there is a space for everyone, and there's space for various beliefs. Part of the concerns that I'd heard was that people felt like they weren't being listened to and that they were getting lip service instead of true action. And I think that's something that we can change. I don't have all the answers. We're not going to fix everything overnight. These are issues that are deep and that experts for many years have been trying to resolve. But what we can do is make sure, again, that we're showing up, that we're having meaningful conversations. And honestly, as the Civic Engagement and Voter Participation Vice Chair, our job is to help bridge those gaps. Our job is to help to make sure that the things that people need, the things that people are talking about on the ground are getting translated to the national level. That means making sure that our policies are reflective of our values. That means making sure that when we are thinking through campaigns, that leadership is aware of the issues that people are facing.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Beatty, as a sitting member of Congress, you are there on the Hill in a position to either work with the president or not in the next 4 years. We've seen a really different tenor out of the Democratic Party since compared to 2017. We have not sort of heard quite the same level of calls for resistance. I wonder if you have noticed something different about the way that the Democratic Party has approached Donald Trump in his second term, and do you see any areas of agreement or places where you could work with him, or where the Democratic caucus could work with him?
I think it's a lot different now than it was in 2017. First of all, if you look at, we're now sitting with 215 Democrats. While we did not take back the House, we gained seats. For the next 150 days or so, you're going to have 215 to 217. It puts us in a position that Democrats can be leaders in this. So I think we're a little more strategic. It's also a different Donald Trump. It's someone that is trying to implement Project 2025. It's someone who's going out and saying some of the most ridiculous things, whether it's renaming Panama Canal, whether he's going to buy countries that he really can't. So what we're able to do is be in a negotiating position. They couldn't even elect a speaker, and Mike Johnson had to give away the House to be able to get those votes to be elected. It was Hakeem Jeffries that made sure that we didn't close down the government. It was Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats that made sure that we were able to pass our 12 budget so people could have jobs. So sitting in a different position right now helps us not only protect our democracy and the rule of law. So you're going to see real leadership out of the Democrats. And that's one of the things that I'm so proud of, because now when you look at the committee assignments, in those committees, we could actually write legislation and negotiate to be able to pass things. And that's kind of unheard of when you're sitting in the minority with leadership that you have that really don't care about our democracy. They don't care about people, and that's witnessed by all the things that they've done. So will you see some compromising on some things? Absolutely. But will you see a lot of pushback and fighting as hard as we can to protect Social Security and Medicare and public education? Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Blake, you've talked a lot about how Democrats have lost ground with young men in particular. We've also heard Joe Rogan name-checked a number of times in several different forums as a place where Democrats shouldn't be scared to go. But there's often this sort of reflex in politics to learn the lessons of the last election and to not be able to anticipate what's coming. What strategies do you think Democrats should take from what they missed in 24, and what do you see as the places to win back young men that Democrats aren't talking about as much to this point?
The reality is that Donald Trump going to a barbershop doesn't show that he gets it, but black and brown men not voting for us show that they don't think we get it either. And we have to be very honest with ourselves about this. And that is one of the fundamental reasons why I'm running. We have to be clear. We are losing working class voters, young people, and men of color. And so very concretely, we spent so much time in the last few months at the end of the election talking about where we wouldn't go versus going to where people would actually listen. Instagram has the largest following of any Instagram account. Second and third are professional soccer players. 93 of the top 100 viewed shows being NFL football games, as I mentioned earlier. But yet we don't actually go to where these young voters, where brothers and communities are actually at. Instead of spending money just on paid ads and hoping someone's going to see it, you should probably get to the block so they actually do. And we often say that your block won't block your blessing, your zip code won't deny your destiny, but for too many communities, they don't feel that. Specific to the Midwest, it's the reason why we entered here with 8 states already supporting us to win this election, because I have done the work here in this region. It's the understanding that people need to see you on the ground, that you're going to listen to them. That what you're doing in Detroit is very different from Lansing and Grand Rapids. What you're doing in Milwaukee is very different from Madison. I have been that person that was in freezing cold temperatures in Minnesota where R.T. Ryback had to give me his mittens because I didn't know as a Jamaican it could be that cold in that community right there. It's that understanding that people need to see us on the ground, and specifically what we do differently as our communities are becoming younger, more diverse, and we have an opportunity to get back in the game. Mobilize fraternities and sororities better, engage with young influencers better, and understand that sports and entertainment are here to stay as part of our strategies.
Got it. Thank you.
I want to ask a follow-up question based on something Mr. Blake said earlier. He was talking about Joe Rogan. Congresswoman Beatty, do you think that Democrats should go on his podcast?
I think her tent is big. And so I would say yes, but I think the important thing is you have to send the right people to the right places. When you look at Democrats, we're not monolithic. When you look at where we're from, we're right here in the Midwest. We are very different than the East Coast and the West Coast. So the answer would be yes, there are people. I'd send Mike Blake to go on there, where I may choose not to go. But it's just like Fox News. I have many of my colleagues who go on Fox News. We have people who go on MSNBC. We have people who go on CNN. So we cannot be afraid. We have a strong message. And you know, when you're a leader, you lead more. You know, we have a chairman still. When you look at what Jamie has done and gone on any show that they've asked him to go on, you know why? Because he developed a message, he stood with the people, and everybody needs to hear it. If we only talk to the people who look like us, or the only people who hear the same thing we're saying, we're going to lose. It's called not communicating.
Thank you. Ms. Walters-Morgan.
We need to go wherever voters are. And I think part of the problem that we faced previously is that we haven't taken our message out as far as it can go. And so we absolutely need to go on podcasts, variety of podcasts. And we may not send the same person for everyone, but we absolutely must be willing to show up, because sometimes that's half the battle. And we have to remember that there are independent voters who listen to various podcasts. There are people who are moderate Republicans who don't abide by the Trump agenda, who want to hear another point of view. And if we don't show up, we're not going to reach those voters.
Thank you. This question is for everyone, and we will start with Congresswoman Beatty. How would you approach the so-called Stop the Steal movement on the right, and do you think it will be a factor in the 2026 and 2028 elections?
I think that it's always going to be an issue, whether it's this election, whether it's in the 2026 election. And I think it goes back to everything that we've been saying here. We have to make sure that we do a better job of making people aware of how we move forward. We have to make sure that we include that in part of our message, because everything is at stake right now. And that's going to be an issue that we're going to have to deal with and talk about.
Thank you. Mr. Blake?
It is absolutely part of the continual attacks of what Republicans are going to be providing and presenting, and we have to make this part of the strategy. And this is one of the reasons why I'm running for this. Republicans are not going to stop the steal messaging. They're not going to. There's no reason for them to do that. They have fed their base to believe that any time they don't win, something has gone wrong. And so in that face, we're going to win, and we're going to win a lot, and we're going to win a lot of places. And so we cannot presume they're going to go away. And so very practically, that then means that we have to be in different places and different spaces to counter that messaging, because they essentially have a state-ran media effort in Fox News that is pumping information that's a lie consistently to make them believe that Democrats are rigging things against them. I was that vice chair when you all elected me as vice chair at large that went regularly onto Fox News and other places. And what happened 4 years later? We won, because we were able to fact check their foolishness. And you have to be willing to do that in these places right now. And so when we talk about stopping the steal was a lie. It was nonsense, but it communicated this. We also have to be very clear. It's amazing to me that January 6th, this time around, was so peaceful because they won and they felt comfortable, but before they had to decide to have an insurrection. And so in the midst of that, we have to go into the places where all voters are listening and paying attention, because we don't think and can't presume that only a Republican is the one that's showing up at these capitals. Lastly, you have to address this, because too often we have allowed the insurrection conversation just to be about the United States Capitol. They tried to kidnap the governor here. They tried to go to state capitals across the Midwest. It was not just a federal conversation. It was a localized conversation. And so you have to also think about where are the local media outlets, who are the local influencers, so you can stop the nonsense that the Republicans are communicating. You cannot lead civic engagement and voter participation unless you're willing to speak the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Walters-Morgan.
We have to understand that this is part of a Republican strategy to undermine confidence in our elections and to subvert our election processes. I have been dealing with these issues since 2021, At the DNC, when I was the Civic Engagement and Voter Protection Director, my team started an inaugural program that was doing several things. One, it was tracking subversion efforts. Many people don't even know how many pieces of legislation have been introduced across the country in state legislatures for people trying to subvert our election processes. So we created a tracker, we tracked candidates, legislation, and most importantly, we got this information to state parties because they were the ones on the ground who were working for candidates and who were dealing with these issues firsthand. We provided a significant amount of data to help them in their efforts. We created a subversion tip line because, again, we can't fight the fights that we don't know that are happening. And so we have been doing this work. I have been doing this work. I understand that it is a part of a bigger strategy, and the only way that we can continue to fight this is to, one, be aware that it's coming. They're not going to stop. The legislative sessions in many states are about to start this month, and I promise you there will be legislation introduced across the country that will try to further their efforts. This is why we need staffing at the national level and at the state level now. We can't afford to take time off. There are elections in 2025 that we have to be prepared for and support this year.
Thank you.
Ms. Walters-Morgan, this is for you. You come to this, candidate forum and this election with a unique insight as having worked on the inside, as you just described, talking about some of the things that you were able to do and achieve. I wonder, given that expertise, can you talk a little bit about what more would have been helpful in your position, and what could a vice chair push for in your position to then help the DNC internally? What changes, what things would you do differently or wish you could have done but didn't have the resources for? Fill in that blank.
So I have had the pleasure of working at the DNC when we were when we had a lot of money and when we had no money. It is a very different experience. I can tell you that when I first got to the DNC, I got told no a lot. And it was because they just simply didn't have the resources. But I didn't stop asking. And I think that as a vice chair, we can really be a mouthpiece. We can be a supporter for the department. We can be a supporter for voting rights programs across the country. We need force multipliers. And that's why I'm running for this role, because I have worked with the prior vice chairs. I have seen what this position is, and I have seen what it could be. And I know that with my experience as a former DNC department director, working with the other vice chairs, we can do so much more, and we will do so much more. I have that unique experience, and I think that that's a perspective that will allow me to carry the torch in a way that others may not be able to.
Thank you. So this is another question for everyone on the stage. In his farewell address on Wednesday, President Joe Biden warned of a deluge of disinformation and misinformation that was drowning Americans. Mis and disinformation is also a central problem for educating people on their right to vote, how to access the ballot. What concrete tactics should the DNC engage in to combat dis and misinformation as it relates to voting? And we'll start with Mr. Blake.
Well, first we have to acknowledge that mis and dis are different tactics and approaches that are required within it. And so currently I'm leading a 501c4 called the Kairos Democracy Project, where we've been addressing this consistently. How has that been the case? Because of the algorithm discrimination that is being sent to people, you are regularly seeing information that is a lie to you, whether it be through a radio ad, a TV ad, or a digital ad consistently. And so when we think about the approaches that have to happen, first and foremost, we have to make sure that we add sources to all of our information, because if people are seeing something without context of how they actually received it and who's the fact behind it, they'll just treat it as a lie. Because going back to the previous question, Republicans have done a masterful job of making us question information even when it's right before our eyes. Second, we have to have multiple validators when we're communicating our information so someone understands the difference of what's happening here. If you are being fed something that is totally inaccurate, as well as the slant on it. Perfect example is when Donald Trump used images to show black people standing with him when it was absolutely not the case. They utilized visuals that were totally a lie to create a dynamic that was simply not true. And so it is our understanding of how we attack that. Now go a step further. For civic engagement, this is why you have to utilize technology for good in this role. Because if we are consuming our information primarily by the phones in our hands and the tablets that are here, not by sitting in front of a TV, then we have to find faster and more effective ways to utilize this. That means it is incredibly concerning when you have entities that are saying right now that they're going to stop their fact checking when you're going online, whether if you're going on Google or Facebook and otherwise. And so how do we address this? That means when we decide who we're partnering up with as Democrats, they have to be able to send information to you that is verifiable, that you can then track back. If we want people to actually turn out to vote and to actually believe that policies make sense to them, it is important that we address mis and disinformation with the technology tools that we actually have.
Thank you. Congresswoman?
I think it's important for us to be able to distinguish between disinformation and misinformation. And I do think it's how we get our information. So one of the things I think that would be one of the first things we would do would be to also set up an information line. Because right now, where do I go to find out what's factual or what's not? The second thing, so often people don't know that it's misinformation. They don't know that it's disinformation. So I think we have to be able to have response teams to be able to know that it's meeting people where they are and being able to, in each state, in each community, have systems. Because if I hear something and I'm told this is what's happening, I might assume that that's actual factual. Let's give you an example. When Donald Trump put his signature on all those milk cartons and people who were getting those checks that Democrats in Congress put the money out there for them to have, they didn't believe that we did that because he told them that and there was a signature that he saw. When people are told that they're moving election dates and you can't vote on that, when they're telling you in the Midwest and Ohio, you can be a felony and vote. So they did that so people would not vote. There's one reason that they want to do misinformation, and that's because it helps them win. It keeps us from being progressive and moving ahead. So I think we have to put systems in place. I think we do have to use technology, and we have to be more scholarly about those technologies. We have great database systems that we've heard Raina talk about within the DNC. We have to take all those things and make sure all of us know. All of us as delegates need to have the information. We have 400 plus delegates, and I am sure we can't tell you all the things that we have available to us through our civic engagement and voter participation programs. So it's education, it's training, it's fellowships, and it's making sure that we all have the same information.
Thank you. Ms. Walters-Morgan.
Misinformation and disinformation is a huge problem. As a voter protection professional, I've seen it time and time again. It is one of the biggest barriers to voting. There are several things we can do. Many state parties have asked for information and training. That's something that the DNC can help with. In the past, we have had misinformation and disinformation trainings and resources just to help people know what they're dealing with. These types of threats change every single day. And so we have to make sure that the information and what we are tracking is getting to the people who are also seeing it so that they are aware. I think the other piece of this is using technology. I know artificial intelligence is very scary to some people, but I think we have to think about artificial intelligence and how we can use it for good. On my website, rainawaltersmorgan.com, my platform does talk about using artificial intelligence in ways to provide accurate and good information. Things like using virtual assistants and AI chatbots to provide information on campaign websites, on Democratic Party websites. Small things, but the bottom line is that people need sources of accurate and good information, and they're going to go to places where they trust to get that information. We all know that social media, especially with the announcements from Meta, that might increasingly be a place where the information is not accurate. And so we need to make sure that we are there. We need to make sure that we are on Facebook Lives, Instagram Lives, YouTube Lives, Twitch. We need to be in places where voters are and providing a source of information. That is something I have thought about. That is something that I will do as a vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation.
Raina, you did a very nice transition into my next question about artificial intelligence, which is that there's obviously enormous amount of potential there for political parties or anyone to pass along information. Politico, though, has done some really great reporting back in 2024 about secretaries of state raising concerns that some of those chatbots weren't putting out accurate information. And I wonder how and whether you think Democrats are in a position to actually face some of those challenges. Do you think that there needs to be a staff position, someone hired to actually focus on how AI is reshaping the way that people are engaging in voting? Because I wonder, too, if you think that the party is actually ready to take on some of these challenges where it feels like sometimes Congress is regulating a couple years back behind where the technology is. Is this party ready to face off with AI and how it's going to reshape the landscape? And that's a question for all three of you. So we can start with Ms. Walters-Morgan.
Well, AI is here, so we have to make sure that we are on the front lines. It is a very difficult thing, but the thing to remember about AI is that a lot of this is, some of what we know is that it's prompt based. And so the information that it's spitting out is only as good as the person who is putting it in. And if you are not aware about the methods that are used, if you have people who are inputting information and they have biases, those biases carry into the results that are being spit out through AI. And that's why I think Democrats have to be on the front lines of this. When I was at the DNC, as I mentioned, IowAvote.com, voter education pages, my team spent hundreds of hours in collaboration with campaigns and state parties to make sure that the information on there was accurate and up to date. We had a team of about 75 volunteer attorneys going through information, every single piece of election law in each state, and making sure that information is accurate. We have the capacity to do it. And the thing is, we have to be the ones inputting that information, because when we know we're putting in good information, we can check for those biases. We can make sure that we're checking the information with our state party partners, with people who are experts and who study election law to make sure that the information that we are putting out is the most accurate information.
Thank you. Congresswoman?
We know that AI is here. Just a few months ago, several of us serving on a committee went to California to meet with some of the experts to deal with what's true and what's not. And as Raina said, here's the thing. That data is fed in by teams of people. And we know that people are biased. We know we're still dealing with things. Let me give you a perfect example. When they switched over all of the water fountains and you had to put your hands underneath it to come out, that system was designed through AI. But in their trials, there were not black women's hands. I have large hands, and every time I would do it, the water would not come out. So we wrote a letter to ask them, show us where the input that's going into all the things. Who are the individuals? Because they program this. Real people put the data in, and then they program it into a system. So I think one of the things we have to make sure we do, and I think that is something that we're going to have to deal with, especially for voter participation, because now so much of everything we do, there's AI. You couldn't book this hotel without talking to somebody that wasn't a real person. We had a member go on the United States House floor and give a full testimony, and it was not him. We also had someone who could no longer speak, and through AI, a good thing, she is now able to have a voice sound just like her talking with AI. So I think we have to make sure that we marry what's real, what's false, but it can be very harmful. And no, or yes, we are behind on technology. And so that's why legislatively we're taking a look at it. Every single committee we have in the Congress is studying AI because it's so important for us to be on top of it. It's a national security risk, or it can be, or it can also be very helpful to us to be more progressive.
Thank you. Mr. Blake?
AI is great when it is working for us, when you are checking out at a supermarket or if you're utilizing it to travel around. But let's be clear that algorithm discrimination is the new Jim Code. And what is happening right now is that information is being pushed to specific communities to our detriment, which is one of the specific reasons why I'm running for this role, and I think which makes me uniquely qualified in this. Young men and men of color are the greatest recipients of mis and disinformation through algorithm discrimination and AI. We've seen that. Perfect examples in Pennsylvania, when the Elon Musk presidency clearly showed its head right there by them sending out information of wrong polling places where black folk could show up, specifically to black men that were under the age of 35. They understood that they could utilize mis and disinformation through technology for their own benefit. And so to that degree, there are specific things that we can and we need to be doing. Number one, from a civic engagement standpoint, we should use technology to effectively have a Schoolhouse Rock 2.0. When we were kids, we would have an old Schoolhouse Rock for civic engagement. If we are utilizing our phones for good, then we should find ways that people can understand that democratic policies benefit them while they're sitting at home, while they're at the game, while they're waiting for whatever it may be. Concurrently, for voter participation, we have to think about how we are making people aware of better ways to vote. I know we're in the Midwest, but it is one of the reasons why you have chairs such as Sharif Street, as well as in New Jersey, Leroy Jones, that are supporting us, because we saw consistently what was happening here. There's a reason why we have support throughout the Midwest region, because we have demonstrated this in this regard. You mentioned your reporting as it relates before, Secretary of State in particular. It's one of the reasons why Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, who her and I are on the same I Vote board together, Secretaries of State and Attorneys General like Keith Ellison, shout out to Keith who's here, are the ones that can actually be a part of addressing this here. Technology can be used for good when we are serious about it helping our people.
Thank you. This final question is for Congresswoman Beatty because it deals with the matter on the Hill. Politico reported today that progressive Hill staff are asking for a 32-hour work week. Do you support the idea?
We have a lot of flexibility in the House. I have people who work from home in my office. I have people who come in and work 24/7. So it's up to each office. I believe that where we are now, especially after COVID, we've made a lot of changes. And the most important thing is the work can get done. Now, with that said, we, like most other companies, have a system of how many work hours you have to be considered full-time, how many hours you have to be if you're carrying insurance. Do I have people in my office who work less than 40 hours a week? Absolutely. But they're in a different system. I have people who work 32 hours a week in my office, but they're in a different classification pool. And so they don't get all of the total benefits. They get health care, but they may not get all of the benefits that other staffers get in that office. I think we have to make sure that we meet people where they are. It's a different day in time now, and each office, I can tell you, we're not all the same in how we allow people to work, where they work for. Some people, you have to be in the office every day and you can't work from home. Some other people, we look at the weather today. Last week, I let everybody work from home except 2 people to come in because it was not safe for them to be there. It affected their mental health oftentimes. And so wherever we can get the best job to get the work, it is a new day, it is a new time and era. But the most important thing is to be able to serve the constituency, to be able to write the legislation, and to be able to make sure that we get the job done.
Thank you.
So candidates, we're nearing the end of our forum here, so we're going to do our 30-second closing remarks. We'll start with Mr. Blake.
Thank you, and first our prayers to everyone in LA for all that they're still enduring. I am running for this role because we have to change the game in how we are communicating, who we are communicating, and what we are doing. And when we think about it, we are losing votes among the working class, among young people and people of color, especially men of color. And so whether it be using technology for good, whether it be through sports and gaming, my name is Michael Blake. You voted for me before as a vice chair. I'm asking for your vote once again. Go to blakefordnc.com so we can make this happen on February 1st.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
I'm asking for your vote to be the next vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation because I'll be ready on day one. I've been endorsed by every Ohio DNC member, many state party chairs. I have from every state in the Midwest votes, former DNC chairs, labor leaders, young and seasoned activists. This is a critical time for our party and our country. I'm not a placeholder. I'm a pacemaker. I'm not performative, but I'm prepared. I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. I approve this message, and I'm asking you to vote for me.
Thank you. Ms. Walters-Morgan.
Throughout my career, I have fought for the disenfranchised. Voter suppression isn't some talking point. These are our family members and our friends. From the disabled veteran who needed help with his absentee ballot to navigating elections during natural disasters where millions were impacted. I answered the call. Experience matters, and with mine, I will hit the ground running on day one. I am not an elected official, and I am not seeking another office. I am simply a voting rights advocate who will continue to dedicate the time and who will continue to answer the call. I'm asking for your vote on February 1st. Thank you.
Candidates, thank you so much for your time and for participating in this forum. We're going to take one final break before the main event tonight. Please join us again here at 7:30, where our colleagues Dasha Burns, Eugene Daniels, and Jonathan Martin will be moderating a discussion amongst the DNC chair candidates. Guys, thank you again for joining us.
Good evening. For those that have been watching throughout the day, thank you for sticking with us. For those just joining, welcome to the Midwest Region's Democratic National Committee Officer Forum. I'm Eugene Daniels, Chief Playbook Correspondent and White House Correspondent at Politico and one of the moderators for tonight's forum for the race to lead the DNC. I'm joined by my colleagues, senior political columnist Jonathan Martin and Dasha Burns, the Politico White House Bureau Chief. This is the second of 4 scheduled forums as we get closer and closer to the DNC's winter meeting, where the committee's 448 members will vote for the officers of their party. Before we introduce the 7 candidates for chair, I'd like to go over some ground rules in order to participate today. First, candidates had to submit 40 verified DNC member signatures by January 9th. This forum will be 90 minutes this evening without breaks. We'll start with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and conclude with 30-second closing remarks from them as well. Moderators have been given exclusive control of the flow of the discussion and which questions will be posed tonight. Neither DNC staff, the candidates, or their staffs have seen the questions. DNC members from across this region submitted questions, so we will mix in some of those tonight as well. Candidates will get 2 minutes to answer questions. We, the moderators, will decide if we follow up, and we'll give 30 seconds for those follow-up answers. Crosstalk is not permitted, and we will use the mute button if we have to.
All right, now that we're all on the same page, let's begin with opening statements. The order has been chosen at random, and Governor O'Malley, we will start with you.
Thank you. To save our republic, our party must pick itself up off the mat and embark on a rapid agenda of change, not of our principles, not of our ideals, but of the way we communicate, the way we organize, and the way we engage with the American people. My name is Martin O'Malley. I'm the former governor of Maryland, and at every level, city, state, and most recently at Social Security, I've demonstrated my ability to pick organizations up off the mat and turn them around. I can do that for this party, and I will need your help. Thank you.
Hathaway.
Good evening to all those that are assembled, as well as the viewing audience. My name is Dr. Quintessa Hathaway, and I'm seeking to be the next DNC chair simply because it's time for us to usher in a new wave of leadership that resembles the greatness of America, as well as what our value systems are, to convince people the Democratic Party is the way in which we are to chart ourselves forward, as well as speak to a new Southern strategy so that we can win back that region.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
I'm Nate Snyder, and I believe our party needs leadership that's ready to face a crisis. As we stare down the barrel of an emboldened, radicalized GOP, we must ask ourselves, will we remain paralyzed by fear, or will we transform this crisis into a movement? I offer a new approach, grounded in the belief that mission must drive process. Unlike others you've heard from, I recognize we cannot simply tweak our tactics or adopt GOP strategies to win. We can no longer shift our food around the plate and call it a new meal. With my vision, it's about taking our paralysis from fear and turning it into progress. Thank you.
Chair Wickler.
Trump takes office in 4 days and will immediately start violating his oath. And in this moment, we need a DNC strong enough to out-communicate, out-organize, out-raise, out-compete, and out-win a GOP bent on rigging this country against working people for the benefit of a tiny group at the top. Today, I'm honored to carry the endorsement of AFSCME, of AFT, of the NEA, and of the SEIU to build a party that can unite, fight, and win across this land.
Thank you so much. Chair Martin.
Thank you for having us tonight. I'm Ken Martin, the chair of the Minnesota DFL. Everyone has their why they do politics, right? Mine is the improvement of people's lives. My mom had me, her first kid, when she was 15 years old, raising 4 kids by herself by the time she was 20. I was the first kid in my family to go to college. I didn't go to an Ivy school. I went to a state school in Kansas. I don't rub elbows with billionaires or Hollywood elites. I rub elbows with working people in union halls, on picket lines, at civil rights marches, and at protests. I'm running for chair because that's what the next DNC will look like when I'm the next chairman. That's who we're fighting for.
Ms. Williamson.
I'm Marianne Williamson, and we as Democrats have a very serious conversation we need to be having among ourselves. Donald Trump is not an ordinary politician. He has ushered into the United States an era of political theater, and we will not be going back. No ordinary playbook will be able to counter what this man has done. He has created an adrenaline rush in this country, and we need to do one on top of his. He is audacious with the way he lies, and we must be audacious with the way we tell the truth. That's why we will inspire, we will excite, and we will ignite a fire that will win in 26 and 28.
Mr. Paul, final word to you.
My name is Jason Paul. I'm in this race to change the conversation. We can't move the country forward when we lose 24 states by 10 points or more. We can't win simply by fighting harder. We need to think as we fight. We can't fix our brand by going on podcasts or speaking simpler language, although that would help. We need concrete plans to engage the 20 million committed Democrats, organize high schools and colleges, and hire 10,000 full-time local organizers with at least one per county all across the country. I offer such plans at paulfordnc.com. Thank you.
Well, the first question I have is, why are all of you guys here? Why aren't you down the street at the Future Forward chair race or whatever the next iteration of the big Democratic super PAC organization is? Because they seem to be more relevant than the DNC these days, those outside groups that have a lot of money. So I guess what I'm getting at is, how do you make the DNC chairmanship big again? How do you get back to the days of people like Bob Strauss? Who were larger political figures, Ron Brown. How can you make the DNC what it used to be going forward? We'll start with Ken Martin.
Well, first off, it's going to take someone who knows how to win again, right? And what I mean by that is, in my time at the Minnesota DFL, we have a track record of winning elections. I'm 25-0. And in order to do anything to actually make a difference in people's lives, you have to actually win. You have to build power. But it also means that we change our tactics. For us to get all those donors back that are funding Future Forward, we have to change what we're doing. Because the reason they're not investing in parties, whether it's state parties or the national party, is because they don't believe that we're effective. And we have to give them a sense that we have a plan to win. That's what I did in 2010 when I came in as the chair of the Minnesota DFL. We had just come off a historic loss, a 50-year historic loss where we lost a 40-year state Senate majority. We lost the state House majority. We barely won the governorship. We lost the longest-held congressional seat in America, Democratic congressional seat in the 8th district. And what it required at that moment, when finger pointing was high, when name calling was high, when stakeholders were leaving the party, is it required a leader to bring all of our stakeholders together, from donors to elected officials and candidates to our party leaders and activists, into the room. You see, the job of a party chair is to get everyone in this party, in this big tent party of ours, into the same boat, rowing towards the same direction, towards the same goal. And part of that is giving them confidence that you have a plan to win, not just now, but for the future, which is why I have a 10-year vision on how we actually win again. And that's what I'll do on day one when I'm chair, is bring all of our stakeholders together, do a post-election review, figure out what happened in this election, then put a plan together to put us on track to win again. That's how you go big, by making sure people have a sense that you know what the heck you're doing because you've already done it. I rebuilt and turned around the Democratic Party in Minnesota, and we haven't lost since, and that's what's going to bring people back to the fold.
Thanks, Chair. Governor O'Malley. Governor O'Malley.
We don't have 10 years. I've rolled out a 100-day plan to jumpstart our heart as a party, because make no mistake about it, the race is coming up right now in Virginia, in New Jersey, and the midterms coming up in 2 years are going to determine whether or not we have a republic on the other side of what we've done to ourselves now for the second time. We have to make changes, and one of those big changes that I've heard from everybody is, and this is from the people of the governing body of the DNC, the most common complaint I hear, nobody listens to me. And you know what? There were a lot of people at their kitchen tables all across Detroit and Baltimore and other places in America that felt like we weren't listening to them either. And so they stayed home. Or some of them hit the refresh button, because when we said to them defending democracy, what they heard was status quo. And they're not happy with the status quo. We don't have 10 years. We need a DNC chair for this wartime footing who can use, Jonathan, the great power that people like Bob Strauss, Ron Brown, and others had to make our party big, the convening authority. And that is why on my 100-day plan, within the first month, I will convene in every region of our great country state chair and county chair forums so we can listen to each other. You want to know how to turn around a big organization that's down on its luck and down on itself and no longer believing it can win elections? It begins by listening to people. Talk to the people on the front lines doing the work.
Thanks, Governor.
They'll tell you.
Dr. Hathaway.
It is going to take extensive litigation. From what I've seen, even when I filed my amicus brief back in 2023, there was an absence of the Democratic National Committee when it came to addressing racial and partisan gerrymandering cases. So that will be a part of the first 100 days I, too, plan to implement if given the opportunity to be the next chair. We have to participate in this process so that we can win back votes because so many votes have been stolen, so many voter suppression tactics have been occurring. Next, we have to be willing to influence litigation. Although this position does not have a legislative component to it, we as Democrats are able to influence our legislators, utilize our think tanks as well as those that craft the legislation in order to carry that out. Social activation. My history, part of my background has been not only community activism, but also social activism. Upon the ascension for me to be the DNC chair, we are going to march across this country from governor's mansions to state legislatures as a force. Next, also mass voter registration. We will partner with organizations as well as individuals to get 1 million of 10 million new registrants across this country, as well as mass mobilization and communication. People are wanting to know what Democrats actually stand for in this country. Not to be talked down to, but to be more inclusive and representative of where we stand as a party. Not only must we inspire hope and motivation, but do the real, tangible things that touch people's lives to let them know that the Democratic Party is the best path forward for us to have the strongest democracy possible, not just domestically, but globally.
Thanks so much. Chair Wickler, the question was about making the DNC chairmanship big again, making the job relevant again. How do you do that?
We should be honest. There is a risk. There's a risk that the DNC, as it often is for people, feels like a backwater, that it's irrelevant, that it's full of rivalries and resentments and rumors and intra-party conflict that has nothing to do with the lives of working people across this country. That people who want to fight and make a difference will not look at the Democratic Party as the place that they can go to have those fights. If we want to change that, we need a chair who's an organizer first, who understands that people are looking for hope, and the way that hope is created is through taking action together in fights that matter. That has been my life's work. When the Affordable Care Act was on the chopping block, Trump's #1 priority, I was able at Move On to work with unions, with grassroots groups, with people with disabilities, with leaders in Congress, in both chambers, with Democrats across the country to unite and fight and organize 23,000 protests, and we fought so hard that the GOP backed down. I moved home to Wisconsin. I moved into the house where I grew up, and I ran for Democratic State Party Chair in a state that Republicans had rigged for total control. Even when they lost elections, they executed power grabs. They suppressed black voters and young voters. They had rigged our maps. And working with our amazing Governor Evers and our elected officials and our grassroots activists, we have fought year over year. We have made Wisconsin a national cause. We've inspired 450,000 people to contribute to our state party, tens of thousands of people inside and outside Wisconsin to volunteer, and we have unrigged our state. We unrigged our maps and flipped 14 state legislative seats this year with Leader Hasselbein, who's here with us today, in the state Senate. We're on track for a Democratic trifecta. And that's the kind of fight and energy that our Democratic National Committee needs. I'm running because I believe that when we fight, when we organize, when we show people we're on their side, then we can make the Democratic Party the white-hot center of a rebirth of American progress and greatness. That is what we need to do, and that's what I'm here to do.
Ms. Williamson?
Thank you, Dolly. I'm not here because I'm loyal to the Democratic Party or to the chairmanship of the DNC. I'm here because I'm loyal to the United States of America, to our democracy, and to our Constitution. This is bigger than the Democratic Party. This is about the survival of our republic. I recognize what a threat Donald Trump is, and I recognize that in order to meet that, we have to throw out the old playbook. My goal is not to be like Ron Brown, as much as I respected him, and we remember him, of course, with love and memory, or Bob Strauss. My goal is to be like Frances Perkins, the first labor secretary of the United States of America, because she stood for the working people of the United States. She was in line with the labor movement of the United States, which is our biggest bulwark against the assault of unfettered capital. That is what Donald Trump represents. Last night, when the president warned us about a coming oligarchy, I'm afraid that oligarchy has been with us for a while. And in order to defeat those forces, it's going to take more than infrastructure. And I know about infrastructure. I founded an organization during the AIDS crisis that has fed 18 million meals to people who are homebound with AIDS. I have founded nonprofits. I have raised millions of dollars. I know how important the ground game is, but we need an air game. We need to excite people. We don't need to go out and convince them that we can do something. We need to answer to the yearning out there. People are afraid of what Donald Trump is going to do to their lives, and they have every right to be afraid.
Thank you.
And we need to be showing them every single day. This is what the Democrats are doing for you today in the House and in the Senate and in your state houses. This is what the Democrats are fighting for. This is why what we are fighting for is relevant to your life, is applicable to your circumstances. We're going to get you health care. We're going to get you the ability to work at one job and survive and support your family. We're going to get you a clean environment. We're going to get you a place to live. We're going to do all that, and the quid pro quo is you're going to be out there and you're going to be the most amazing citizen and the most amazing America.
Thank
and
you.
That's how we're going to rebuild
Appreciate
this
that.
country.
Mr. Paul.
I'm running for the entire ecosystem. I'm not just running to be chair of one institution. You talked about Future Forward, you talked about our super PACs. It's one giant big ecosystem, and I'm running to hopefully be as in charge of all of it as I can be, because I've been a part of that ecosystem at all levels of it, from local parties to the para-party of outside groups to sort of being a thinker on these subjects. That is why I'm running. But I think the most important thing the Democratic Party can do right now is return to a path towards empathy. I think as a party, we are no longer putting ourselves in a situation where we think about the people who we want something from. And I think that because we're no longer thinking about the people who we want something from, we're not getting that from them. So it starts with, if you want to do college organizing, it takes 14 months because you have to get the students 1 year and 2 months before they have to vote, not in the next year. We don't get on their timetable. We try and get them on our timetable. It doesn't work. And then we say, that's why college kids don't work. I remember volunteering on a congressional special election where the staffers showed up and they started to laugh because so many calls were made that meant that the staffers were succeeding in their mission of talking to people, and the fact that the voters didn't like it, well, that was funny because that meant that didn't matter. They weren't going to not vote for us. I remember as organizing with a major DNC contractor who does field work, paid canvassing. The staffers told me I wanted to get my staffers water because it was 90 degrees out. And they said that it would be nice if we had water, but that wasn't required. And as I've seen all these things, it's become incredibly clear to me that we don't approach the people who are going to be this party and build this party with the empathy that we need to. And if we don't approve them with the empathy we need to, why would they ever want to help us?
Thank you. Mr. Snyder.
Well, first, about the question about going back again to anything, I think that belongs with another party. I want to look forward and not go back to that history. So I think one of the things that we really need to do, and while we're talking about, yes, while largely I agree we need to do all this organizing and we need to find the model that works, I think we need to go a step further, and that is inward. Look, I come from national security. I came from years combating domestic terrorism. I came from years of dealing with mis and disinformation. And we heard from President Biden just last night, an avalanche of mis and disinformation is headed our way, asymmetrical threats, and yes, an emboldened right that is going to come after us in our communities, and we're already seeing it. So we can't do more of the same. We need to fundamentally change on how we look at the threat, how we address it, and transform the party into a modern organizing machine that, yes, use cutting-edge technology, yes, uses new analytics. But until any of that is possible, we need to look inward. And I've listened to DNC members as I've called across the country. We need to actually look inward and fess up to our mistakes. We need to fess up and look at the things that we need to mend. Yes, is there angst out there that certain demographics, whether it's black women, working people, Latinos, youth, have been overlooked and taken for granted as voters in our past? And the answer is yes. So we need to come to terms with that first, because morale is low and we know what's coming and there is a tangible fear. So unless we actually come to the table, have those hard and tough conversations, then we're not going to be able to mobilize. Okay, I've learned this from talking to everybody. That malaise is out there. And so we need to take this crisis first, and we need to turn it into a movement. And that starts in this room. That starts with empowering the DNC members. That comes with listening and actually walking the walk and making sure that when people have ideas, we move on them and we turn into a party of actually action.
Mr. Snyder, thank you very much. I want to turn now to the nature of the job and how you look at the job. Do you see yourself as somebody that would be a forward-facing spokesman for the party, somebody who quite literally would lead the Democratic Party? Or is that something that you believe that Senator Schumer, Leader Jeffries, the governors should do? Or do you view this role as more organized, more behind the scenes, more of a tactical role to organize the state parties and national parties to win elections? We'll start with Governor O'Malley.
I think it's both, Jonathan. I mean, we have great leaders in our party, all across our party. Some of them that we don't incorporate into the urgent work of communicating to people who feel like we're not talking to them are the ones that are the best at it. America's Democratic governors, America's Democratic mayors. And so part of this job is, in fact, organizing our leaders around the message. My first day of the 100-day plan is to reassert our party's commitment to the economic security, health, and well-being of every man, woman, and child in America. That's our party's purpose for being. And as we do that, yes, the DNC chair must organize. We are going to stand up in the first 100 days a new center of digital, a center of excellence in digital communications. We're going to create an action stat table that every 2 weeks drives the important things that all of us acknowledge need to be done in terms of registering voters and recruiting candidates. So,
we're going to move on,
Jonathan.
Governor. Yeah, go ahead. Chair Martin, go ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with Governor O'Malley. It's not an either or. It's a both and. And as it relates to, the spokesperson for the party, the reality is we've got a deep bench, a very deep bench of governors, congressional members, of course, you mentioned our leaders. We have folks who are dealing with issues at the local level. I mean, who better to talk about public safety than our mayors? Who better to talk about disaster relief than county commissioners? Who better to talk about education funding and other issues on the state level than our governors, right? And so we have to tap into the rich diversity of elected officials we have throughout this country who are actually delivering on our party values right now. The DNC chair is just one spokesperson, but we have so many other spokespeople out there that we should be tapping into. And I say instead of sending celebrities out, we should send workers out to talk to workers. We should send out other folks out to talk that are trusted messengers and validators. And let me tell you what I believe my role in the Minnesota DFL has been as it relates to being a spokesperson. I've always said this to my elected officials. My job is to get out there and define the Republicans. I will take the low road so they can take the high road. I will throw the punches so they don't have to. and we will go on the offense against Donald Trump. That's the role that I will play as spokesperson, and I will also be the organizer-in-chief for our party.
Thank you. Chair Wakeler.
Ken's point is great. We have an extraordinary bench, and the DNC chair has to communicate a clear vision and strategy for the party that gets people to want to get involved. Our candidates are the people who carry the message to voters. A DNC chair needs to energize volunteers, needs to inspire people to run for office, needs to inspire people to donate, needs to lift people up. Then we need to mobilize. And that means building a strategy in each state, not just a 50-state strategy to send each state a check, and states need checks to keep the lights on in their state parties, but it's working with governors, with the Senate candidates and committees and the House candidates and committees to make Leader Jeffries, Speaker Jeffries. It's working with down-ballot folks to make a game plan for each state that looks at each year. Wisconsin Supreme Court race this spring, New Jersey and Virginia this fall, across the country, so that we know where the fight is. And then we fight that fight in a way that people can see and feel. And the DNC is going to be mobilizing millions of people to get involved as volunteers, as activists, as messengers in their own communities and their own networks. And that's across race and ethnicity all across the country. And that takes money. And that's the last thing, and it's worth saying, because this stuff doesn't happen on the cheap. We're going to need to inspire millions of people to contribute, and the only way we do that is if they trust that we'll use their money well. That means we do not go in agreeing to existing contracts being extended forever with whoever happens to have had a relationship in the past. We start with a full audit of everyone who works with the party and only spend in a way that reflects our values and the path to victory. And if we do that, people will know that their dollars will turn into action, will turn into victory, will turn into change.
Thanks, Chairman Wickler. Let me follow up on that, actually, with Chairman Martin, because you raised the issue of donors and raising money. And Chairman Martin, you've obviously raised the topic of your colleague from Wisconsin's connection to the donors of the Democratic Party. I guess my question is that a bad thing that he has connections to Democratic donors? I mean, isn't that a key role? And that knowing folks like Reid Hoffman and George Soros, is that an asset or a liability, do you think?
Well, I think it's, let me just say this. I think Ben's done an amazing job in Wisconsin. He's moved the needle. He's helped to build. He's raised the money to do that. I also have raised the money in my state. He's raised about $230. I've raised about $220 million for my state party, right? I also happen to serve on the finance committee for the Harris Walz campaign. So in addition to the $30 million I raised last year for my party, I raised $6 million for our presidential candidate. There's no one on this stage that can say that. In addition to the work that I did at the ASDC to travel throughout the country, visiting all 50 states, 40 states just in the last year alone. As it relates to donors, of course we need to raise money, right? The question is, from who are you raising money, right? And I think it's important. Yes, at the end of the day, we need to raise money. We've both done that. But we also need to raise money from people who share our values. Both Ben and I do that. We raise a lot of money from small donations, and that's what the DNC needs to continue to do. I don't criticize him for the money he's raised. He's done an amazing job there, right? But I will just say that two of the donors you mentioned, the concern that a lot of state parties had, if I'm being really honest with you, Jonathan, is that one of those donors tried to stand up an organization called Alloy to essentially take state parties' voter files away. And so I want to be really clear.
Reid Hoffman. Yeah.
But let me just say, this is not about raising money. I'm really proud of what Ben's done in Wisconsin, and all state parties are doing a good job of raising money, and the DNC needs to do that.
Yeah. Ben, you respond to that?
I appreciate the kind words, and anyone who's running for DNC chair should be able to raise dollars, and the key thing is that you raise dollars to do things that help us win. When it came to Alloy, my argument has always been that state parties need to own their data. So even if someone disagrees with me about something else, I will say, look, why don't you donate to parties to help us win elections for folks up and down the ballot? And I've persuaded donors who'd never considered supporting state parties, not just to support the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, but other state parties across the country. The way that we've raised more money in about half the time in Wisconsin relative to Minnesota, or I believe any other Democratic state party in the country, is by taking fights national, by making the case across the country that if you chip in, and for 450,000 people, it is small dollar contributions. I believe more than any other Democratic state party in the country. Again, that if you chip in, then fights about things that you care about to your core, that we can make the difference by stretching every dollar and making the biggest difference we possibly can. That inspires people to get involved. That makes people want to spread the word and be proud that they were involved in that fight. And frankly, a lot of the time when you donate to a Democratic campaign or cause, it doesn't feel that inspiring. It feels a little bit like, oh my gosh, I clicked that link. And I think we can change that by making it thrilling and exciting to be a part of this movement. That's what I've done in Wisconsin. That's what I'll do at the DNC. And I think that's what we can work together to make being a part of this party a part of people's identity that they are proud of because they know that we deliver results.
Thank you, Mr. Wickler. Ms. Williamson, let me bring you in here on a broader question. Is the point of the party, do you think, to be fair to all candidates or to win general elections in the fall?
I'm right. It's to be fair to all candidates. And when we are not fair to all candidates, we are going against our own bylaws. For instance, the bylaws of the DNC are that the party would not be deciding who the candidate should be. We should be the Democratic Party. The role of the party is to facilitate democracy, not to engineer it or to manipulate it. That's number one. Number two, given the fact that we do not have the White House, we do not have the House, and we do not have the Senate, the DNC has a very, very important role this time that it doesn't always have, and that is to be the spectacular megaphone for the Democratic Party. The governors are busy in their states. The senators are busy in the House, in the Senate. The House people are busy in the House. What I would do as the chair of the DNC is help the American people connect the dots and see the larger story of this country and where the Democratic Party fits in. The Democratic Party has swayed from its moral mission. We have lost our prophetic voice. We have strayed from the traditional values, and that is, more than anything else, advocacy, unequivocal advocacy for the working people of the United States of America. I want to make the story of our party as it is being lived on any given day real for people. We will use new media. We will create new media. We will be in every precinct. We will be in every county. We will be in every city. We will be in every state. We will take all this money that is concentrated, the money and the power, in the hands of a few people in Washington and the consultancy class. We'll push it out. The consultancy contracts will go to local communities, and we will be on the ground, and we will be talking to people who hurt the most. I'm more interested in the people who can't make it on just one job. I'm interested in the people who are selling their plasma in order to survive. I'm interested in the people who are so underinsured or uninsured that they are putting GoFundMe pages on the internet for life-saving operations for themselves and their children.
Dr. Hathaway,
we have to get back to the humanitarian mission of the Democratic Party.
More defined by being fair to all candidates or winning general elections in the fall?
Could you restate the question, please?
Is your vision for the national party more shaped by being fair to all candidates or winning the general election? Which is more important, do you think?
I think we ought not segment it out to just simply be those two things, but a combination of both. We have to win primary elections, as well as have a host of candidates to recruit, as well as put them up to run in primary elections, as well as win general elections sweepingly across this country. That is going to take a substantial amount of work. We need an army of volunteers that are willing to do the work, as well as an army of lawyers. I cannot emphasize that enough. Litigation is going to be one path forward in order for us to reattain power and for us to win court cases that break the bounds of racial and partisan gerrymandering in this country. Seats have been taken from us at local, state, and federal levels because of racial and partisan gerrymandering. When it comes to the litigation piece, when we pass as a party, local, state, and federal, and enshrine into law the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, that will position us as a party to not just lead every 2 years or 4 years, but 14, 40 years, a long-lasting Democratic Party. That is what I envision. That will be the expectation if given the opportunity and blessing to be the next DNC chair. We're going to chart some new paths forward to lead as a party, not just today, but into the future.
Dasha?
Democrats suffered a serious blow in this election. You've all mentioned it. I believe Chair Martin mentioned that he wanted to do a full review of what happened in 2024. So why don't we start that here tonight? It seems clear that voters around the country wanted change, and the results indicate that voters felt the Democratic Party wasn't listening. Did President Biden staying in the race as long as he did not only hurt the party's chances at winning, but also potentially damage the brand of the party at the same time? Chair Martin, let's start with you.
Well, it's an academic exercise. We cannot change the past. So, the reality is all we can do is look back and help us inform the future. And that's what I want to do. There's some people who talk about an autopsy or a postmortem. Our party is not dead. It's still alive and kicking, right? And let me tell you, we have to learn the right lessons for sure, and we need to do that post-election review. But what you said about the perceptions of this party is absolutely right. Last spring, and it should have been the canary in the coal mine, the red flag for all of us as Democrats, and it was missed by so many. For the first time in modern history, the perceptions of the two political parties has changed. The majority of Americans now believe that the Republican Party best represents the interests of the working class and the poor, and the Democratic Party is a party of the wealthy and the elites. That is a damning indictment on our party. That's not who we are. That's never been who we are. And the reality is that perception and feeling, of course, impacted the election because we saw that we lost ground with so many people within our Big Tent coalition who moved away from our party because they don't feel like we're fighting for them anymore. Let me tell you what it's not a problem. It's not a problem of our message, because in Missouri this last fall, they voted for a minimum wage increase, a paid family leave bill. They voted for abortion protections, all by wide margins, yet those same voters went down the ballot and voted for Trump and Republicans. It's a messaging problem because they're supporting policies that Democrats champion, yet they're not connecting them back to their own lives and to our party and to our candidates. So we have to fix our brand, because clearly people don't feel like we're fighting for them anymore. And part of that is focusing on a working class agenda that gives people a sense that we haven't forgotten about them, and we're going to fight for their lives no matter where they're from, no matter who they love, no matter where they live. We are going to be the champion for everyone in this country again, because that's who the Democratic Party is.
Chair Martin, I want to follow up on that, and you'll have 30 seconds. You answered part of my question, but specifically President Biden, should he have dropped out sooner, and did him not dropping out sooner hurt the brand for voters we're talking about?
It's an academic exercise that's not even worth answering, because we can't change the past. The only thing we can do is focus on the future, and that's the lessons that I'm interested in learning from this last election. It does none of us any good to hypothesize about what could have happened if Joe Biden dropped out earlier, because we can't. It's not going to help inform the future. For me,
this is a hard question,
right.
And if you're not willing to answer those hard questions, how can you?
I am answering it, which is by we need to make sure that we are doing the type of introspection we need as a party to get to why people left our party, why they didn't show up. 19 million voters that voted for Joe Biden did not show up in 2024, right? And a number of groups moved away
Chair
from
Martin,
us.
we're out of time. Thank you very much. Governor O'Malley, same question to you.
By day 5 of my first 100 days, I will appoint an after-action review. I also choose not to call it an autopsy, and I also choose not to engage in your questions that I'm sure will be something that history books will study. But I will say this. There is a great loss of trust in our party, and people that volunteer, people who contribute. And we owe it to them. We can't restore trust unless we acknowledge where we fell down, and unless we share with people why we spent money on messaging that didn't work when there were other messages that did. So we owe it to our party. We owe it to our country to do that deep dive and to do that after action, and it'll be completed within 60 days, and then we can learn and move forward.
Thank you, Governor. Ms. Williamson, same question to you. And I ask because this is a question that voters do talk about and do wonder about.
Should Biden have dropped out sooner?
Yes, ma'am.
It should have been irrelevant when he dropped out. The idea that we don't primary an incumbent president was a lie. It was promulgated on purpose. I'm old enough to remember when Eugene McCarthy primaried Lyndon Johnson. Robert Kennedy Sr. primaried Lyndon Johnson. Nobody thought it was weird. We just thought it was democracy. Incumbent senators and congresspeople and mayors are primaried all the time. That was very important, by the way, because their primarying Johnson got Johnson to drop out. The problem was the DNC saying, "Oh, we're not going to have a primary," and we see our role as supporting the president's renomination, once again in contradiction to their own bylaws. And the fact that so many traditional Democratic voters went along with this. We used to be the party of the free thinkers. Anyone who's ever taken civics class in the 7th grade knows you're not a spoiler if you're in a primary. For a year and a half, the Republicans were giving their message, and we were silent because the DNC was acting like a suppressant. Nobody can talk. We all have to vote for Joe Biden. We all have to vote for Joe Biden. Why? Because the DNC said so. Why? And the fact that people had such a codependent thrall, if I'm the leader of the DNC, I don't want you to feel you have to do whatever I say. We don't have a king in the White House, and we don't have an elite at the DNC who's supposed to be determining what Democrats are thinking. The fact that we're messy is part of the strength of the Democratic Party. The fact that we all have different ideas is our strength. And if we had had a primary, if people had shown up, if people like myself hadn't been thrown off ballots, and our campaigns infiltrated and de-amplified on television stations such as MSNBC and CNN, where if you're not there, the Democratic electorate doesn't even know you exist, then we would have worked it out. The Democrats would have worked it out. We would have spent a year and a half. What are we going to do to beat Trump? What are we going to to beat Trump? The Democratic Party, by suppressing that primary, opened the door and let Donald Trump walk in.
But let me ask those on the stage here. Show of hands, does anyone disagree with Ms. Williamson on her point about the process? Does anyone on the stage disagree with Ms. Williamson about the process? Mr. Paul.
Our problem is we trusted you all. Your job was to inform the American people about what was going on in this country. But instead of informing the American people about what's going on in this country, you asked the same kind of gotcha questions that I am so sick and tired of hearing from journalists in this country. Joe Biden did a good job as president. He got good things done. And none of you ever said it because you wanted to ask, what's wrong with Joe Biden today? What's wrong with Joe Biden today? What's wrong with Joe Biden today? And because the media didn't inform the American people about what was going on, it became impossible for us to get any message out. And because we couldn't get any message out, nobody knew what we did, and that's why we lost the damn election. It is your people's fault, and I'm sick of it. I'm sorry.
Ms. Williamson?
If I had $1 billion, I would take CNN and MSNBC to court. And I would ask, not that I would win that case, but I would ask, did someone from the DNC have a conversation with you about de-amplifying any candidates, even qualified candidates other than Joe Biden? It shouldn't qualify. The political media industrial complex in this country calls a qualified candidate someone who is qualified to perpetuate the system as it is. The people have rejected that system. Qualifications have been determined by James Madison. If you were born here, if you're 35 years or older, and if you have lived here for 14 years, you are qualified. I'd also like to add that myself, not a political insider, that is my qualification. That's the good news, not the bad news. Somebody who's seeing things from a different perspective.
Mr. Wickler, let me ask you this. Do you believe Biden should have been the nominee? And do you think that the process that Ms. Williamson is criticizing was the wrong way to do this thing?
I will say, we're 4 days away from Trump's inauguration.
Yeah.
And we can disagree about all kinds of things about the past, but the fundamental question is, what do we do now? And what we need to do is we need to unite and fight for working people against an administration that is going to try to divide us and rip us all off. Now, we're going to have a primary in 2028. And my commitment as chair, and I hope everyone's commitment, if any of us is elected chair, is to have a process that gives everyone a fair shake, that gives everyone a shot, that is neutral from the perspective of the DNC so that it is voters who are making the decision. And as we set our primary calendar, I don't think a DNC chair should be putting their thumb on the scale. I think we should ask DNC members to hear states out as they make their case, and we should set a calendar that gives everyone a chance, chooses a winning nominee, and honors our traditions and our coalition. That is a decision the DNC has to make going forward because we don't have a time machine. The other decision we have is whether we lie down or whether we stand and fight. And that is the decision that we need to answer with an affirmative battle cry, because the battle is about to be upon us. Over this spring, we have Wisconsin Supreme Court election. We have special elections in Florida to fill Matt Gaetz's seat and Elise Stefanik's seat. We're going to have a series of local elections and special elections across the country. And if we organize as a Democratic Party, if we expand the circle of people that we work with and communicate with, if we show up on all the places where people never heard from us, because we lost the most from the people who never heard from Democrats in this election, if we do that work, then we're going to start winning elections and we're going to build a party that people can see themselves in. That is the challenge. That is a forward-looking challenge that we have to answer. And that is the work that we need to be doing as we do that after-action review to inform a battle plan that allows us to win and make a difference in people's lives.
Thank you, Mr. Wickler. You mentioned some of those coalitions. Trump chipped away at coalitions that had long been part of the Democratic Party. We're talking voters of color, young voters, the working class. What went wrong and how do you win those people back? Governor O'Malley, I'll start with you.
Well, we have to reassert our commitment as a party to the economic security of every man, woman, and child in America. We got away from that. That's why people felt, you know what the common denominator was in all of the groups? It was if they were feeling the pinch of an economy where inflation was going up faster than their paychecks. And so that's what we need to get back to. That's the unifying theme. But that alone is not enough. We have to meet people where they are at. We have to meet people online. We have to greatly up our games in terms of digital communications so that we can find people on those communities where they're getting their news and getting their information online. All of these things begin, however, with a recommitment to that economic message. Donald Trump is going to do so many things in the course of this year that will allow us an opportunity to connect those dots back to the best interests of people in their kitchen tables all over America. And we need to get up on our toes. We need to get ready for this fight. And I wasn't allowed to answer one of the questions about the news coverage and primaries. We have to assert in the next elections, the next presidential elections, we have to grow a backbone as a party and no longer allow the entertainment industrial complex to assign time in contested primaries. Whatever happened to equal time in the Democratic Party primaries? It flew out the window. It flew out the window in the Republican parties as well. In 2016, Donald Trump was given like 30% of the time in the very first debate. And then when they made the polls go up, the rating agency said, wow, this is great for soap and selling cars. We're going to give them 50% next time. As a party, we need to have competitive primaries. We need to have equal time, and we need to take back our party from the entertainment world.
Governor O'Malley, thank you so much. Chair Martin, is the problem just us in the media, or do Democrats need to think differently in order to gain some of these voters' trust back?
It's not just the media, but there is a larger challenge here for sure. And let me just start by just quoting my former boss and mentor, Paul Wellstone, who used to say, we all do better when we all do better. And I believe that should be the slogan of the Democratic Party. That no matter where you are from, no matter where you live, no matter who you love, or no matter who you are, we are going to fight for you. You see, too many people who are part of our coalition have left this party, as you mentioned. Right? Latino voters, of course, women, young voters, rural voters, working class households. We have to figure out the how and why people left us before we come up with the solution. But let me challenge us to think about this as a party. And this is where many of us agree on this stage. What unites a corn farmer in southern Minnesota with a steel worker on the Iron Range in northern Minnesota, with a new refugee in the Twin Cities? Right? It's their belief in the American dream, their belief that if they work hard and play by the rules, they should be able to climb the economic ladder. Yet for so many of those communities, those disparate communities in our big tent party, they feel like they're being left behind, that they cannot achieve that American dream, that they can't climb that economic ladder. They've been voting for the Democratic Party for so long and hoping that we will deliver on that promise of improving their lives, and they're disillusioned. Part of the challenge right now is the disillusionment of big parts of our base who don't feel like we're standing up and fighting hard enough, focusing on the one thing that unites all of them is economics. We need to get back to a working class agenda that gives people hope that their better days are ahead of them, and that their party that they've supported for so long is going to stand with them in the fight to make sure that they can get ahead, not just get by.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Mr. Snyder, same question to you. What went wrong for Democrats with these key coalitions, and how do you get them back?
Well, I mean, I think the big thing is we did see massive vote share losses where we had healthy unions and healthy democratic infrastructure. I think this issue goes back further than just November. But I think one of the things we need to look at is also accountability. So being a young organizer in upstate New York, I would go and I would organize workers to form their union. Many times I would go to Albany and I would ask lawmakers for help. Many times I was turned away and said, hey kid, you know what? Come back when you've won. Or even if you haven't, don't come back. And so there needs to be a level of accountability with the DNC and recruitment of candidates, current candidates as well. If you say you're going to stand with working people, then you need to stand with working people. Bottom line. Another thing that goes into this as well is we need to reimagine our politics as well. Being also a campaign professional as well is there are many times, and we all know this who've worked and organized, yes, we look at spreadsheets, and yes, maybe we've become too good at winning spreadsheets, but not necessarily winning voters. We already silo people into different columns. We already separate them. And what we need to do in regards to working families is come with that overarching message of upward mobility, making sure that we're showing up in the fight. And that's a big thing, also showing up. We're in Michigan. I know they're having fights right now in Lansing to try and push legislation at the 11th hour. They have the advantage of the governor's office and both houses. And yet, still, they are running into issues when literally members are not showing up to vote. And what does that say to working people? That says that you're not doing your job. That says you're not fighting for me. And so we, again, accountability, showing up, meaning it, candidate recruitment, and then also sticking true to our values. Because if we don't, then we're just not going to be able to reimagine this coalition, rebuild, and then build the trust that has been lost.
Mr. Snyder, thank you. I want to talk about men. Men ran to the right in record numbers in this election. Why are men turned off by the Democratic Party? And I want to start with you, Dr. Hathaway, because I know you've talked specifically about the Democratic Party's relationship with black men.
America is becoming blacker, browner, redder, yellower, and less white, period. And the most loyal constituency and voting bloc of the Democratic Party is African-American women and African-American men. Their interests must be spoken to by not just the candidates that are present at this table, but us as a party holistically. 92% approximately of African-American women voted for the vice president in this last election. 80% of African-American men voted for the vice president in this last election. 47% of Hispanics voted for the opposition, because I just simply choose not to say his name. As we build upon this strategy and look at, as we go out into rural, white, Republican America, because that's been said across many forums, we have to be prepared for the opposition party to come into the urban centers of this country and to compete with us for our voters, period. Because they have a strategy that is long range. We are going to have a strategy that is long range, committed to educating the citizenry of this country about what civic engagement is, about what politics are, because there is a gap that exists of information that people simply don't know what is happening in their state legislatures, what is happening in their city councils and on their board of directors, let alone what is happening in the halls of Congress. So there has to be an education piece. When it comes to us losing men, we also must recognize, and I'm probably running out of time, but we have to recognize that American history is at place.
Dr. Hathaway,
that patriarchy is at place, even in our politics.
Ms. Williamson, same question to you. What to do about men and the Democratic Party?
I remember when the left had a spine. I remember when we didn't seem to have a soft underbelly. I think part of the attraction to Donald Trump is he says what he wants and he makes it happen. I've talked about a raising of a minimum wage. That should be so core to the Democratic Party. It is now $7.25 an hour. President Biden raised it for federal workers to $15 an hour. Then he tried to put it in the COVID relief bill. And you know what stopped him? The parliamentarian. The parliamentarian is unelected, and I assure you, no Republican president would let himself be stopped by the parliamentarian. There are too many ways in which we'll say, oh, we believe in the PRO Act. We just won't spend any political capital on it. Oh, we believe in justice between Israel and Palestine, but we're going to spend all those decades not saying anything, even though we know things must be said. There are too many ways in which the Democratic Party has just so tried to have it both ways. We want to help people, but we became a party that we would only help until the point where to go any further meant that we would be offending our donor class. Yes, our billionaires. And I don't believe, you know, one of the questions asked here tonight was, do we do the right thing or do we try to win? I'm sorry, call me old-fashioned. I think you do the right thing, and that's when you win in life. The moral core. We need the moral core of the Democratic Party back in terms of our dedication to people, our unequivocal dedication to people. All this conversation about money, Hillary Clinton had so much more money than Trump did. And we've all heard the stories about how Kamala Harris, the expenditures were so absurd. The gold in America, in the world today, in the 21st century, is human relationships. And no, we're not going to win just by fighting. I'm sorry, we already lost the fight. We're going to win by exciting people. We're going to win by inspiring people. We're going to win by building deep human relationships.
Williamson,
by doing
thank you
what
so
we
much.
say.
That's what's going to make the Democratic Party.
You've all mentioned inauguration is on Monday. Democrats, of course, have to think about the future of the party, but also in the now, how you handle Trump. So what is your school of thought on how to oppose Trump's agenda, and to what extent? Mr. Paul, I'll start with you.
This is a really simple one. You fix it. Donald Trump has promised to fix everything. He always promises to fix everything. He hasn't, in his 4 years, he didn't really fix anything. A lot of the time, Democrats in Congress bailed him out and let the government function because we're good, responsible people and we wanted to see good things happen. And so we let him function. We shouldn't do that anymore. You fix it, Donald Trump. You and your 220 members of the House find a way to pass all the legislation, pass all the things that you want to do, raise the debt ceiling, make the country function. That's your job. As an opposition party, we don't owe you any votes. We don't owe you any responsibility. It is your job to fix the country. And if you can't, well, then that's going to be what happens in this country. You fixed it, Donald Trump. That's your job. We're supposed to believe you. Go fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Wickler, do you agree full opposition, or do you try to find common ground?
I think in this moment, what we look for is when Donald Trump comes for the things that Americans rely on. When they come for Social Security, when they come for our health care, when they come for education, we know that Donald Trump is going to betray his core promise to working people across the country because he's betrayed every promise he's ever made in his entire life. We don't wring our hands about violations of the Hatch Act or this or that norm that he's eroding. We look at what matters to people in their lives, and then we draw the line and we say absolutely not. When we fight on the things that people actually stay up at night worrying about, then we win trust. When we have those fights in a giant public way, then we show people that we're fighting on their side. There's a reason why unions are historically popular, more popular than they've been in decades, because working people know that unions are fighting for them. And there's a reason why Democrats are not historically popular at this moment. It's because people don't feel like we actually care, that we actually fight, that we actually do the work. And we change that by the way that we show up in these moments. That is how we inspire people. But we don't just do it. We don't just walk the walk, because a lot of Democrats in office, in this work, they do amazing things. They do the right thing. No one ever finds out about it. Because most people do not spend every waking moment, as many of us here in this room do, thinking about politics. They have other things going on in their lives. And if you looked at this last election, we won people who pay attention to political news by 8 points and lost people who say they never pay attention to political news by 16 points. And that means that if we want people to know we're fighting for them, we can't just go on MSNBC. We should go there too. We should also go on conservative media, but most critically, we should go to the places where people make sense of the world. That is the fitness blogs and fashion podcasts. That is the places where people thinking about sports and personal financial management, and show everywhere that we're fighting for working folks across race and ethnicity and culture and geography, that we are the party that fights for regular folks against those trying to rig this country for a tiny group of ultra-rich billionaires.
Governor O'Malley, full resistance mode, or are there things you think Democrats should work with Republicans and Trump on?
I believe the narrative arc has to be for the next 2 years to connect for the American people, especially the hardest working people in America, that the actions that Donald Trump is taking is undermining their desire and their hard work to get ahead. I think that has to be the narrative arc. And we are going to be given so many stories, so many things that he's going to break. So yes, and Social Security might be the first one. Allowing prescription drug prices to rise again, the cost of living going up, the instability in the world that will drive up gasoline prices, energy. He says he was going to fix everything, make things better. I agree that we need to hold him accountable for those promises, because people didn't vote for him because they thought he was a good person or they thought he was good for the republic. They voted for him because they were sick and tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get ahead. And he promised them that they would. Shame on us that we could even allow people to reach that conclusion. But now we have to connect it all of the time. We also have to stand firm on our principles, our belief in the dignity of every person, and we have to stand firm for the republic, for our being a country of laws, and nobody should be above the law. Not the president, not anybody else. But the main through line has to be to fight him on the things that people care most about, that their family's economic security depends upon.
Governor O'Malley, thank you. Mr. Snyder.
Well, I think this is where my experience in national security comes into play. What we're talking about is an asymmetrical threat here. So yes, largely, not only being the biggest grifter ever, he is a large distraction. He is distracting us from what's happening on the ground. And so we need to really focus on what's happening at the ground level. We're already seeing shenanigans happen in North Carolina, where there are those who are also emboldened by Trump, playing with votes, holding up court confirmations, and that is going to continue to happen. We're also seeing Proud Boys, 3%ers, and Oath Keepers running for offices. Okay, what's going to happen after January the 6ers are pardoned? Okay, they're going to come home. What are they going to do? They're likely going to run. And so while we are focused on Trump, yes, I think it should be a resistance. We need to focus at the local level, because if we don't, and they get their foot in the door in politics at the local level, we all know what happens. If you get elected dog catcher, you keep on moving up. You keep on moving to the city council, and then we're going to be dealing with these folks for years. Not just a cycle or two, but years. And so, yes, we need to resist at the local level. We need to reach everybody. And going back to your question about young men, one of the things that we didn't do is contest that space. Yes, there was a large issue having to do with misogyny, and that's something we need to face. But largely in the spaces that the Republicans made inroads, non-traditional outlets, reaching out at machine speed, we didn't have an answer. And so that's one of the things that we also need to look at, and also look asymmetrically. Fight with digital information, build those relationships, build analytical centers, and then yes, resist when we need to, but we can't lose sight at that local level where we're going to be facing a much, much bigger threat.
Mr. Snyder, thank you. Eugene, I'll throw it to you.
Thank you. We want to get into what the next year really has the most power on, and we've kind of dibbled around a little bit, the future of the party. The Democratic Party has, over the last decade, been largely defined by opposition to Donald Trump. But as you guys have talked about, that can't be the only defining characteristic of being a Democrat. I would like to start with Mr. Paul. What are the animating beliefs of the party? Give me a simple distillation of what it means to be a Democrat in 2025.
So, Democrats want everyone's lives to be better, and they do that by being communitarian. That is what it means to be a Democrat. We want everyone in the country's lives to be better, and if that means that we have to take some from the wealthiest, then we do that. If that means that we have to do public health measures to keep people safe, then we do that. If that means that we acknowledge the history in our country of people suffering under unfair systems, we do that. And if we do those things that happen to make everyone's lives better, then we have the ability to be Democrats and be proud of being Democrats. That's why I do this. I do this work. I've always done this work because I believe that when Democrats win, people's lives are better. I think the data bears that out. And I'm proud of that. And I don't think it's hard, and I don't think it's difficult. And I think sort of running around being afraid and acting like that's not true is a huge problem that we have, because there's been a lot of the stage of apologizing for we didn't do this and we didn't do that, and we didn't care about these people and we didn't care about those people. And I think that at least in our policies under President Biden, we cared about all of those people. If there are issues where people were unhappy with him, I understand that, particularly with respect to the Middle East. But generally, on the issues that we care about, Joe Biden did a really good job. That we are terrible at communicating that good job, that is a bigger problem that we have, and that's why I'm running in this race. But I don't think being a Democrat is hard. I love being a Democrat.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway, same question to you.
I want to go back to the previous question as well for just a moment.
I'd love for you to answer my question.
I got you. I promise you I do. Okay. My heart aches for our nation simply for the fact that our fellow countrymen and countrywomen elected a president that is a liar, a felon, a crook, a rapist, and he will be inaugurated under observation of one of the greatest union organizers, civil rights leaders of all time, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That bothers me, and that also ought to upset and break some other people's hearts as well, that are members of minority groups, black, white, red, brown, yellow, across this country. When it comes to addressing your question, I told you I was going to take care of you. We oftentimes get on offense or defense when it comes to addressing the opposition. I understand it, but we also have to do a better job when it comes to messaging as a party. We can't just always be on defense. We have to project a message, a vision that casts the net wide for as many people as possible to come into our tent and onto our shores. For approximately the last few election cycles, the youth in this country have been underrepresented in our politics. They ought to have a seat, a voice when it comes to politics. And under new leadership, I am telling you all, you know, I'm a school teacher. That's what I do every day. I know the power and potential of the youth. My students inspire me every day. When we draw them in, listen to their viewpoints and their agenda, they will take off with lightning speed. They just need some direction. I think that is indicative of the entire country. I believe that on any given election, we can have sweeping waves of democratic power and policies that mirror the best and greatest of America. We just have to project such.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, the same question to you. What are the animating beliefs of the Democratic Party in 2025?
In 2025, I think, a lot of this is we got to go back to our core. And again, this goes back to, like I said, redefining our politics, not only just to be more inclusive, but yes, to Dr. Hathaway's point, also being uplifting. I think there's a solid point here in regards to youth. When I talked about previously being ready for that new battlefield, I think we need to uplift youth leaders to take the charge there and drive and also teach us how to navigate that new environment. But I think going back on your question on sort of what is it to be a Democrat? we always, I think, here agree it's to be for the working person, for the little guy. And maybe to get a little poetic, it goes to what's on the Statue of Liberty. You know, bring me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. And yet, that message has become pretty convoluted. And we've done this again because we look at how are we going to get a win in an election? What do our spreadsheets tell us? Where do we need to get a bailout? Where do we need to go and say, you know what, I need money for the campaign and I need bodies to knock doors. Hey, unions are going to bail us out. Working for unions, working for SEIU, tired of being the ATM machine. There needs to be a level of accountability. It also goes to communities of color. We were talking about, oh, where do we go? Let's talk to the Latino community maybe 3 weeks out. No, that's got to stop. And so how do we bring that back? By going to these communities, rebuilding that trust, showing up, and actually having a conversation, but also more importantly, listening. Once we listen, we'll know and we'll see. It's those issues about putting groceries on the table. It's about education. It's about upward mobility. And the Democratic Party needs to stay true to those ideals. And like I said before, it needs to show up and fight at every single level.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. The Democratic Party often prides itself on being a big tent, focused on defending, you've talked about it, protecting vulnerable groups. But there's a school of thought within the party after the election that the focus has come at the expense of losing other constituencies within the party. Governor O'Malley, I want to start with you. How do you balance the two? How do you make sure winning elections doesn't come at the expense of marginalized groups?
Yeah, I am not one of those that subscribes to the theory that we drove voters away because we were always talking about transgender issues. It was those guys that were running those ads. We could debate whether or not we could have been more effective in responding to them. But this we believe as Democrats, that there is dignity in every single person, that there is dignity in work. We believe that we share a common good and that we must help each other if we are to succeed. This is what we believe as Democrats, and that is why our highest priority is the economic security, health, and well-being of every person. You know, Donald Trump's twisted talent is tapping into the fears that we have of tomorrow. That's the twisted talent. Sometimes we've fallen into the trap of trying to scare people more about Trump than Trump already is scaring them about tomorrow. We need to remember that we're the party that tells one another that we have nothing to fear but fear itself. We live in a time of enormous opportunities, the beginnings of the third American century, the dawning of a fast moving into a third industrial revolution, the growing awareness all around the world of a third ethic in the Western mind anyway, and that is the ethic of the earth. In each of these things, there are enormous opportunities to create more jobs, more opportunities, more upward mobility. We've got to cast aside the fear that's over this country and return to our core beliefs. And that is what is going to carry us through.
Thank you, Governor. Mrs. Williamson, same to you.
You said what do we do about the issue of winning elections at the expense of marginalized people?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, I thought we won whatever we've got, mainly because of black women. I don't think we have won elections at the expense of marginalized people. I think marginalized people have put us in office more often than not.
But what about the feeling?
The issue is that our vision statement is the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal, and that governments are instituted to secure the rights of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. That should be our North Star, and the Democratic Party should be the keeper of that story. Every time we do a policy, we should explain it because of its alignment. Why do we stand up for people of color? Why do we stand up for Latinos? Why do we stand up for Jews? Why do we stand up for Hindus? Why do we stand up for Arabs? Why do we stand up for gay people? Why do we stand up for binary? Because all men are created equal. Why do we insist on universal health care? Because it's necessary if you're going to pursue happiness. Why do we insist on tuition-free college and tech school? Because it's necessary if you're going to pursue happiness. Why do we want a clean environment? Because it's necessary if your kids aren't going to have asthma. We need to reconnect the American people to a story. And I want to say something here. We need to in certain ways, be clear about places where Donald Trump has succeeded. They have a story. They have a cohesive worldview, as abhorrent as it is to us. We have a better story, but we don't claim it. And that's the story of the way people from abolitionists to women's suffragists to civil rights workers to early labor organizers push back against those who, for their own ideological and financial purposes, found the real democratic values of equality of all inconvenient to their purposes. And it's our turn now. It's our turn now, because we have a matrix of corporate powers that represent corporate tyranny, from insurance companies to pharmaceutical companies, big food companies, big chemical companies, big agricultural companies, gun manufacturers, big oil and defense contractors. They're coming with their profit motive to supersede democracy and humanitarian values, and the Democratic Party's going to show up for the people.
Last night, President Biden said in his farewell speech to the nation, quote, "Today an oligarchy is taking shape in an America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy." He added, "A dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a few ultra-wealthy people with dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked." Chair Martin, do you want the money of the folks that he's talking about if you're chair of the Democratic Party, of these tech executives, or would you bar any contributions from tech? If so, why would you want to fund your party from the people your president calls a threat to the democracy?
Let me say what I said earlier. It's important for our party to raise money, for sure, but not at the expense of our values. As the next DNC chair, and I'm sure many on the stage would agree, that we have to make sure that we're fundraising in a way that reflects our values as a party and allows us to raise the resources we need to compete, of course. But let me just say this. There are a number of billionaires in this country that have no interest in helping the working class in this country. The idea of an oligarchy, the idea of the billionaire class and others essentially ruling this country, the president's absolutely right. We are heading down a path that we haven't seen ever. And we have to, as a party, stand up and fight back. And part of that right now means that we have to be very clear who we are. Whose side are we on? Are we on the side of our donors, right? Or are we on the side of the people that are leaving our party because they don't feel like we're fighting for them? So if we want people to trust us, they got to feel like we're on their side. So it's really important that we focus on a working class agenda, as I mentioned, that give people a sense we're going to fight for them, and we're not taking money for people who are actually working against them. And as the next DNC chair, I'll make sure we're not taking money from people who are trying to put people down and to go against the working class in this country. We will not take money from people that do not share our values as a Democratic Party.
Chair Martin, in 30 seconds, who are the kind of folks that you're talking about? Because it sounds really good, but specifically, who are there types of folks that you will bar from giving money to the Democratic Party?
Well, there's lots of billionaires I wouldn't take money from. Elon Musk is one of them, right? There's a lot of tech, this tech industrial complex that President Biden was talking about, and others. There are a lot of donors there who are clearly working against the interest of working class people that I would not take money from. There's too many to name. That's the problem in this country right now, right? The top 1% in this country who control so much of the wealth, right? Who are lording over this country right now, we shouldn't be taking their money. Now, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of good billionaires out there that have been with Democrats who share our values, and we will take their money. But we're not taking money from those bad billionaires.
Thank you, Chair Martin. So a list of good and bad billionaires at the DNC. Chair Wickler, same question to you.
We're not going to take money from people that are actively union busting. We're not going to take money from the people that funded Stop the Steal and tried to topple our democracy. If they try to donate, we're going to send that money right back because it says something about who we are. And that's a pretty easy commitment for us to make. What we will do is fight back against the Republicans who try to tell working folks that because Democrats care about someone other than them, that Democrats can't be for all working people. And that's been the con that Republicans have used. They try to divide people so they can rip us all off. They try to divide us based on gender and gender identity and our sexuality. They try to divide us based on race and ethnicity so they can pick the pockets of working people across the country. They tried this in Wisconsin. And in this election, we saw Republican turnout go up everywhere. In our states around Wisconsin and our neighboring states, we saw Democratic turnout drop. But in Wisconsin, where they threw all of these attacks, we saw Democratic turnout rise in this last election. And that rose because we organized everywhere year-round, not just in the final stretch, because we communicated on every platform across every community. Milwaukee had the highest turnout of the 50 biggest cities in the country in this election, and we added votes for Harris in rural areas, most rural counties across Wisconsin, because we did that year-round. We do that when we show our values. That's how Tammy Baldwin got back to the U.S. Senate despite those hideous divisive ads from the right. That's how we flipped 14 state legislative seats, even as our neighboring seats lost Democratic state legislative seats. And we can win when we show people that we are fighting on their side, and we don't just show up at the last second, and we don't just trust traditional media to get the word out to people who hate politics and don't trust politicians. When we show up in the places where people make sense of their world, we can actually win their trust and earn their votes. And that means that we use money to win trust by actually showing up and fighting for the things that matter to working people across this country. That's what the DNC is going to do. That's why I'm running for DNC chair.
Thank you, Chair Wickler. Really quickly, a show of hands from the others, a blanket ban on tech execs as chair of the Democratic Party. Contributions. All right. I want to get to a question for all of you about one of the real powers of the DNC, which is setting the nominating calendar for 2028. Simply put, what is the best way for the party to organize the early states? And quickly, if you could, as you know, we're running out of time. Governor O'Malley, I want to start with you.
Yes, I believe that we have to have an open and transparent process about the calendar. It's certainly an issue that lots of people care about. I think ideally we want early states that represent the great diversity of our country, and that should be our goal. So the key to all of this is to make sure that in the ordering of the calendar we also have fair debates with equal time, that the states are of sufficient size so that candidates can actually have the time to meet voters and greet voters, and the voters can have the opportunity to ask the questions. But the party needs to figure this out in an open and transparent process.
Mr. Paul, early states, what is the best way for the party to organize early states? And please name names.
Absolutely. So New Hampshire's going to go first because their state law says they're going to go first, and they're just going to do that no matter what we say. Let them go first. Let them go first in December. And then I want a month later staggered primaries, one a week in states that are mid-sized. My native Connecticut, Iowa, Mississippi, Oklahoma. So you can get in to the states that have small numbers of voters, but not so small that it's tiny. And then, so that will give the whole country a chance to weigh in, Nevada also, weigh in in a way that then allows for deliberation, because one of the major problems in our last primary process in 20 was Joe Biden won a race on Saturday and then was chosen without doubt on a Tuesday because that was the day after it, and there was no chance to have anything else happen. We want to stagger small primary states, because if we do that, we have an opportunity to be deliberative, but it can't just be the white states like Iowa and New Hampshire again. But again, New Hampshire is going to go first no matter what we do because of their state law. Sanctioning them doesn't work. We tried it. It didn't work. It's never going to work. Let them go first.
So, Mr. Paul, really quickly, there should be no penalty for flouting the rules that the DNC sets for their calendar.
What possible penalty are we ever going to impose on them?
You would be the chair, sir.
No, so I strip away all of their delegates. They get no delegates. New Hampshire, as part of their economy and history of being the first primary, they don't care who gets sent to the convention for delegates. And the number of time delegates actually end up mattering is so small that trying to sanction them, the party in 8 tried to sanction Florida and Michigan, and we caved on that too to some degree in the end. Sanctioning doesn't work. We want to think it's going to work. It doesn't work. And New Hampshire, it's certainly not going to work because they consider it to be their birthright. And they did it again. And did we seat their things? Yes, we did. We sat them again. And even if we didn't, they would have taken the penalty to prove how noble they are. Let them go in December.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you. Dr. Hathaway.
As I said before, a true Southern strategy has to go forward for the Democratic Party. It was smart for the current DNC to shift its first primary to South Carolina. They have done the grassroots work, the organizing and mobilizing work in the African American community as well as other marginalized, vulnerable groups in order to bring more people to the table. We have to begin to treat each day like it's election day. Mass voter registration, mass mobilization, social activation each and every day in order for us to rebuild and strengthen this party. What that looks like is us going immediately into the South. If Iowa is going to be the first caucus, then we ought to retain South Carolina as the first primary and sweep across the South in an intentional, deliberative manner to win back the South. Then we can work on a calendar. The executive committee, all those involved with the DNC, the Democratic leadership overall, will work together in order to formulate the calendar for the rest of the states. And we ought not wait until Super Tuesday to determine where the wave is going for our presidential candidates. We have to do the hard work now to prepare, vet an individual or individuals that will be representative for the 2028 election, as well as consider the most recent vice president to be a candidate for the 2028 presidential election.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder.
I think I may be the only candidate who's worked all 4 states during the presidential cycle during early contests. And I think one of the things that I mentioned at the beginning, we need to have mission dictate process here, okay, because we need to start winning again. Traditions are important, but if that's getting in the way of actually setting things up for a general election win, I think we need to have a real strong talk and reevaluate things. Because as being an organizer on the ground, for all of those states in those early contests, it brought the attention, it brought the media, it brought the funding, it got the excitement going, and ultimately it helped build the infrastructure. In many cases, that was responsible for either winning or bringing a very, very hard fight during the general election. That's what those early contests do. And so, yes, things need to be more diverse. I think it would make sense, in my point of view, to relook at the map, look to where we need that new infrastructure built, have a hard conversation, and yes, there needs to be a level of accountability if people are going to step outside the lines. I want to take this a little bit further too. We're talking about working people and access and the ability to get engaged and get involved and have their voices heard. I believe we just need to have primaries. I've been through caucuses before. Again, I know it comes down to tradition, but working people don't have the time to spend a whole half day in a gymnasium or a casino floor. It needs to be open. It needs to drive worker participation. And I think we need to look at these equations also when we're looking at the map moving forward.
Thank you. Chair Martin.
Yeah. Look, if the Rules and Bylaws Committee revisits this, the first thing is no one in our party should have their thumb on the scale. It should be an open and transparent process that essentially ensures that every state who wants to be heard in this process, much like the last time, has an opportunity to make a bid and make their case. And if the RBC chooses to change the calendar, there should be just one guiding principle that guides that. Whatever calendar is set has to not only reflect the traditions and the diversity of our party, but it also has to make sure it's rigorous, efficient, and fair, and it battle tests our nominees so we can win. At the end of the day, the primary is about making sure we come out with the strongest candidate who's in the best position to win the election. And that's what should guide the conversation. Reflecting our great traditions and diversity, rigorous, efficient, and fair, battle testing our nominee.
So as chair, would you have an opinion on who should go first?
Here's what I would say. It's up to the Rules and Bylaws Committee and the DNC itself and all of our stakeholders to weigh in on that conversation. And it's important that the next chair be open to all those conversations and be ready to have the conversation in a way that doesn't appear that one person or one state or one candidate or one campaign is driving that process. And that's what I'm committed to.
Ms. Williamson.
I'm the only person up here who has actually run in presidential primaries. And I can tell you.
Governor O'Malley ran in 2016.
Yeah, you did. You and I
A
together.
10-second rebuttal.
Governor O'Malley ran in 2016.
It's 5 seconds now.
10 seconds. Yes, I ran in all 4 of those too. So,
This year,
and if time had been allocated
okay,
equally in those debates, we might have spared ourselves Donald Trump for these last 8
Thank you,
years.
Governor O'Malley.
I apologize.
Williamson.
I am the only one who ran this year. And I can assure you that this conversation about a calendar is a complete deflection from the dirty underbelly of what really goes on in presidential primaries, what went on in 2024. This wasn't about the calendar. I know there's the racial diversity in South Carolina. There's also economic diversity in New Hampshire. States should not be pitted against each other in this primary process. The real problem goes back to the money. And by the way, I want to point out that the DNC, the Democratic Party, started taking all this corporate and big money in the late 70s, and that's when our moral authority started dripping away. Mr. Reid Hoffman, recognized here as the good billionaire because he's ours, he shares our values. He gave $2 million to the write-in campaign for Joe Biden in New Hampshire this year, while the rest of us are scrambling for our $3,300 maximum donations. Most people do not realize that the way these things happen is that the secretaries of state say to the head of the Democratic Party who's on the ballot. And people who had tried so hard, such as myself, such as Dean Phillips, et cetera, what happened was that in quite a few states in this country, the Democratic Party chairman said, Joe Biden, and the people said, the secretaries of state said, well, what about that woman, Marianne Williamson or Dean Phillips? And he said, oh, nothing to see there, nothing to see there. It was the state of Massachusetts that overrode that. And the Secretary of the Commonwealth put me back on that calendar. So let's not, if I am the chair of the DNC, it's going to be about the ethics. It's not going to be about the calendar. It's going to be about the ethics. And every state party chair will know none of that shenanigan. We don't do that anymore. Those are the old days. And yes, we do have to clean up the past. We have to take in how much of our failure came from this, because the American people saw that. The American people didn't like it. And I do believe it's part of why we lost.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. In 30 seconds, though, the calendar is a vital part. Setting the calendar is a vital part of the job of the DNC, and you as chair would be a part of that process. It seems like there should not just the feelings of how people feel about the situation, but also the actual.
How strongly Iowa felt when then they were gone, and I know how strongly South Carolina felt. I know how strongly New Hampshire felt, and all the states matter. And it's once again making it all about the calendar of who goes first. Everyone matters. It's what's happening that matters, and that calendar conversation is used as a deflection, so people won't notice what's really going down with people being put off ballots and so forth. I just want to be fair to all the states. Every American matters. That should be our creed. And we shouldn't have states feeling like they have to be competing with other states.
Thank you very much. Chair Wickler, you're last on this question here.
I agree that fundamentally we should hear DNC members' voices. We should hear from each of the states. We should have a process that honors our traditions, our coalition, the diversity of our party, that ensures that we battle test our candidates and that we choose a process that brings us a winning presidential nominee. The DNC should not have its thumb on the scale. We should give every candidate a fair shot, and we should make sure that as we go forward, after the primary, everyone knows that we have picked the strongest candidate and then unite around that person to be able to fight and win. It's a pretty simple commitment, and I think it's one that we need to honor as we do this work. And in the process to get there, we need to become a supercharged party that has built the on-the-ground capacity around the country for the next presidential nominee. Because by the time this primary is over, if we've not done that work for the next 4 years, it will be too late. What we've done in Wisconsin is to build a presidential scale campaign before we have the nominee. Before we have the nominee in 2020, we had hundreds of organizers in our state party organizing and communicating across Wisconsin, and then we never shut it down. For the last 4 years, we've had the biggest on-the-ground, year-round organizing program of any state. We've had the biggest communications operation, social media footprint of any Democratic state party. We have kept going, and that's how we've won race after race in a state that was rigged for total GOP control. And that to me is the question in this DNC chair's race. We're going to have a presidential race in 4 years, but what do we do between now and then? And that's why I think we need a chair who comes from a purple state that was rigged to be red, not a blue state where we've won every election for years going back before the current chair. We need it in a state where we were on the ropes and we fought back year after year. We've won year after year. We've unrigged the state, and now we're poised to win a Democratic trifecta. That's Wisconsin. That's the kind of candidate that I am in this race, and I think the Republicans are going to try to rig the country, and we're going to need a fighting party that is ready to unrig it so that we can win in 4 years and beyond.
Thank you, Chair Wickler. Thank you. I want to thank the candidates for a lively discussion. We are at the end of our forum. Unless everyone wants to stay here for another 4 hours, we could do it. We're excited and ready to go. We'll now hear from each of you for 30 seconds with closing remarks. We'll start with Mr. Paul.
So I got my start in Connecticut with Bill Curry's campaign for governor. Bill Curry told everyone that Governor Rowland was a crook. He was a crook. The media shrugged. We lost, and I never trusted you again. All my plans are necessary because everyone is tuned out the mainstream media. And when we do hear you, you only ask gotcha questions. 80% of the questions you asked tonight were, why are you terrible? So we have to go around you, whatever it costs. Read my plans, listen to my plans. We can only do this together.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Ms. Williamson.
A lot of these questions are interesting discussions, but they would be really boring to the average American. The average American doesn't care about this inside baseball stuff. The average American cares about the fact that they need health care. The average American needs education. The average American needs a safer environment and safer food supply. We need to be excitement, and we need to be inspiration. We need to be an incubator for things that are really meaningful in people's lives. And that's what I feel that I've done for the last 40 years. I've talked to people about what's really going on with them. And we need a leader of the DNC who can use all this talent, but use it mainly to inspire the American people.
Thank you. Chair Martin.
Well, thank you to all of you for moderating this, and thanks to everyone for being in this room tonight, and to everyone watching at home. Look, my father-in-law is 85 years old. He farms 800 acres of corn and beans and 400 head of beef cattle in southern Minnesota. He voted for Obama both times and then Trump all of these last 3 times. And when I asked him why, he talked about nobody wanting to come home and farm the land. He talked about driving his wife with Parkinson's 50 miles to find health care. He's got a knot of anxiety in his gut, and he doesn't feel like anyone cares and people have forgotten about him.
Chair Martin, thank you.
That's why I'm running for DNC, to make sure people like Dave O'Rourke know he's not forgotten, and we're going to fight for him in his life.
Chair Martin, thank you. Thank you. Chair Wickler. Chair Wickler. Chair Wickler.
We're all here because we love this country and we love this party. And we have a choice to make about whether we're going to choose a safe pair of hands and run the party like we're in a blue state and hope people come back to us, or whether we're going to go with a chair who has a record of supercharging a party in a hostile environment, of getting hundreds of thousands of people involved who never thought they'd get involved in a party before, of building a party that can organize and fight and win back trust up and down the ballot for the next 4 years. I'm asking for your vote so we can build that party because our country needs it now.
Thank you, Chair Wickler. Mr. Snyder. Mr. Snyder.
Thank you. Going back to my national security background, we need to learn from our failures and have real tough conversations. That's the only way that we can ascend. So I'm in here to solve a problem. I'm not here to win a job. And so I am taking that approach on this and looking at it with the sheer most seriousness of what is coming our way. And that comes with rebuilding trust, not only with DNC members and uplifting them, uplifting young voters, uplifting the communities that have been overlooked and taken for granted, because if we don't, the other side is going to target them and is going to go after them, and then we're going to be in some real trouble.
Thank you. Dr. Hathaway.
I'd like to urge the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic Party and all those that love this country, the youth of this land, that we are about to experience a new burst of freedom and a spirit of excellence, for we can arouse this nation to form a more perfect union and to use our most powerful instrument, the ballot. That is how we redeem the soul of America. That is how we establish a moral imagination and produce transformation. Through the ballot, we can make real the promises of democracy and walk down the sunlit path of economic, racial, and social justice.
Thank you, Dr. Hathaway. Governor O'Malley, last to you.
This is a critical time in our country's history, and I want to thank all three of you for being serious journalists and for being here with us. We need you. What our party needs right now is not a caretaker. What we don't need is continuity. We need a change maker. We need a fighter. And we need to fight like the Republic hangs in the balance of our making the changes we need to win. If you're up for it, together I will lead us out of this darkness to win back the House and to win back races all across America. Let's get up for greatness.
Thank you, Governor O'Malley. All right, everyone. Thank you to those on the stage for engaging with us, with each other, with our audience, with the American people. Thank you to those in the audience for your energy tonight. This stuff is important. This matters. You matter. Thank you, everyone.